Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 576, 266, Protagonists and Villains. Tom Cruise was very keen on filming actual scenes in a fighter jet. He insisted on including two guarantees in the contract. First, he had to have footage of himself sitting in a Navy fighter jet. Second, these scenes had to appear in the final cut. Ronald Lee only had editing rights. Paramount had the final say on the film's runtime. So, Ronald's agreement wasn't enough. The two producers submitted Tom Cruise's demands to Paramount for review. Paramount quickly agreed to Cruise's request and signed him to a contract. Ronald felt that Paramount's quick agreement was because they hadn't specified how many seconds of Tom Cruise's actual fighter jet footage he needed to appear in. Perhaps Tom Cruise's intention in adding this clause was to indulge himself further and experience the thrill of being in a fighter jet. Soon after, Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer appeared in the Hollywood Reporter's preview of new projects. They vaguely mentioned that a new project was in development, and Ronald Lee was expected to direct it. Ronald declined newspaper interview requests or comments. Preparations were just beginning. The primary issues were script review and the methods for filming the aerial combat. The producers brought in two screenwriters, Jim Cash and Jack Epps, to refine the script. Ronald, meanwhile, went to see Longlegs Christie Fox to discuss how to film the fighter jets and dogfights in the air. Longlegs Fox was a genuine aerodynamics expert. She worked as a researcher at the Miramar Naval Air Station, providing technical analysis support to the Navy. Every Wednesday and Saturday, the base's bar was packed with pilots drinking and relaxing. Ronald met Longlegs Fox there. The two could barely communicate amidst the noise. Longlegs took him to her apartment. Longlegs also has a handsome boyfriend now. These young people are such a waste, an older pilot said, drinking beer and expressing his disappointment in the younger generation. Ignore them. These young men use this to vent their excess energy. Longlegs has a bit of a manly air about her. She immediately pointed at the pilots who were about to come up and warned them not to cause trouble. Looks like you're quite popular here, Ronald laughed. I'll be the one to grade their flying performance. Longlegs opened the door to her apartment. These are models of two active-duty naval fighter jets. This is the Grumman F-14 Tomcat, and this is the McDonnell Douglas FA-18 Hornet fighter attack aircraft. She took out two large airplane models and handed them to Ronald. Ronald didn't really know much about fighter jets, so he took the two models and started playing with them. These wings can move. Ronald picked up a delta-winged aircraft, found a switch, pulled it back, and the front half of the delta wing unfolded forward like a large bird, becoming an open wing. That's the Tomcat. It unfolds during low-speed takeoff and landing to gain more lift, and sweeps back into a delta wing to reduce drag when breaking the sound barrier. Oh, I see. Ronald took a liking to the plane at first sight. It was much better looking than that stiff Hornet. Good eye. The pilots like the Tomcat too. It can carry multiple Sidewinder air-to-air missiles and a Vulcan 20mm cannon. Improved models can also carry bombs for ground attack. So, what kind of adversaries will the F-14 Tomcat encounter on the high seas? Mainly two. The first is their MiG-21 fighters. Longlegs Christie took two more models from the shelf. These weren't toy company products, they looked like models she'd made herself out of wood. Holding up a small plane with a cone-shaped nose, she said, the MiG-21 supersonic fighter. Most of the Allied fighters take off from shore bases to harass and reconnoiter our carrier strike groups. It has a 30mm cannon and can also carry radar or infrared-guided missiles, and this one, Ronald pointed to the larger plane. That's the Tu-22M backfire supersonic bomber, capable of carrying anti-ship missiles. Our F-14 Tomcats are tasked with fighting them and protecting carrier strike groups. How can you fight such a big plane? Ronald looked at the bomber's size. It was enormous. That's a military secret, I can't tell you. If you want to know, you can join the Navy. Ha ha ha. Ronald stopped asking when he realized it involved military secrets. He had his eye on the F-14 Tomcat fighter jet. It had a very beautiful design and variable wings, making it more likely to produce exciting aerial combat footage. As for his two main adversaries, Ronald preferred the MiG-21. The backfire was too big, it would be difficult to find aircraft for actual filming. Those two were perfect, the real protagonists and antagonists in the movie. By the way, does the American Navy have MiG-21s? Ronald wanted to borrow a few from the Navy to act as enemy aircraft. Who told you that? Longleg's expression suddenly tensed. Nobody? If not, we'd have to build models and use other aircraft to simulate the MiG-21. What kind of aircraft do you think is closest to simulating the MiG? The MiG-21 is a single-seat, single-engine light fighter. Our Navy's F-5 Freedom fighter is quite similar. Longlegs saw that Ronald wasn't dwelling on the Pentagon's top secrets about the MiG-21 aggressor squadron. He figured a film director like Ronald probably didn't know much about these things, and it was probably just something he said casually. Good. Ronald noted the aircraft model in his notebook. Why are there two seats in the cockpit of this F-14 Tomcat, one in front and one behind? It's the two-seat, twin-engine heavy fighter. The front is the pilot's seat, and the back is the radar weapons officer, responsible for detecting and identifying enemy aircraft and issuing attack commands. I want to film those dogfighting scenes in aerial combat, like the X-Wing versus TIE fighters in Star Wars. Do you have any ideas on how to do that? Ronald was very fond of the F-14 model, gesturing with his hands to mimic various movements. You have 3 ideas. Longlegs picked up another plane and gestured. First, you can install a camera on the F-14 to simulate the pilot's perspective and capture various first-person view shots from inside the cockpit. Second, you can install a camera on his wingman to simulate close-up shots, air combat, dogfights, and so on. The audience will feel like they're watching the planes fight up close. Third, you can use another plane to film next to the two aircraft fighting each other, which will show the relative positions of the planes and their attack tactics. Wow, your understanding of photography is quite profound, Ronald couldn't help but exclaim. Longlegs was not only a formal researcher in the Navy, but how did she know so much about photography? I was featured in that issue of California magazine. The lead photographer was my partner, and we discussed many shooting methods. Christy Fox laughed. I'm so lucky. Ronald looked at Longlegs, who was the model for the female lead in the script who fell in love with a male lead played by Tom Cruise. Well then, would I have the honor of inviting Miss Longlegs to dinner? Ronald wanted to talk more with the female expert about photography. It would be my pleasure, Longlegs Christy said, adjusting her old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses, and agreed. The two found a Japanese restaurant, and Ronald ordered all the most expensive items on the menu, then asked Longlegs what she'd like to drink. Their sake is quite good. They enjoyed the sushi and sashimi with yellow mustard and sake. Ronald flattered her, asking her to be the film's technical consultant, and Longlegs, finding filmmaking interesting, agreed. Does the F-14 have any special tricks? We want to make an 80s western, but instead of revolvers, the cowboys will fight with advanced fighter jets. In that case, the F-14 can actually do some very interesting maneuvers. Longlegs held out her hands, simulating 2 fighter jets in a dogfight. The one in front is an F-14, and the one behind is a MiG-21. A dogfight means both sides are trying to get behind the other, like 2 dogs biting each other on the ground. Ronald took out his notebook and wrote it down. Aircraft cannons fire forward, and air-to-air missiles can only be launched at a certain angle forward. So whoever occupies the 6 o'clock position behind the other can shoot them down. Ronald thought the name dogfight was quite fitting. He imagined his ancestors, flying fighters with only cannons, engaging in dogfights in the air like this. Now, the F-14 in front can suddenly pull up its nose and reduce engine output. The long-legged hand suddenly raised, flying towards the high altitude. This will reduce the F-14's speed, allowing it to maintain a high angle of attack. The long-legged hands raised, as if a fighter jet was exposing its belly. And the MiG-21 behind, maintaining its original speed while tracking the aircraft in front, the long-legged hand quickly moved forward, past its head, and in front of the other hand. It will rush in front of the F-14 Tomcat. Ronald's face lit up with sudden realization. The F-14 Tomcat, which had been in front, was now positioned behind the MiG-21, transforming from predator to predator in the instant of being hunted. Yes, you grasped it quickly. This way, the Tomcat can appear in the attack position. Long-legged Christy retracted his hands. What if the MiG-21 did the same? Ronald asked, still puzzled. That's impossible, long-legged Christie laughed. This high angle of attack maneuver is like suddenly braking in midair. Only twin-engine heavy fighters can pull it off. If the MiG-21 were caught like that by the Tomcat, it would be doomed, Ronald noted, making a mental note. This meal was a very worthwhile investment. Such details could be included in the script, providing a thrill for the audience and technically consistent with the F-14's capabilities. However, not everyone can do this maneuver. Only ace pilots with years of flying experience can perform it. Why? Isn't it simple? Ronald mimicked pulling the handbrake on a car. Isn't it like braking in midair? First of all, your action was very correct. The engine throttle valve on an aircraft decreases power when pulled back and increases it when pulled forward. But this action is very dangerous. Longlegs stretched out his hand to simulate a fighter jet. When you pull up the nose, you simultaneously reduce engine output. This makes it easy for even the slightest nose sway to cause a stall and a horizontal spin. A horizontal spin, Ronald asked. A stall is when the aircraft loses forward speed and stops flying. The nose starts spinning in one direction, and the whole aircraft becomes like a top spinning on a horizontal plane. You will crash very quickly. That's scary. Yes, in fact, early models of the F-14 had similar accidents. Longlegs picked out some publicly available information to tell Ronald. Great, this is good material for a movie story. Ronald asked the boss to bring hot soup and then paid the bill. By the way, if we need to install cameras on the aircraft, which department of the Navy should we contact? You shouldn't go to the Navy, you should go to the F-14 manufacturer, Grumman. They'll be interested. Really? They'll help me install cameras on the plane and then test them. Yes, believe me, they'll definitely help, maybe even for free. Longlegs finished his hot soup, stood up with Ronald, and prepared to return to base. Grumman's expensive new order was being questioned within the Navy. If they could make this movie and showcase the Tomcat's elegance and lethality to the American people, they were sure to secure follow-up orders. Chapter 577 Grumman's Expectations. Ronald shared the flight details he learned from the long-legged actress with the two screenwriters, asking them to integrate these flight combat scenes into the overall story and character development. Grumman, having received the invitation from the production team, was very enthusiastic. They specifically sent a vice president in charge of public relations to discuss with director Ronald the possibility of installing cameras on the F-14 Tomcat fighter jets. Arriving in Bethpage, Long Island, New York, the headquarters of Grumman, a small town where most people worked directly or indirectly for the company, Ronald was warmly welcomed by several senior executives. They hosted a welcome dinner for him, enjoying American steak in the company's executive cafeteria. This large military-industrial enterprise was similar to the industries of America's rival, the Soviet Union, with its own schools, hospitals, cafeterias, and even hotels, essentially a miniature society. Visiting the company's history museum, Ronald learned that Grumman not only built countless attack aircraft, fighters, patrol aircraft, and anti-submarine aircraft for the Navy during World War II, but also produced early warning aircraft for aircraft carriers. Grumman was having a run of bad luck. They had secured an export order for the F-14 to Persia and delivered the first batch of fighter jets, but then the hostage crisis at the embassy occurred a few years later, and the large order was about to fall through. The company hadn't secured any new orders from the Air Force. Their main product now was an improved version of the F-14 Tomcat. Grumman desperately wanted Ronald to make a compelling film about the Tomcat, just like he did with Saab's Lightning fighter jet. The American military was easily influenced by the public. If the film could ignite public enthusiasm for the F-14 Tomcat, just as Ronald's breakdance sparked a dance craze and Dragon Boys ignited a karate craze, then the Navy could renew a large number of orders. Engineers and Ronald held meetings for several days, devising solutions for the camera locations Ronald wanted to install. These included installing small cameras inside the fuselage or replacing the high-resolution reconnaissance cameras with cinema cameras capable of operating in high-altitude, high-acceleration environments. Then Grumman assembled a team to accompany Ronald to Miramar Air Force Base in California to modify F-14 Tomcat fighters. I still don't have any direct experience with what looks good in fighter jet maneuvers. Do you know any experienced pilots? I'd like to talk to them, Ronald thought after the discussion, remembering to ask Grumman for their opinions on air combat. The bureaucratic Navy was slow to respond to his requests, but Grumman was very enthusiastic. He wondered if they had any connections. Your movie is called Top Gun, right? An engineer asked Ronald. "Why don't you talk to the real Top Gun veteran, Pete Pettigrew? He was one of the first instructors at Top Gun flight schools and one of the few pilots to have shot down a MiG-21 head-on." "Oh, right," Ronald noted the name, thinking how rare that was. Top Gun Flight School was established by the Pentagon because during the Vietnam War, American fighter pilots only knew how to use missiles and had forgotten machine guns and dogfighting skills. It's a school for elite pilots where they learn systematic combat techniques, greatly improving the combat capabilities of the Navy and Air Force. Is he still a Top Gun? It seems he's transferred to the reserves. You can ask the Navy, he has a good relationship with them. After quickly ending his trip to Long Island, Ronald went to the Ziegfeld Theater in Manhattan for the premiere of his good friend Jim Cameron's new film, The Terminator. "Congratulations, congratulations," Ronald said, seeing Cameron in a suit with his girlfriend, Gail. Beside them was the lead actress, Linda Hamilton. "God, I'm so nervous." Cameron rarely showed such nervousness. Schwarzenegger only attended the Los Angeles premiere. There weren't many stars there, and it seems like there weren't many reporters either. "Don't be nervous. Box office numbers don't have much to do with the number of stars attending." Ronald was experienced. His own films rarely had big names at their premieres. "Really? I also hope my movie will be a box office success." Cameron pulled Ronald down to sit, eager to hear his old friend's opinion. Thump 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 thump. An hour and 50 minutes passed. To the tune of the Terminator theme, Ronald saw again the final shot he had filmed, Sarah Connor, carrying the future savior, driving a jeep into the distance under the rain clouds. That was a reshoot with Cameron Gale. Ronald was incredibly excited. The film's pacing was tight. Cameron, directing his first feature film, had excellent control over the rhythm. The two large explosion scenes, though inexpensive, achieved very realistic effects. And Schwarzenegger's terrifying makeup, with a single red eye and a metal skull emerging from his flesh, genuinely terrified the audience, eliciting several screams. In the end, the protagonist and the Terminator killing machine perished together. The female lead, Sarah Connor, inherited the will of the protagonist from the future, determined to raise their son to adulthood. After the credits rolled, the audience remained silent for several seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. They had never seen a movie like this before. The threat of the apocalypse was presented to the audience in a very realistic way through the Terminator, and the ending was hopeful, which diluted the sadness of the protagonist's sacrifice. "You did it, Jim. You can start preparing for the sequel." Ronald knew from the audience's reaction that Cameron's directorial debut was bound to be a blockbuster. The $6 million production cost would make Heimdall and Orion a fortune. You can ask for a high price then. Ronald knew that Cameron hadn't accepted any script transfer fees and had a very low director's fee for making this film. Now that he had become famous, he could finally make some money. "I don't know. The audiences in New York liked it, but we also had a film called Killing Grounds showing at the same time. I heard their critics' screenings were very good." Cameron began to feel anxious again. "Do you want an Oscar or box office success?" Ronald asked his old friend in the lounge, opening a glass of champagne. "Of course, the box office is the priority, only then can I continue directing. That settles it, doesn't it? In my experience, the audience reaction and word of mouth for your film will be phenomenal." Ronald then employed his bathroom observation technique. During the movie, very few people were willing to skip the plot to go to the bathroom. But afterward, in the queue for the restroom, many audience members were imitating Schwarzenegger's Terminator line, "I'll be back." These signs were very optimistic. "I hope you're right." Cameron picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. "How about we make a bet? If your film gets #1 at the weekend's box office, you and Gail will treat me to a big meal when we get back to Los Angeles. If you get second, I'll treat you two to vacation in Hawaii. No matter the box office, you can both have a good time." "No problem, you can choose any restaurant," Gail chimed in. The two were planning to get married next year, and their honeymoon was still undecided. "Haha, it's #1 at the box office as expected. I want to eat Chinese food. There's a really good restaurant in Chinatown." When the weekend's box office results came out, Terminator indeed took first place with $4 million. "Great, no problem." Cameron and Gail, who had already returned to Los Angeles, readily agreed on the phone. "Mr. Roger Coleman is also very pleased. He's invited us to dinner. Will you come?" Gail asked on the phone. "I'll be staying in New York for a while longer. It's his old tradition. He treats every director who graduates from Roger Corman Film School to dinner for their first blockbuster film. I've already had my turn, ha ha ha. All right then, remember to call us when you get back. Ronald hung up the phone and continued discussing work arrangements with his agent, Eddie. Daydream's foray into the corporate promotional video market had indeed hit the mark. Many small and medium-sized enterprises were hiring them to film, and business was good. Good, there are many companies here, we're not worried about business. You could also try recruiting some talent from NYU's Tisch School of the Arts, consider it as internships for them. Those graduate students should have a good grasp of the fundamentals. Ronald finished giving his instructions. Has your new film not started shooting yet? Little Douglas had also come to listen in on Daydream's business. He was specially invited by Ronald, as they would need this landlord to rent a piece of land and build a soundstage to improve shooting efficiency when business got busy. Sigh, the Navy's bureaucracy is terrible. Our first draft of the script was completed and submitted, but it's like a stone sinking into the sea. We don't know when they'll give us a reply. Ronald hadn't expected that the Navy's script review process was completely different from the studio's. At the studio, it might go through rounds of managers and directors, each with their own opinions and ideas. It's like playing a game, you can't see the second level until you defeat the first boss. But the Navy's process is like buying a lottery ticket. You don't get any information about whether you've won or not until the draw. No news at all, no, they have to go through several rounds of review. Some are in charge of technical review, to prevent leaks of Navy secrets. Others are in charge of plot review, to ensure the protagonist doesn't do anything that contradicts Navy values. They really liked Tom Cruise playing the lead role, though, and approved his application immediately. Who wouldn't want a handsome guy playing themselves? Little Douglas said. Yet, once the script review is complete, the Navy has already agreed to let Tom Cruise go to the base early to experience flying the F-14 Tomcat. They've given him a lot of convenience, he's going to throw up now. Ha ha ha, Little Douglas laughed heartily. What about you? Do you want to get a pilot's license too? I'll wait until I have some free time. I heard it's expensive. Not expensive at all. A basic propeller plane piloting course only costs a few $100s. Even buying a small, used Cessna is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. It's not a problem for you, really. Ronald hadn't expected civilian propeller planes to be so cheap. I'll get a license when I have some free time. Chapter 578, Chapter 208, The Right to Suggest Scripts. I enrolled in this flight school. Paula said it's the best. In 3 months, I'll get my private pilot's license. Tom Cruise was indeed fascinated by flying and had already enrolled in the best flight school in Los Angeles for private jet training. Don't get too excited. If you want to fly a jet, you still need to accumulate flight time. By the time filming starts, you'll only have a student license at best. Ronald found Cruise at an airport outside Los Angeles, and the two discussed the script's development. Tom Cruise's agent, Paula, had secured him the right to make suggestions on the script. This was usually a privilege reserved for big stars, but since Cruise had Ronald as a friend and director, he considered it a nominal role. Securing this right early would help elevate his status in the industry. Ronald found Cruise at the flight school, who had just disembarked, and read him the newly completed script. Your character's development is great. You start as an F-14 pilot with a call sign Maverick, you and another pilot with a call sign Jaguar are wingmen. During a dogfight in the Caribbean Sea against a Cuban MiG-21, Jaguar gets locked on. Maverick uses his attack lock to scare the Cuban MiG-21 away, but Jaguar, under too much pressure while being targeted, develops flight vertigo and can't distinguish between the sky and the sea. You end up helping him land on the carrier. The fleet commander has 2 spots for Top Gun training, and Maverick's radar officer wants to stay on the carrier, so Maverick goes to flight school with Goose, Jaguar's radar officer. Great start, Tom Cruise said happily after listening to Ronald read the beginning of the script. I really like the character's personality, it's a bit like me, haha. Ronald was pleased. Maverick did indeed draw inspiration from some of Tom's own personality traits, which helped the actor's performance. I have an idea. Could we give the Lone Ranger a solo appearance? That way, he can make a strong impression on the audience at the beginning of the movie. Yes, listen to the next part. Ronald began reading the script again. The Lone Ranger drove his sports car to the Nevada desert where Top Gun Flight School was located. He was speeding on the highway leading to the school. A highway patrol officer pulled him over. The officer asked for his identification, and the Lone Ranger gave him his Navy pilot's credentials. The officer looked at them with respect and asked you if he knew how fast he was going. The Lone Ranger said, "I thought it was Mach 1.5, 1.5 times the speed of sound." The officer's smile began to appear. "Yes, what kind of plane do you fly? An F-14, a Tomcat?" "Yes, what? Has the Suvar Alliance attacked? Why are you in such a hurry?" The highway patrol officer put away the ticket. "No, but we have to be prepared at any time." Then the highway patrol officer drove the Lone Ranger to the base. At the base gate, the Maverick met his biggest rival from Top Gun school for the first time, Pilot Iceman. Iceman smiled and said to his radar officer, "Police escort, this kid's a troublemaker." "Ronald, I have an idea," Tom Cruise chimed in, offering his opinion again. "The Maverick's personality deserves the fastest sports car on land, preferably a red Ferrari." "Yeah, right, you just want to drive my Ferrari GTO, don't you? Have the crew ship it to Nevada, but you have to promise me you'll take good care of it." "No problem. It's the fastest sports car on land." The two finished reading the script in the airport lounge. Tom Cruise glanced at his watch. "Almost late. I have to visit Rebecca on the set of The Baseball Player's Wife." Ronald smiled. Tom was very attached to his girlfriend, who was a few years older than him, and wanted to spend every opportunity with her. "Aren't you going to get annoyed with Rebecca all the time?" "You don't understand, Ronnie. We actors are often separated, so we need to find opportunities to be together. Besides, there are intimate scenes in this movie, and we are shooting tonight, so I have to be on set and keep an eye on things. If I were the director, I'd be annoyed by this. How can actors perform with their boyfriends and girlfriends watching them? Stop being stubborn." "I don't believe you're not worried about Helen Slater's filming on the Billy King Legend set. I heard there are quite a few nude scenes. Aren't you going to visit her on set?" Tom put on the flight jacket given to him by the Navy, got into the van Paula had brought to pick him up, and said, "Bye, how could there be nude scenes in Billy King? I personally approved the script." Ronald slapped the script in his hand and waved goodbye to Paula. "Hey, Rick? Are there any nude scenes in the Billy King Legend?" Ronald's mind raced with doubt as he drove home. The script wasn't always reliable. He'd toned down the nude scenes in the script during filming, deciding the level of nudity based on the actress's reactions. "Why don't you go visit the set? You should have more experience with this than I do." "What, you still have feelings for Helen?" "Ahem. I just feel that Gerald entrusted Helen to me, and I have to be responsible for the script I recommend." "Alright, I'll talk to producer Google and have Richard accompany you to the set in Texas." With Richard and Bud, Ronald arrived in Corpus Christi, Texas, to visit the Billy King Legend set. This small town of over 200,000 residents on the Gulf Coast is America's famous kite capital, known for its strong winds year-round, making it a popular spot for kite flying, paragliding, and parasailing. The crew was filming outdoor scenes at a lakeside location. The opening scene of this film features Helen Keller as Billy King, with some deliberately staged shots designed to leave a lasting impression on the audience. Ronald, along with Bud and Richard, greeted the producers and went to observe the filming from a closer perspective. At this point in the shoot, Helen still sports long blonde hair. After filming the first half of the scenes, she will cut her long blonde hair short, sporting a buzz cut, becoming a modern-day Joan of Arc, a voice for women and the underprivileged. "Action," the director shouted, initiating the location shooting. Ronald, outside the security cordon, observed the entire filming location. On a large elevator, the director and cinematographer sat together, preparing to shoot a shot from above, from a distance to a close-up. Ronald immediately recognized that director Matthew Robbins was indeed a classmate of Lucas and Walter Murch. This complex staging allowed the audience to quickly grasp the story's background from the distant town scene, then pan to the close-up of Helen, rapidly immersing them in the story. In just a few seconds, the scene allowed the audience to forget their daily troubles and immerse themselves in the story, truly befitting the golden generation of the University of Southern California. Helen Slater, playing Billy King, was sorting clothes in a laundry basket. In the plot, she and her brother depended on each other, and as the older sister, she was responsible for the household chores. Beep beep, beside the hand-washing basin, there was a wooden fence, and two motorcycle horns sounded through it. She took out the clean clothes she had just collected from the basket, took off her denim vest, and set a line to the motorcycle behind the fence. "I'll be right there." Ronald raised his hand to yell cut, but his remaining sanity made him gape and remain silent. He clearly saw that Helen Slater's back was completely naked, with only the denim vest she had just taken off covering her chest. Wasn't it agreed there wouldn't be any nudity? Ronald was indignant. Why did this modern Joan of Arc have to take her clothes off? Cut, the director called. Helen, you were great. Let's do it again, okay? Helen pulled her denim vest on. Was my emotion right? PFFT, a short, blonde actor next to Ronald chuckled. Helen is always so adorable. Actually, this scene doesn't require much acting skill, the short actor laughed, striking up a conversation with Ronald. You're the actor who plays the villain, right? Hello, my name is Christian Slater. Oh, Ronald snapped out of his daze. Are you related to Helen? No, we just happen to have the same last name. I play Helen's brother, Binks. It's a very good coincidence. I feel like Helen is my destined wife. If I marry him, she won't even have to change her last name. For some reason, a surge of anger rose in Ronald's chest, causing him to glare at Christian Slater. Hey, what did you say? You think you can marry Helen? Little Bud, watching from the side, got angry and shoved Christian aside. He had seen Helen several times while working at Aunt Karen's leg warmer shop and knew she and Ronald had a past. Who the hell are you? What right do you have to interfere in my business? Christian snapped. Ronnie, what brings you here? Helen heard the commotion, turned around, saw Ronald, and happily ran over. And you, Bud, long time no see. I heard you went to serve in the Marines. Okay, 10-minute break, the director said reluctantly, stepping off the elevator and announcing a pause. This is Christian. He shares my last name, Slater. Isn't that a coincidence? Helen had lost weight, her denim vest hung loosely on her. I've always felt he was truly my brother. Hi, Ronald, thank you for coming to the set. Director Matthew came over and shook hands with Ronald, thanking him. He was able to direct for the first time thanks to Ronald giving up the opportunity. What are your thoughts on the filming? Or the script? I'm very open to your opinions. Matthew had been under a lot of pressure from Google during filming, and since Google had specifically mentioned Ronald's visit to the set, he didn't dare to underestimate him. You're the director. I'm just here to check on Helen. Her father, Gerald, is very concerned about her performance and sent me to see her. I'm sorry, Christian stammered, apologizing to Ronald before quickly making his way off. Perfect timing. I'm getting a haircut after filming. Can you come with me? Helen, hearing that Ronald had come at her father's behest, blinked her big eyes at him, as if she could read his mind. Okay, I have nowhere else to go anyway. Cut. After a full day of outdoor filming, Helen went to the hairstylist and got a boyish buzz cut. Do I look good with short hair? Surprisingly, Ronald thought the short hair actually made Helen look very handsome. Even without careful observation, she looked like a dashing young man. He unconsciously touched her hair. It was a little prickly. Helen hooked her arm around Ronald's. Were you jealous just now, Ronnie? No, I wasn't. Don't lie to me. Gerald called me yesterday to discuss the plot. He didn't mention you coming at all. If he had told you, he would have told me. No, your script doesn't have any nude scenes, right? Why is there a full-back nudity, and even this dress? Ronald changed the subject, pointing to Helen's dress. What? Are you going to exercise your script suggestion rights too? Helen looked at Ronald and laughed. Me? How do you know I won't? I'll ask the director to cut all the nude scenes. If he won't, I'll go find Google. No, Helen grabbed Ronald's hand. You don't know how hard it is to get this role. My first Supergirl movie hasn't even been released yet. I can't talk to the director like that. Besides, Gerald has already talked to the director. I won't have any full frontal nudity scenes, okay? Don't worry, Ronnie, I'm so glad you came to see me. Helen held Ronald's arm tightly. The two looked at each other for a moment, the setting sun casting long shadows. Chapter 579, 299, A Hasty Wedding. Okay, so many revisions. Ronald answered the phone from Matthew, the Navy liaison officer, in his Mercedes. Okay, I'm at my agent's wedding right now. Can we discuss it in detail later? Are you ready? We need to go in and pick up Paula. Rick Nisida, dressed in a tuxedo and carrying a bouquet, arrived outside Paula Wagner's apartment, anxiously watching Ronald. Apologetic, Ronald quickly hung up the phone. Okay, let's go in. Nisida straightened his clothes in the bouquet. Ronald and Richard, as Nisida's best men, accompanied him as they knocked on Paula's door. Coming, Paula's friends opened the door, crowding out Paula in her wedding dress. Nisida and she smiled at each other, and amidst the rice scattered by the crowd, they walked hand in hand down the stairs. Nisida had divorced his wife last year, and Paula was single again, so this Italian-style wedding was held in the form of an elopement. The groom came directly to pick up the bride, and the two went to the church together. They had paid a heavy price for their love. Not only did they have to say goodbye to their past marriages, but publicly announcing their relationship in the CAA meant that Nisida was no longer trusted by Ovitz, making it difficult for her to reach the level of a final partner. Paula, on the other hand, would find it difficult to recruit new stars. However, their most important clients were all present to offer their congratulations. In the church, Tom Cruise, director Francis Ford Coppola, and others were there to witness the ceremony. Even without further advancement, the two agents could live comfortably with their current clients. Amen. You may kiss the bride now. The Catholic priest had also picked up some customs in America. Nisida and Paula exchanged rings and kissed. Bravo, Coppola led the cheers. The wedding, according to Nisida's ethnicity, was Italian style. Coppola handed out scissors and cut Nisida's tie into pieces, distributing them to the unmarried male guests as a blessing. The two agents, a married couple, got into their convertible, towing cans dangling from the back, and drove off with a clatter, leaving the guests to begin the banquet. Your Cotton Club marketing is going very well, Francis, Ronald said, pulling Coppola aside to chat about his upcoming film. Newspapers were full of articles about how director Coppola strongly encouraged actors to improvise, and how Richard Gere and Diane Lane didn't even know what they'd be filming that afternoon. Some tabloids even said Richard Gere was extremely difficult on set, not only clashing with the lead actress Diane, but also having trouble getting along with the supporting actors, and that Coppola had considered replacing him several times. Ronald was unsure whether this was just hype or genuine conflict between the actors. Oh, the critics' screenings were really good. They all said it was my best performance since Apocalypse Now. We're also going to Europe, mainly France, to promote the film. You know, the French have always been good at praising my movies. Yes, Ronald agreed, but a sense of unease crept in. Coppola wasn't talking about the prospects in America, but was focused on selling copies in France. It seemed that Cotton Club, which cost over $50 million, had a bleak box office outlook in the country. If it really flops at the box office, Diane will have 3 big productions flopping in a row. Her prospects in Hollywood are worrying. Ronald thought of Diane Lane again. People's hearts always think of specific people at specific times. Helen seemed to have moved on from the psychological shadow of Supergirl not being released. She was relatively happy on set and didn't put much pressure on Ronald. Brooke Shields, on the other hand, was focused on being a college student at Princeton. Ronald was busy in Hollywood, and their interactions were becoming less and less frequent. However, Brooke seemed quite accepting of her declining fame. Perhaps being forgotten by the public was what she wanted now. Only Diane, without any support in her acting career, had struck out and was likely to face a tougher future. Ronald felt he had an opportunity to help her. Isn't that too selfish? After all, being a director makes it difficult to enjoy a normal love life like ordinary people. I have no choice, I'm just working hard for the art of film, Ronald consoled himself. Since the agent couldn't enjoy a real honeymoon, Nisida and Paula spent a relaxing day at Avila Hot Springs outside Los Angeles before returning to the Hollywood battlefield the next day. Paula accompanied Tom Cruise as he continued his flying and acting lessons. Nisida accompanied Ronald, met with the 2 producers, and met with Matthew, the Navy liaison officer, to discuss the Navy's revisions to the Top Gun script. The Navy provided numerous revisions, totaling over 10 pages. The opinions mainly fell into 2 categories. The first category concerned Navy military secrets and sensitive plot points. Military secrets, such as those concerning early models of the F-14A, were prone to engine problems during high angle of attack attacks, resulting in several crashes after the aircraft entered a horizontal spin. The script wanted to include this, but the Navy worried that the Soviet Union would exploit this weakness to develop targeted tactics, strongly urging Ronald to revise it. Sensitive plot points, such as dogfights in the Caribbean with Cuban MiG-21s monitoring U.S. aircraft carriers, were also problematic. Such scenes wouldn't provoke the Eastern Bloc, and the Navy dared not overly provoke the Soviet Union and its closest ally, Cuba, in this regard. The second category concerned character personalities. The Navy wouldn't allow pilots to break the law, such as speeding while driving or using naval credentials to escape after being caught by patrol officers. This would not align with the Navy's positive public image. The Navy also disapproved of pilots dating active-duty female officers. While romance isn't prohibited in the military, it's strongly discouraged for active-duty personnel to date each other. Such a romantic relationship in a film would be detrimental to the morale of male soldiers. Ronald found both opinions absurd. First, the F-14A's engine defects only occurred under very specific circumstances. The chances of Alliance pilots seizing upon such a problem are extremely small. Moreover, previous incidents have been reported in the news, suggesting the enemy has likely already exploited this weakness. The sensitive details are even more ridiculous. This is an exaggerated hero film. Without a specific enemy, how can the hero's greatness be portrayed? Besides, this movie won't be shown in the Eastern Bloc. Why would the Navy be afraid of the enemy? As for the second type of opinion, it's even more laughable. This concerns the characters' traits and the plot development. The Navy discourages romance, but the pilots womanizing in the airbase bar on Wednesday and Saturday nights isn't something Ronald fabricated. Are those women all foreign prostitutes? As for speeding, that's something only young Americans do. Why does it affect the image of Navy pilots? Don Simpson shared similar sentiments with Ronald and started arguing with Liaison Officer Matthew. I'm just relaying a message. You can compile the arguments, and I'll take them back to the Pentagon for further review, Matthew said calmly, without arguing. Ronald felt like he'd hit an invisible wall. But Secretary of the Navy John Lyman promised, if I were you, I wouldn't go through the Secretary's connections to handle this. Matthew looked at Ronald and said sincerely. Why, Matthew sighed, you lack understanding of the Navy as an institution. What I'm about to say, I won't acknowledge except through this door. Because I really like your script, I'll offer some personal opinions. Ronald gestured for him to continue. The Navy is a massive machine, not subject to the will of any single officer. A civilian Secretary of the Navy can't necessarily command a group of generals to do things they don't like, especially something as unrelated as making a movie. Matthew paused, and Ronald and the two producers nodded in understanding. The problem is, we don't know what your movie will be like. We also don't trust Hollywood right now. So, to resolve this, we need someone that both sides can trust to act as a mediator. I think you're perfect. Ronald immediately thought Matthew was a good candidate for mediator. I can't. I'm still an active-duty Navy officer. I have to obey orders. Ideally, it would be someone with deep ties to the Navy who has now retired from active duty. Understanding Matthew's implication, Ronald and Don Simpson discussed it and brought up a candidate suggested by the Grumman engineers. How about Mr. Pete Pettigrew, a retired Navy captain and former instructor at Top Gun flight school? We think he'd be perfect for the role. Matthew smiled. I think you can apply through the proper channels. I'll forward it to the Pentagon. They also want a trustworthy expert to oversee the filming and prevent any obvious technical errors. Matthew submitted the script's arguments and the application for a mediator expert. Ronald looked back at Nisida and suddenly felt really bad for dragging him out on the second day of their wedding. It's alright, you don't need to feel embarrassed. Paula and I are just getting married to give each other a formal status. We're just moving in together, everything else is the same. It seems you two really love each other. Ronald admired their love for overcoming all sorts of worldly obstacles. Besides the previous marriages, the union of an Italian and a Jewish person would naturally have an impact on their original families. Paula's parents didn't attend the wedding. However, you registered your marriage in California. Ronald wondered if he should bring it up. The law of equal property division, right? We're both married, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Paula and I signed a prenuptial agreement, and we will each retain our respective business income. Oh, Ronald thought, Paula agreed to such an agreement. Ha. Nisida seemed to see right through Ronald's thoughts. Paula has a lot of confidence in Tom. She believes she might earn just as much as I do, but when you get married, don't forget to sign a prenuptial agreement. Don't forget about George Lucas. A director's divorce can bring huge financial losses. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580 Spending Money on the Screen. Navy Captain Pettigrew, a tall, thin man, had just retired from the Navy and was on the reserve. Ronald had applied to the Navy to have him serve as a technical advisor for the production, essentially as a communication bridge between the production team and the Navy. Pettigrew, wearing a Navy jacket and a Top Gun flight school hat, was very talkative. Ronald asked him if he had actually shot down a MiG-21 during the Vietnam War. He simply smiled and remained silent, saying that honing his flying skills was more important than anything else. Regarding the Navy's revisions to the script that Ronald had received, Pettigrew quickly offered his personal suggestions. Some of the review comments were actually unreasonable, merely an instinctive, conditioned reflex of opposition from the slow-moving bureaucracy to any part of the script that might involve their responsibility. For example, the problem of early F-14 models easily getting stuck in stall-level spins during high-angle attacks had actually been greatly improved in later versions of the F-14 after it entered service with the Navy. Exposing this early problem wouldn't cause a leak. Even if the Alliance saw the movie's plot and made corresponding tactical preparations, they would be surprised by the American Navy's reaction after its equipment upgrades. However, other issues that touched on military regulations, such as relationships with active-duty military personnel and violating traffic rules, were indeed inappropriate. Pettigrew hoped the production team could make changes to these issues. Otherwise, Pettigrew, a former squadron leader and flight school instructor, couldn't imagine how much more difficult it would be to manage recruits if they all adopted the attitudes depicted in the movie. Furthermore, the Jaguar's flight vertigo was a problem every fighter pilot would encounter, albeit a small one, but the Navy didn't have a good solution for it. Pettigrew suggested the production team not to overemphasize this condition, fearing that pilots watching the movie might become overly worried and trigger vertigo under certain circumstances. Seeing Pettigrew's sincerity and understanding of the Navy's real reasons for opposition, Ronald and the two producers agreed with him and asked the two screenwriters to continue revising according to his ideas. Ronald and the two producers thanked him. Pettigrew humbly replied, "I'm just here at the Navy's invitation to offer some opinions they can't say directly. Actually, my job is to ensure the accuracy of certain scenes related to fighter flight. I don't want this movie to turn into a musical." Ahem. Ronald was a little embarrassed. It turned out that in the eyes of the elite Navy pilots, what he was making was a typical Hollywood movie, far removed from reality. It seemed to deviate greatly from the real world for dramatic effect. Having temporarily grasped the Navy's true intentions, unexpectedly, the two screenwriters were already very dissatisfied with the revisions. Their problem was that removing the speeding and the romance with a female officer, two typical plot points, made the protagonist, Lone Ranger, incomplete. From a brash young man who only knew how to fight, to a mature flight school instructor, Lone Ranger's personal transformation lacked persuasiveness. Ronald actually agreed with him to some extent, but filmmaking is an art of compromise, and all opinions needed to be respected. Ronald ignored the screenwriter's dissatisfaction and handed this headache over to Don Simpson to solve. Ronald went to Roger Corman's dinner party. This was his usual practice. After the release of a successful film by a director emerging from the New World, he would always host a formal banquet for them, expressing his expectations. Cameron and Gale had already arrived at the Greek restaurant, taking Coleman's invitation very seriously. Ronald stepped forward to congratulate them. Terminator unexpectedly retained its position as the box office champion for the second consecutive week. This surprised not only Hollywood, but even the Chicago film critic duo, Cisco and Albert, gave special reviews of Cameron's directorial debut on television. They specifically mentioned Terminator's inheritance of film noir and its incredibly explosive explosions, praising it highly. However, they also pointed out that Terminator benefited from its release date, and its reign as the box office champion would likely end once new films were released. Gale, Jim, Ronnie, Roger Corman and his wife Julie also arrived at the restaurant. The group sat in a quiet corner and began to eat. Of the last batch of directors emerging from the New World, you two are the ones I'm most satisfied with. Roger Corman believed that Cameron and Ronald were directors who had inherited his exploitative film production spirit. But Jim and Ronald are making films with budgets of $6 to $8 million, so why do you say they're still making exploitative films? Gale, as a producer, didn't quite understand Coleman's assessment. Coleman explained, whether it's an exploitative film or not doesn't depend on whether it's low budget, but on whether the money you spend is actually on screen and seen by the audience. Those action scenes Ronald shot, Cameron's big explosions, the audience immediately knows where your money went. Ha ha ha, Gale laughed, raising her glass in celebration. Ronald laughed too. Gale probably thought Roger Corman particularly liked Cameron's films, hence the praise using terms like a New World production. However, Ronald knew in his heart that Roger Corman's point was valid. What the audience saw were nothing more than explosions, action, dance, or fighter jets locked in combat, not the actor's superb acting skills. This type of film, which amplifies certain characteristics of cinema, is ultimately in the spirit of exploitation films. It exploitatively uses all elements that can be sold at a high price, all for the entertainment of the audience, not for the self-entertainment of the actors and directors. As for how critics, other directors, and actors evaluate their films, that's secondary. Roger Corman's students all prioritize box office success. They focus on making a profit and recouping their investment before considering anything else. After dinner, the group waited at the restaurant entrance for the doorman to bring the car. Ronald was drawn to the program playing on the television hanging on the wall by the door. Today was the second televised debate between the president and Donald Trump candidate Mondale. The moderator asked the question that everyone who watched the first debate wanted to ask the president, Mr. President, you are already the oldest president in history. I remember that President Kennedy could only sleep 2 or 3 hours a day during the Cuban Missile Crisis. In your mind, do you have any doubts about whether you would have enough energy to handle a similar crisis? Oh, let's see how he answers, Gale said, watching the television screen intently. Cameron looked up at the president on the television screen. Not worried at all, the president effortlessly dismissed the doubts of the host and the audience with his non-stick demeanor. He had that magic, making people believe he was sincere. I also want to state here, the president continued in a relaxed tone, that I will not use age as an issue in this election, and I will not exploit the issue of age for political purposes. The camera panned to former Vice President, Democratic candidate Mondale, whose expression was serious. The president seemed inclined to accuse the Democratic Party of using age as an unethical attack. I will not deliberately exploit my opponent's youth and inexperience to attack him, ha 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 ha. Everyone in the restaurant burst into laughter. Even Mondale, the Democratic candidate on screen, couldn't help but laugh. This revolving door attack was 100 times more effective than Ronald's suggestion. The president was a natural comedian. Mondale's laughter officially declared the end of any suspense in the re-election race. Mr. Host, if there's still time, I'd like to say a few more words. The president continued to stab his opponent in the back. Cicero of ancient Rome said that if old men don't point out and correct the mistakes of young men, there will be no successful nation. Ha ha ha. The president is indeed a Hollywood actor. His joke-telling skills are truly first-rate. Gale didn't forget to mention the president's acting career. Only Ronald, amidst the laughter, noticed the president's gaze as he took a sip of water, the sharp look of an experienced hunter after hitting his prey's vitals. And at his killer instinct, Ronald silently added to himself, jokes don't have to be old, plots don't have to be stale, as long as they're released at the moment the audience is expecting them, they'll have a great effect. The two screenwriters have resigned. Don Simpson found Ronald again the next day to report the latest revisions to the script. What? Why? Ronald asked, puzzled. They felt their work wasn't respected, and they thought it was ridiculous for us to agree with the Navy's opinions. They felt this kind of movie, like a 2-hour-long, oversized music video, with a completely fragmented story, couldn't possibly succeed. So they stepped down as screenwriters, though of course, according to the Writers Guild rules, their names still have to be on the script, Jerry Bruckheimer explained. Does that mean we won't eat steak without these two butchers? Ronald waved his hand dismissively. What, can you step in yourself? Don Simpson asked quickly. This was the best solution. I don't really care whether I write it or not. This is a high-concept film, basically a fighter jet version of a classic Western. Who the hell is looking for profound life meaning and superb acting in John Wayne's movies? We already have Tom Cruise. As long as the air combat is exciting and his romance with a female lead is captivating, I think there won't be any problems. Ronald shared his thoughts from yesterday's conversation with Coleman and watching the president's debate. Even if it's just a large-scale music video, I can make it incredibly exciting for the audience. Ha ha ha, I love your boldness. Don Simpson was delighted. Ronald shared his philosophy. For high-concept commercial films, the story should be as simple as possible. The key is for the director to create a visually pleasing experience. Besides, even with a simple story and old jokes, as long as the key rhythm is grasped, it can still be convincing. Ronald had another thought he didn't voice. If that second-rate Hollywood actor, the president, could deliver a compelling performance in the debate, there was no reason why he couldn't. Chapter 581 Raising Funds in Japan. After the televised debate, the president's approval ratings soared, the Democratic Party lost hope, and its campaign momentum declined. Secretary of the Navy John Lyman, who supported Top Gun, focused his efforts on securing a new position in the next term after the president's re-election. Meanwhile, the Navy bureaucrats, without high-level oversight, slowed down their script review process. Don Simpson brought in several script doctors, those skilled in romance and action, to supplement the script. Ronald received their new drafts on time, only providing overall feedback. The script began to take shape, and the two producers started casting the female lead and the male supporting actors to play the pilots. Ronald discussed casting criteria with them. The female lead had to be an actress who looked very sexy in a uniform or suit, and possessed an intellectual air. The criteria for the male supporting actors was sheer charisma. If they could cast a group of male stars who would make female audiences swoon, the film would be a casting success. Ronald, who was steadily advancing the work on Top Gun, received a call from Weintraub that day, inviting him to his home for a chat. Knowing that Weintraub's wife and the vice president's wife, Barbara, were close friends, Ronald didn't dare to be negligent and had Bud take him to his villa in Beverly Hills. I've already arranged to go to Japan to raise funds for the sequel to Dragon Boys. On this trip to Japan, I've arranged for you to meet people in the big corporations there. It would be best to revise the plot based on the opinions of the presidents of those large corporations in Japan who are willing to invest. I'm busy preparing for my new film Top Gun right now. Do you really need me to go? Ronald declined, saying he was busy preparing for Top Gun. Of course, you absolutely must go. Many company presidents and executives admire your promotion of traditional Japanese culture and your recounting of the 442nd Infantry Regiment. The trade war between America and Japan is currently very intense, and they'd love to meet you. The American director who uncovered the story of the 442nd Regiment, a Japanese American who fought for America. Senator Inu from Hawaii specifically mentioned to them that it was your insistence that led to the inclusion of this story in the film. Ronald looked troubled. Going to Japan at this time, and socializing with business leaders, was definitely not something he enjoyed. Weintraub saw through Ronald's thoughts, but of course, he had already prepared a countermeasure. Ronald was highly regarded by the business tycoons of Japan, and finding a director in America who would film the shameful history of Japanese internment camps was no easy feat. They had to bring Ronald along this time to maximize their fundraising efforts. Don't you like Akira Kurosawa? When you get to Japan, the major film studios like Toei and Shochiku, along with many stars from the arts and entertainment industry, have all arranged for you to have a get-together. We've also arranged for you to visit one of Kurosawa's film sets. Is that so? Ronald was starting to consider going. Besides seeing the Japanese film market and experiencing one of the most dynamic economies of our time, he could also pay homage to Kurosawa, the Japanese film emperor. Several of New Hollywood's biggest directors, Coppola, Lucas, Spielberg, were his fans, making Kurosawa's films a kind of academic phenomenon. It seemed that nowadays, Hollywood professionals who hadn't met him weren't considered truly successful. They had to have his blessing. It's settled then. We'll charter a plane to Tokyo next month. Time flew by. Before his trip to Tokyo with Weintraub, Ronald went to New York again. He had promised Diane he would attend the premiere of The Cotton Club. Coppola wisely chose the Siegfried Theater in New York for the premiere. In Hollywood, this dull film would likely cause no stir. But in New York, where the story takes place, many celebrities with an artistic flair made a special trip to attend this event. Besides New York-based actress Susan Sarandon, singer-songwriter Carly Simon and British actor Michael Caine were also present, much to the delight of the entertainment reporters who snapped countless photos. Ronald, along with his co-star Nicolas Cage, was also photographed several times and asked for his opinion on Coppola's new film, The Cotton Club. Coppola's films had recently suffered box office failures, so what did Ronald think of this one? He could only say that he had great faith in Coppola's directorial work and was eagerly awaiting its release. Ronald also chatted briefly with Michael Caine, who had arrived earlier. Caine, who had just finished 2 more films, was a very easygoing person. Born into poverty, he still retained the accent of someone from the East End of London, and his extended family relied on his film work to provide them with housing and start families. He joked that his elderly mother's mortgage was finally settled. You know what? My mother's really strange. I built her a new house over the old one, and she lives close to her old neighbors, but every Tuesday, she still takes the bus alone to buy candy, chocolate, and stuff like that. Maybe she just wants to get out and about. My aunt also lives in the new house I built for her, and she often goes out to buy things, like baking butter cookies. Our leading lady is here. Michael K. nudged Ronald. Ronald looked up and saw Diane Lane. She was wearing an old-fashioned white look-at dress, a white fur coat draped over her shoulders, and 1920s-style makeup, walking gracefully towards him. Diane, Diane! The entertainment reporter snapped a few photos, said a few words, and then left Diane behind, instead surrounding the arriving actress, Lisa Minnelli, daughter of famous actress Judy Garland and a singer. Diane was a little dejected. Entertainment reporters were very opportunistic. Perhaps they also foresaw the poor box office prospects of Diane's 3 big-budget films. Diane, Ronald called out as he approached. Ronald, Diane saw him but shrank back, seemingly trying to avoid him. Diane, you and Ronald haven't seen each other in a while, have you? Let's chat. Nicolas Cage came up, took Diane Lane's hand, and pulled her and Ronald together. What's wrong? Why are you avoiding me? Ronald grabbed Diane's hand and pulled her into the theater to ask. I'm afraid you'll comment on my makeup and outfit again, Diane said, trying to sound calm, smoothing her hair. Something's wrong with you. I only came today because I promised to support your new film. Ronald firmly grasped Diane's hand, which she tried to pull away, and whispered in her ear, Are you in some kind of trouble? Trouble? Me? No trouble. Diane, unable to pull her hand away, simply denied it. Okay, let's talk, Ronald said, leading Diane to a seat. Meanwhile, the reporters at the door swarmed to interview the newly arrived male lead, Richard Gere. Rumor has it you and the lead actress, Diane Lane, didn't get along on set. Richard, is that true? That's all nonsense, Richard Gere said with a smile, denying the rumors. The lights dimmed quickly, and Ronald, holding Diane's hand, watched the entire film. How to put it? It seems the rumors were true. Coppola probably didn't have a script on set, waiting for the actors to improvise. Many scenes showed some chemistry between the actors, but overall, there was no connection to the story. I really don't know how he edited the whole film, Diane said softly, her hand no longer struggling after being held for over 2 hours, her head resting against Ronald's. Indeed, Ronald shook his head. Editing this kind of unscripted improvisation from many shots into a story was incredibly difficult. This film wasn't like John Hughes' The Breakfast Club, which, although also improvisational and shot in multiple takes, still had a coherent plot framework. The Cotton Club, however, was far worse. The love story between the singer played by Diane and the trumpeter played by Richard Gere, and the revenge plot against a mob boss who was supporting Diane, was incredibly childish, unlike anything Coppola would write. Maybe he just wants to profit from this to pay off his loans, Ronald thought, glancing at Coppola, who sat there with a full beard, his expression unreadable. Oh, Diane, you really look like a 1920s singer. Lisa Minnelli approached Diane. We're going to party at Club 54 soon, lots of Hollywood bigwigs will be there, you should come too, maybe someone will be willing to invest in your next movie. Lisa Minnelli invited Diane to the party in her hoarse, alcohol-fueled voice. Ronald sat beside her, ignored by her. He looked up at Minnelli, dressed in a gaudy fur coat, heavy makeup, short hair, her expression a mix of kindness and seduction. Ronald's heart skipped a beat. That expression reminded him of Shirley MacLaine, who had invited him to her birthday party after the Oscars. Was she also working for some powerful figure in Hollywood? Diane already has plans with me. Ronald stood up, smiling as he declined the invitation on Diane's behalf. Oh, ha, it's you, Ronald. Diane, don't forget to come to my parties sometime. Minnelli left Diane and went to invite another actress, Melanie Griffiths. Diane readily accepted the invitation and left with Minnelli. Why won't you let me go? Diane pouted. It's rare for someone to invite me to talk about filming these days. She pulled the fur coat into her hand. What's wrong? Why are you wearing a movie costume? Ronald took the fur coat and draped it over his arm. He had already noticed that Diane's dress and fur coat were costumes from the Cotton Club. I'm broke. Diane had no choice but to tell the truth. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Ronald, like a younger sister who had made a mistake, facing her most successful older brother. Sigh, Ronald sighed. He couldn't ignore it. He called out Bud to a car outside the theater. Little Bud pulled up beside him. Ronald pulled Diane into the car, then sat in the back seat himself. He knocked on the driver's seat, signaling Little Bud to drive back to the hotel. So, what happened? Didn't you say you'd accumulated millions in earnings since you debuted as a child star? Ronald had Diane take a shower and change into comfortable pajamas. Then he pushed the food cart he'd ordered in front of her and cut up some beef and bread for her. I bought a lot of pretty clothes, jewelry, and high heels. I also heard from my mother that she invested a lot of money in the health food industry, but it won't pay off so quickly. In the end, Diane hooked one leg on the chair and happily ate her dinner, answering as she ate. Slow down, Ronald handed her a glass of soda. I used the last of my money to buy a house in my mom's Georgia. Then, both movies flopped at the box office, and nobody's giving me any new scripts. I thought I'd be able to catch up with a new movie salary soon, but the second-hand stores are offering clothes and heels at a mere 10% of their original price, and I can't afford it. Hey, Diane looked at Ronald sheepishly. Hey, Ronald wiped the sauce from Diane's lips with his hand. You're coming with me tomorrow to try on some new clothes. I'll see what role you can play in the new movie. Really? You're willing to give me a role? Diane's eyes lit up. We'll see. I don't know if you'll look good in a military uniform or a regular uniform. Anyway, you're staying with me for a while, and don't go to Minnie's parties. I know, she has ulterior motives. I've been in Hollywood for so long, I know that. I'll protect myself. Diane took a sip of soda. What, you still want to go? Ronald turned around, glaring at her. Don't be angry, Brother Ronnie, with you helping me, why would I go? Chapter 582 The Rock Saintess. How about this outfit? Diane wore a business suit, a striped blazer paired with a white lace-trimmed shirt and a pencil skirt personally selected by Ronald. Diane's long legs met at the knees, adjusting to the figure-flattering cut. Darling, you look beautiful in this. Ronald stroked his chin, gesturing to the store manager beside him. Do you have anything that would make her look more mature? Bring it all out, really. Diane lowered her chin slightly, straightening her posture, trying to mimic the pose of a businesswoman. Of course, sir. How would you like to pay, by check or? Ronald took out a Wells Fargo credit card from his wallet and handed it over. Right away, sir. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Fifth Avenue had many such high-end clothing stores, carrying various luxury brands and independent designer women's wear. The female store manager had sharp eyes. She immediately recognized Ronald's platinum credit card and swayed as she went to find matching outfits for Diane. Ronald glanced at the female manager's waist. Her demeanor seemed more like that of the mature expert lecturer needed in Top Gun. What's wrong? Diane noticed the way Ronald looked at the manager and felt a little deflated. She didn't seem to be very attractive to Ronald. Sorry, darling, Ronald said, picking up his camera and taking a picture of Diane. After changing several outfits, Ronald had a better understanding. Diane was still a month shy of 20, and her appearance didn't quite fit the mature, glamorous, and sexy leading lady. That confident and composed air was also something Diane, who had recently suffered several setbacks, couldn't quite portray. Ronald still held on to a sliver of hope. Diane's acting skills were excellent. With the right clothes and his careful guidance, perhaps he could transform her into an aerodynamics expert under 30? It seemed what she lacked most was the confident and composed air of a highly educated woman. Finally, Ronald had the female manager pack up the 2 office lady outfits, along with 2 dresses and several pairs of shoes, and took Diane back to the hotel. When you walk, you need a restrained confidence. The American military is a male-dominated world. You may have more knowledge than your superiors, but you still have to play by the rules. So your gaze can be confident, but your gait should have a touch of allure. A woman's weapons aren't just the same domineering power as a man's. Ronald sat on the sofa, taking pictures of Diane while instructing her on her acting. Okay, let me get into character. Diane closed her eyes, pondered for a moment, then stood up and began walking towards Ronald again. Her legs mimicked the stride of a runway model, swaying from side to side in her pencil skirt. Click, click, Ronald pressed the shutter. Very good, you're doing well. Be a little more composed. This character is an aerodynamics PhD. In her eyes, those pilots are just greenhorns. You don't want to date them, so don't flirt with them. It's a natural charm. Oh dear, Diane was too focused on imitating the clothing store manager. She misstepped, Her high heels wobbled to the side, and she fell to the ground. "Are you alright?" Ronald rushed over and helped Diane up. "I can't act." Diane sat on the ground, took off her high heels and threw them aside, her voice trembling with tears. The reviews for the Cotton Club were out. Albert from Chicago gave the film a perfect 4 stars overall, praising Coppola and Richard Gere, but implicitly criticizing Diane Lane's portrayal of the singer. He thought the casting of the singer was a mistake. The young Diane couldn't carry such a complex character. The New York film critics were even harsher on Diane, some even saying she deserved a Razzie Award nomination for Worst Actress. Diane was deeply hurt, and this even made her hesitant about playing the lead role in Top Gun, a role significantly older than herself. "Don't say that. In Going to the Street, you played that 27 or 28-year-old rock star, and even though you weren't particularly outstanding, I was completely captivated by your performance. I felt you were that rock star. That's because you filmed The Amazing Stains with Laura Dern, so I have experience, and there's also the Armani clothing to back it up." Diane hugged Ronald's neck tightly, silently crying on his shoulder. "It's okay, Diane, I'm here. As long as you still want to be an actress, roles will come your way." Ronald gently patted Diane's back to comfort her. "I'll take a few more audition photos for you, then we'll go back to Los Angeles together. Whether you get the role depends on the producer's opinion." Ronald helped Diane up, carried her to the sofa, and poured her a glass of water. "I'll do whatever you say, Ronnie." Diane hugged Ronald's arm, pulled him to sit down, and leaned against him, feeling completely safe. "Hey, do you want to consider letting Diane try out for a supporting role? The one where the radar officer's wife is." Bruckheimer looked at the audition photos but still shook his head and said no. That role wouldn't mean much to Diane. Besides, she might not be suitable for playing a southern farm girl. Ronald looked at the audition photos of the other actresses side by side on the table. Sure enough, without his preferred filter, Diane's naivety was fully revealed. The other 2 actresses on the table were familiar to him. On the left was Demi Moore, wearing a naval uniform. She was clearly more convincing as a female officer than Diane. Her fearless wildness had a unique charm. On the right was Ali City, who also played an office lady in Street Elmo's Fire. She had a different style altogether, a pure, suburban white beauty from the city, with an intellectual beauty that came from a well-educated background. "When will they finish filming Joel Schumacher's movie?" Ronald asked, the 2 actresses still filming Street Elmo's Fire. "Soon, around the time you get back from Japan, we can officially send out audition invitations," Bruckheimer replied. "Then let's leave it at that for now. We'll have Tom act with both of them and see who has the best chemistry." Tom also wants to recommend his girlfriend, Rebecca Demoni, to play her love interest again. Don Simpson asked Ronald. "Do you think she'd be a good fit, Rebecca?" Ronald thought it seemed like a possibility. "Then let's audition together when you get back. She's filming Runaway Train again. Ronnie, my agent called me. Someone invited me to shoot promotional photos for a rock band." Diane rushed up to Ronald's new apartment in Los Angeles and jumped into his arms. "Hey, looks like I'm not without offers after all. Why would a rock band contact you?" "Which one?" Ronald was also surprised, but he was happy for Diane. He had brought back bad news that would have upset her for a while. Bon Jovi. Diane happily showed Ronald the band introduction in the invitation. "They're a new band, and their first single from their new album reached the top 40 on the charts. And guess what? The lead singer said he really admires my character Colleen Burns in The Amazing Stains, and that I'm his idol, so they want me to shoot posters with them for their new tour." Seeing Diane's cheerful reaction, Ronald felt a little happier too. The next day, Ronald first took Diane to the filming location for the promotional posters, the rehearsal space for Bon Jovi at Kojima Records. "I'll go talk to Weintraub about the trip to Japan first, then I'll pick you up this afternoon, okay, darling?" Diane kissed him and went inside with her manager, who was waiting at the door. "Everything's arranged. We'll take a chartered plane to Tokyo the day after tomorrow, then have a social event with the local entertainment industry. Afterwards, Toho will arrange for you to visit director Akira Kurosawa's filming location and interact with him. The TV station will also do a special program report on it." Ronald's itinerary mainly involved dealing with the entertainment industry, while Weintraub was meeting with many potential investors. Besides wanting to secure investment for Dragon Boys 2, he also wanted to connect with Japanese money to prepare for his future big plans. Then it's settled. "You bring Bud, and I'll bring the lawyers and accounting team. We'll make our way in Tokyo together. Weintraub was full of confidence. After finishing their discussion, Ronald had Bud drive, and the two went to pick up Diane. Diane, you really are the saint of all the new bands in the rock scene, you know? We decided to go down the band path after watching You're the Amazing Stains. Richie Samburo, lead guitarist of Bon Jovi, looked at Diane with a sincere expression. This guy says that to everyone. The band's lead singer, Joan Bon Jovi, chimed in. Actually, I really like your movies too. I heard that a lot of the newcomers in the company see you as the saint of rock, and their locker rooms are covered with your posters. Joan Bon Jovi naturally moved closer to Diane, striking what he thought was a dashing pose. Seriously, Diane, aren't you going on tour with us? You could dress up like someone from Street Fighters and be our guest performer on tour. It'd be a huge hit. All the media would be reporting on you, and it'd be easy for you to go back to making movies. Really? How long is your tour? Diane was clearly interested. It'll probably take about 6 months. We'll start a national tour soon, and then we'll tour all over the world. 6 months. Diane fell silent. Touring with a band like this for 6 months seemed a bit much. Besides, rock band tours usually involve a lot of extramarital affairs. Was he planning to do that? No, she doesn't have time. Ronald walked in just in time to see the scene. The two rock singers had messy hair and black eyeliner, exuding an androgynous aura. Ronald pulled Diane's hand. Diane will have a more important role, so you're fine with just taking pictures with her. Why are you being so rude? Diane was dragged into the car. I didn't agree to go. I was worried you wouldn't understand the character of those rock musicians. Ronald knew about the decadent lifestyle of these rock musicians when he was filming Rock High. And he was afraid Diane would be influenced by them. HMPH, I just want some exposure. I'm not in Top Gun, so this is the only way I can maintain my exposure in Hollywood. Diane pouted, a little unhappy. Ronald picked up the copy of The Hollywood Reporter that Bud had bought. The opening weekend box office figures for The Cotton Club were out, less than 3 million, ranking only 5th, just slightly higher than Helen Keller's Supergirl, which had just been released the previous week, and even lower than David Lynch's Dune. Even his own Dragon Boys had nearly half that, with just over $1 million in box office revenue, hovering around the top 10 side. Diane, whose box office had suffered 3 consecutive losses, was indeed being dragged down. Here's what we'll do. You like appearing with rock bands. When I get back from Japan, I'll be filming a music video for Madonna. I'll introduce you to someone. She said Bruce Springsteen will also be filming a music video for his new song during his tour. I'll try to get you a cameo role. Ronald remembered Madonna's filming schedule and wanted to give Diane a chance to maintain her popularity. Give it to me. Diane held out her hand. What? After what you did to Bon Jovi, they've definitely cancelled all the promotional plans with me. I'm broke. I was counting on this money from the promotion to get through this period. Okay. Ronald pulled out his checkbook from his pocket, but halfway through, he suddenly felt something was off. Anything going on next? Nothing. I could have been a rock icon, but you ruined that. Diane made a face at him. Why don't you come to Tokyo with me? Weintraub is there discussing new production projects. Maybe you'll get a chance. I heard people there idolize American movie stars. Ronald put the checkbook back. Tokyo? Really? Will anyone ask me to make a movie there? Diane forgot about the money and grabbed Ronald's arm to ask. It's hard to say, but it would definitely help you expand your fame overseas. Ronald put his arm around Diane's shoulder and picked up the car phone. Hello, Jerry? This is Ronald. My flight is the day after tomorrow. Can I take another lady with me? You know Diane Lane. Chapter 583. You're more famous than me in Japan? Why do I get the feeling they're not very interested in a sequel to Dragon Boys? After seeing off another Japanese distributor, Ronald closed the door and discussed the matter with Weintraub. This was their 3rd day in Tokyo, and Ronald and Weintraub had met with several Japanese film distributors, including major companies like Shochiku. They spoke highly of Dragon Boys, praising Japanese culture, but their conversations hinted at a lack of interest in a sequel. The Japanese always seemed obsequious to American producers and directors, but their true intentions were difficult to discern. Ronald and Weintraub were currently in a somewhat perplexing situation. We'll split up tonight. I'll meet with some key figures in Tokyo's business and investment circles to see what they really think of Dragon Boys 2. You'll meet with some celebrities to get a glimpse into the Japanese film industry's opinions on Dragon Boys. Brother Ronnie, there are so many people here, and the department stores are so vast. Diane and her accompanying translator had spent the entire day shopping. Using Ronald's credit card, they bought a huge amount of stuff. Little Bud followed behind, carrying a large stack of shopping bags and putting the items down. "Look, even Aunt Karen's leg warmers are here." Diane pulled out a bag and took out a pair of long, white woolen leg warmers with natural wrinkles. Ronald took it and examined it closely. "This is a bootleg, huh? A bootleg?" Diane was indignant and threw the leg warmers back. "Why are the Japanese doing piracy too? They pirate a lot. When I was in the Marines, I heard that the Japanese impose many restrictions on the domestic market, and many American patented products have difficulty protecting their rights after being pirated," said Bud. "This is already Jane Fonda's problem." Ronald glanced at the embarrassed translator, indicating that it was all right. Fortunately, the leg warmer business had been transferred, so there was no need to worry about this anymore. "What else did you buy?" Ronald asked Diane. Diane pulled out a bunch of pretty shoes, clothes, and toys. "They're all cheap, very affordable in US dollars." Ronald looked at the 3 Chinese characters on the shopping bag. "Yao Han, hi." Yao Han. The translator quickly indicated the name of the department store, then turned on the TV and tuned it to NHK. "This drama, Ashen, is based on the life story of the founder of Yao Han." Ronald glanced at the drama. The female lead had very Japanese features and a lovely smile. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand the content. Ronald told Diane to get ready and change her clothes so they could attend a gathering of film industry artists with a translator. "Ronald-san, we all deeply respect your Dragon Boys for mentioning the tragic history of Japanese Americans." Several young directors and actors at the symposium praised Ronald's courage. "What aspects of this movie did you like? Was it the crane-kicking karate, or the father-son relationship between Daniel and Master Miyagi?" "Karate, ha ha ha." Everyone laughed upon hearing Ronald's comment about karate. "What are they laughing at?" Ronald asked the translator. The translator smiled but refused to answer. After Ronald's repeated requests, she finally told the truth. "Haha, actually, we all think the karate moves in Dragon Boys are fake. We Japanese don't practice karate like that. Karate is a martial art, it's for fighting. Not this soft and weak." Oh, Ronald understood a little. So the crane-kicking Dragon Boys, and the depiction of some karate techniques, incorporated American understanding, which is completely different from how karate is portrayed in Japanese films and television dramas. Perhaps in Japan, it's more like Kurosawa's Sanshiro Sugata, where karate and judo are depicted as mysterious killing techniques. No wonder they found Daniel's crane-kicking Dragon Boys hilarious. "It seems the financing from Weintraub might also run into difficulties." Ronald frowned. "Excuse me, Ronald-san. May I ask your companion's name?" A young director, seeing Ronald chatting with the translator and growing increasingly curious about Diane, finally couldn't help but ask. "Ah, this is Diane Lane. She's also a film actress." "Diane Lane? It really is Diane, the Ellen Ann from Fire Street. Huh, you know me." Diane was feeling a bit bored, and seeing that the other person recognized her, she quickly nodded. "It's Diane-san. You're the dream girl of all the teenagers in Japan. Do you have any plans to film a movie in Japan?" After confirming, the young directors and actors immediately surrounded Diane, communicating with her through the translator. "Ha ha ha, Director Walter Hill didn't come this time. If he knew his movie was so popular in Japan, he would be very happy," Diane said to the translator, waiting for the translation to be relayed to everyone. "Of course. If he came to Japan, it would be a sensation among all high school students. If a Japanese student hasn't seen Burning Street, they're practically guaranteed to never find a girlfriend. And Hill's early film Warriors is a must-see. In Burning Street, the villain Willem Dafoe, shirtless in a leather vest, is practically our young man's fashion Bible right now." "Yes, yes," another actress chimed in, showing Diane her fashion magazine. This blueprint magazine often featured mature women on the cover, clearly mimicking the cut and color scheme of Diane's Armani performance outfit. "Ah, ha ha ha, I never expected my movie to be so popular in Japan." Diane was overjoyed, communicating with them through the translator about the filming process, explaining the director's arrangements and lighting. For a moment, all the young Japanese artists were focused on Diane, listening intently. Ronald, standing nearby, scoffed. "Diane-san, I didn't expect you to be more famous than me in Japan." After Diane and the others had finally finished their conversation, the sleepy Ronald was shaken awake and prepared to retreat back to the hotel with Diane. Just as they were about to get up, two young men slipped in from outside. Which one of you is Ronald San? Ronald San. Ronald was delighted to see them, so he had fans too. You must be Ronald San? Please take us as your apprentices. The two young men, having found their master, immediately knelt down and respectfully kowtowed to Ronald. We are Shingo Kazumi. We are Toshihiko Tahara. We hope Ronald San will accept us as his disciples and teach us breakdancing techniques. Actually, I'm not very good at it. That's for actors. If you want to learn, you can learn from Buxierity. Shingo, Toshihiko, what are you doing? Someone at the table recognized the two artists from Johnny's Entertainment and wondered what they were up to. Breakdancing, breakdowns, it's directed by Ronald. Didn't you know? Breakdowns. So it's directed by Ronald. Truly amazing dance. The crowd that had been bombarding Diane with questions were now bowing down to Ronald. So you guys like breakdancing? Yes, breakdowns is truly amazing. We don't have such original dances in Japan. It would be wonderful if we could learn the authentic dance. Two Johnny's artists took the lead, praising Ronald's breakdancing as groundbreaking. Now it was Diane's turn to yawn. If you really want to learn, I can call two breakdancing performers. They choreographed for MJ. After the conversation, Ronald said to Shingo Kazumi and Toshihiko Tahara. Going to America to learn, the two exchanged a glance. I'm afraid so, Ronald shrugged. That's where you'll find the latest developments in breakdancing. Actually, if you just want to learn some dance moves, you don't need to go there specifically. Toshihiko Tahara was doing well as a singer at Johnny's, considered a rival to Masahiko Kondo. Hearing that he had to go to America to learn the authentic style, he hesitated. Shingo Kazumi, on the other hand, was just an ordinary member of a Johnny's idol group, but he was determined to debut as a breakdancer. Yes, Ronald San, I've made up my mind. Alright, come with me. I'll find you the phone number of Minahan, the owner of a breakdancing production company. You can call him directly and say I introduced you. After hearing the translator's explanation, Shingo Kazumi bowed again to Ronald. Ronald gestured for him to rise, and the group returned to the hotel to meet Weintraub. Ronald, you've come at the right time. These are financiers and film industry figures hoping to invest in Dragon Boys 2. Weintraub was discussing the sequel's plot with several potential investors. Hello, we're considering adding scenes of Miyagi-sensei in Okinawa for our sequel. Seeing the director arrive, the potential investors all stood up to continue their discussion. Upon hearing about the Okinawa U.S. military base, the farmland Miyagi-sensei cultivated as a child being occupied by the U.S. military, the investors exchanged glances, all expressing satisfaction. They decided to invest in the sequel to Dragon Boys, raising funds by purchasing shares from the Duffy Film Fund and specifying investment in Dragon Boys 2, but the plot had to follow the previous plan. Seems like it's going smoothly, Ronald quietly asked Weintraub. These fools, as long as we add some Okinawa-based scenes, they obediently pull out checks, Weintraub whispered in Ronald's ear. It turns out that Japan is subject to the control of the U.S. military in film and novels, and much of the content has to be censored by the high-ranking officials of the U.S. military stationed in Japan. In recent years, the censorship has gradually relaxed, but they dare not film content that speaks ill of U.S. military bases. If an American producer can show the arrogance of the U.S. military bases in Japan and make the audience realize this unreasonable thing, it is a project worth investing in. Who is this? Several producers saw Diane peeking out from behind. This is Diane Lane, the female lead of your very popular movie Fire in the Street in Japan. Sodersner. Several business people nodded to each other. Would it be possible to invite Ms. Diane to shoot a few commercials for our products? We won't take up too much of your time. Ms. Diane has a very strong appeal in Japan and is an idol of millions of girls in Tokyo. Diane Lane was surprised for a moment, then immediately smiled and said to the translator, no problem, just tell Ronald what products you have. Chapter 584 The Emperor of Movies. Yay! Diane jumped onto the bed with joy upon hearing the prices Ronald had negotiated for the two advertisements, her legs kicking excitedly in the air. Ronald hadn't expected the Japanese businesses, no, actually an Israeli diamond jewelry company called Camellia, meaning camellia, and a Polish cosmetics company founded in the US called Max Factor, would offer Diane such exorbitant endorsement fees. Although the Japanese had experienced an economic miracle, they still held a certain reverence for American pop culture. When it came to high-end consumer goods, they preferred imported brands. Diane Lane's starring role in Ghetto Justice sparked a trend in Japan. Even in Japan's most popular manga industry, there were many of her fans. Some added Western characters to their manga based on Diane, while others created entirely new manga based on her within the Ghetto Justice universe. Diane's biggest fan, however, was still the manga veteran, Osamu Tezuka. He had always admired Diane's performances, even saying in a newspaper interview that her singing was like a fusion of the most popular rock music videos of the day, and that each segment was beautifully filmed. Because of Diane's special status among Japanese teenagers, the two companies offered her a high price. 50 million yen per advertisement. A two-day shoot would earn Diane the equivalent of $400,000. This price was almost 5 times her endorsement fees in Japan, making her incredibly happy. Bert didn't want me to take on ads, but who cares? It'll be shown here in Japan, not in America. Diane jumped onto Ronald's back, hugging him to express her joy. I shouldn't be saying this, but since you've made money this time, be careful. You can deposit it in the bank or buy some blue chip stocks, don't spend it all at once. Diane reached into her bag and took out Ronald's platinum credit card to return it to him. Keep using it. There are many places in Japan where you need money. Pay me back when you get your payment. Camellia means camellia. Diane's light blonde hair, dyed for the Cotton Club shoot, perfectly matched the Japanese imagination of an American beauty. She wore a gold evening gown and held a bouquet of camellias. The camera zoomed out, revealing the dazzling diamond necklace around Diane's neck. In the dark street behind, a group of men in leather jackets and black sunglasses rode back and forth on motorcycles. Camellia, diamond, Diane said her line to the camera in English as instructed. Cut, the supervisor called for a stop, and an assistant brought over a folding chair, bowing to Diane to indicate that she could rest. Bud pulled out a folding chair for Diane to sit down. Should we shoot another take? For insurance, supervisor, the assistant came over to consult the advertising supervisor. Well, I think Miss Diane's performance was excellent. She captured the essence of a girl agreeing to marry her suitor after receiving Camilla's diamond ring very well. The director, a middle-aged man, looked at little Bud behind Diane, who stood ramrod straight protecting her. His posture clearly indicated he was from the military. He wondered what kind of background Ronald, Diane's boyfriend, had that allowed him to command such a powerful figure in the eyes of the Japanese, a retired U.S. Army soldier. He decided it was best to show her some respect. This small scene was a piece of cake for Diane. The entire advertisement style, atmosphere, and lighting were a blatant rip-off of Ghetto Justice. She sat in her chair, imagining Ronald's visit to Japan's Emperor of Cinema, Akira Kurosawa, and wondered what they would discuss. Meanwhile, Ronald was standing outside the filming location. He and executives from Toho had come to a hillside near Tokyo's Seton Airport to watch director Kurosawa direct his new film, Ran. Ran was a script adapted from Shakespeare's King Lear and the story of Mori Mitanori, who left behind the three-arrow prophecy in Japanese tradition. On the hillside, Tetsuya Nakade, playing Hatatori Ichimonji, dressed in magnificent ancient Japanese costume and wearing a hat, was preparing for a banquet. The actors playing his sons, on horseback with bows and arrows slung over their shoulders, stood motionless. Receiving Ronald and his party was Teruo Nagami, Akira Kurosawa's script supervisor. She had told Ronald and the others beforehand that director Kurosawa hated being disturbed on set. Therefore, Ronald could only stand far from the filming location, waiting for Kurosawa's work. Looks like there's no hope for a while, the lighting technician, wearing a magnifying glass over his eyes, looked at the sky for a long time before finally uttering a helpless remark. Then, take a break, the tall Kurosawa, wearing sunglasses, shook his head and announced, Teruo, didn't you say you had guests from America coming? Ask him to come over. Ms. Nagami quickly extended her hand, gesturing for Ronald to follow. The crew had been waiting for 3 whole days for this picnic scene, but hadn't seen any suitable clouds. Looks like it won't work today either. Teruo Nagami looked up at the sky, not a cloud in sight. Is Master Kurosawa really that strict? Ronald asked through the translator. Stopping the crew for several days just to wait for suitable natural light. In Hollywood, perhaps only Francis Ford Coppola before his failures would have this kind of stunt. It's getting rarer. These days, most crews just make do. Only director Kurosawa's crew still maintains this tradition of waiting for the clouds. Hello, Director Kurosawa. Ronald stepped forward and gave Kurosawa a proper bow. This was a director admired by several of Hollywood's greatest directors, known as the Director of Directors, and also called the Emperor of Cinema. Ronald? You've arrived. Please sit down, please sit down. Kurosawa was very tall, over 6 feet. His stature stood out among the Japanese. He warmly invited Ronald to sit down, speaking like a friendly old neighbor. I've seen the Dragon Boy videotape that Toho gave me. After watching the first 15 minutes, I knew America had produced another talented young director. Ronald hadn't expected Kurosawa to praise him so readily. You flatter me, the Toho translator busily relayed the message between the two. I understand perfectly. A great director designs every shot, an expert can tell at a glance. Kurosawa waved his hand. For example, this scene, as he spoke, Kurosawa pointed to the camera's framing, as if testing Ronald. This is a medium shot, isn't it? To establish the character's background and to quickly immerse the audience in the story, Ronald glanced at it. It was a very conventional shot setup. You're absolutely right, Kurosawa nodded in satisfaction. A director who could envision the effect on screen was undoubtedly a master. Look, it's getting harder and harder to shoot period dramas these days. Kurosawa stood up and pulled Ronald to the front of the camera. If I shift my camera slightly to the left, I'll capture the Narita airport terminal. If I shift it slightly to the right, I'll see Sony's billboard. Neither of these places belongs to the Warring States period. These days, period dramas can only be filmed sporadically. Toho hasn't given me their full support, otherwise I would have built a soundstage. Kurosawa Akira, holding Ronald's hand, said to the translator beside him, I want to make more films, but I can't find investors in Japan. Luckily, Lucas and Spielberg connected me with 20th Century Fox, so I'm not without films to make. No, your scripts will always find an audience. I recently had Cannonball Studios buy your Runaway Train script. It's a pity you can't go to America to direct it yourself. Ronald mentioned Runaway Train. To be honest, even without directing, Kurosawa Akira's screenwriting skills were extremely high. I know, Taro told me. Kurosawa Akira nodded after hearing the translator's account. I almost went to America to film this movie. If I had been able to, my career might have been very different. That was also because of the great snowstorm back then. Ronald recounted the reason he'd heard from Kurosawa's eldest son. It wasn't a snowstorm. Kurosawa shook his head with a wry smile. I was just dismissed from my position as Japanese director on the Tora, set by a Hollywood studio. The Runaway Train was shelved as well. I heard from my eldest son that you persuaded Canon Films to buy the rights. I hoped you could successfully film it in America. I wasn't directing it. I found Goncharovsky of the Soviet Union. The train scenes were too difficult. I wasn't confident. What's so difficult about them? I even wanted to use an airplane to film the train traversing the snowfield. A director's job is to bring the images in your mind to life. Even if the budget isn't enough, you have to find a way. If trains aren't feasible, you can always use cars. Akira Kurosawa was somewhat displeased with Ronald's reluctance and offered him a few words of advice. Never compromise. 10 years ago, a director from Japan made a film called The Big Bang Theory based on my own script, and I was extremely disappointed. It failed to capture the feeling of a train moving across a plain. If you want to make it, I'll grant you the license for free. Kurosawa looked at Ronald, like a magician enticing the young man to adapt his painstakingly written script. I'm not a particularly talented person. I've gotten to where I am today through my unwavering dedication to my dreams. You must work hard too, Ronald-san. Kurosawa patted Ronald on the shoulder one last time, encouraging the young man not to slack off. Holding a banner with a Chinese character effort handwritten by Kurosawa, Ronald bid farewell to the old director and returned to his hotel. Directors like Kurosawa, who grew up during the golden age of cinema, all possessed a strong sense of autocracy. On his set, lighting, cinematography, costumes, actors, every decision required his approval before proceeding. Unlike Hollywood today, where television dominates a huge audience, directors there have to work with many professionals and actors, and all decisions must be discussed with them. Even the little bit of decision-making power they have is earned through their past successes. I shot a diamond ring commercial today, and tomorrow I'll shoot Max Factor lipstick and mascara, Diane reported to him. You're very hard-working, to earn money, of course. The people here are very good to me, so I have to give it my all. They said the sample footage looked great, and they want to hire me again next year for a new version. That's great. Consider shooting commercials here a vacation. Soon, the group concluded their trip to Japan and boarded Weintraub's private jet to return to Los Angeles. I'll find a screenwriter to fill in the gaps in Top Gun, but I still hope you can direct it, Weintraub said, having secured a large investment, and began persuading Ronald to direct the sequel. I still have Top Gun to attend to, no rush, Ronald replied. I'll wait until next April at the Las Vegas Film Festival to pitch the sequel to theater buyers and try to secure a good release date. You can come with me then, okay, after the Oscars, right? Ronald thought he'd never been to a major film distribution event before and wanted to broaden his horizons. Chapter 585 A Big MV. Is this what Kurosawa wrote for you? Agent Nisida arrived at Ronald's apartment, watching as Ronald hung the scroll, handwritten by Kurosawa and framed by a craftsman in Los Angeles Chinatown, on the living room wall. Yes, it means work hard in Chinese. Ronald showed Nisida if it was aligned horizontally, then jumped off the stool. Diane received her advertising fee and, after a short stay in Los Angeles, went on a promotional tour with the Cotton Club crew, covering not only America but also Europe, especially the United States. Coppola hadn't given up on making this big-budget film break even. Encouraged by Coppola, Diane wanted to try again. If she could gain fame in Europe, she could continue her A-list acting career. There were actors who gained fame at European film festivals and then returned to Hollywood, like Jacqueline Beach in her early years. Now single again, Ronald had spent the last few days with retired Navy Captain Pettigrew, designing the F-14A Tomcat's flight maneuvers. Ronald had flown in an F-5 fighter jet for the Blue Angels aerobatic team. Based on his experience in the air, he designed a shot of a fighter jet taking off from an aircraft carrier, then filming the carrier from its tail. Filming from the tail of a fighter jet performing a 360-degree roll, the slowly moving carrier on the sea appeared to have also somersaulted. This was Ronald's intuitive feeling from the Blue Angel's cockpit. The blue sky and the sea appeared upside down in the pilot's eyes. He wanted the movie audience to experience what it felt like to be in the cockpit. However, Pettigrew told him that while the Blue Angel's F-5 could do it, the F-14 Tomcat couldn't. The F-14 Tomcat is a large fighter jet with twin engines and twin vertical tails. Because of its two vertical tails, the nose's pointing ability is much stronger than its rolling ability. After takeoff and separation from the carrier, if the control stick were pulled back for a roll, the nose would most likely point in the direction the control stick was pulled back, rather than the fuselage rolling rapidly. To achieve the maneuver he wanted, an ace pilot would be needed. Ronald benefited greatly from his interactions with the flight instructors. He and Pettigrew worked together to improve many of the aircraft's flight shots. Grumman's engineers, director, and flight instructors formed a three-person team, gradually bringing Ronald's vision to life on film. Alice City is also a CAA client this time, and we hope you can give her a slight edge during the audition. Nisida was there to finalize the package deal. Besides Ronald and Tom Cruise, he also wanted to add some supporting roles to the film. Of course, she was our first choice, both as producers, and myself. Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer later arrived at Ronald's apartment, bringing audition photos of several promising candidates for the role of pilot. This is Val Kilmer, this is Anthony Edwards, this is Emilio Estevez, this is Tim Robbins. Bruckheimer laid out the photos of the young male actors on the table. They're all bursting with hormones. Ronald noticed their square jaws. Emilio's a bit hunched over, not quite right for the pilot role. I'm not planning a large-scale audition. The three of us will find suitable candidates first, then invite them to auditions. Don Simpson sniffed. Don, you know my rules. Don't bring these things to my house. Ronald hated this habit and couldn't help but object. Okay, I know you're self-disciplined. I won't be around you anymore, Don Simpson said, walking out of the apartment. Bruckheimer shrugged. His partner's behavior also made him uncomfortable, but America was a free country, and even as a good partner, he couldn't interfere in Simpson's affairs. Alice City is coming to the studio for her audition tomorrow. Let's have her try on the uniform first. I have a feeling she's the one we're looking for. Bruckheimer talked about tomorrow's female lead audition. Street. Elmore Fire, directed by Joel Schumacher and written by Cameron Crowe, had already finished filming and was ready to go, with the lead actors all available. Ronald and the two producers initially chose Alice City, but Ronald also felt Demi Moore would be suitable for the role of Charlie, the flight instructor. Filming for Street. Elmo's Fire wrapped, and both leading ladies, Alice City and Demi Moore, were ready to audition. Great, we need a working woman feel. In the producer's studio, Ali City donned a uniform, applied bright red lipstick, and sported sexy hair, black stockings, high heels, and a pencil skirt, swaying gracefully in front of the camera. Her shoulder-length hair and classic Caucasian beauty with soft features gave Ali City a sophisticated yet sexy look. In Street Elmo's Fire, she played a working woman, and now, slightly adjusting to a more mature image, Ali City portrayed it very naturally. When can I get the full script for the movie? Ali City asked Ronald, a familiar face, after her audition. The full script is still being revised and needs to be submitted to the Navy and Paramount for review. Ronald gave her a brief summary of the story, then handed her a shortened version focusing only on the parts related to Charlie, played by Ali City. Doesn't that look like a big music video? Ali City quickly flipped through the script and asked Ronald, puzzled. You could say that. It's a western with fighter jets, good guys, bad guys, heroes, and beauties. Oh, Ali City took the script and left. 2 days later, Ali City formally declined the offer from the Top Gun production team, stating that she was unwilling to play Charlie in the film due to a scheduling conflict. Her agent is with CAA. Could you arrange a meeting with her for me? I'd like to talk to her in person. Ronald was a little surprised by the rejection. Although Ali City had starred in 2 consecutive teen movies, The Breakfast Club and Street Elmo's Fire hadn't been released yet. Logically, she didn't have enough leverage to refuse the lead role in a Paramount $15 million production. Don't do that, Ronald. Let's audition other actresses. I've heard some rumors that Ali City is prejudiced against you. That bitch probably won't be joining the cast. Nisita, having only been away for a day, had already demoted Ali from a rising star to complete bitch. What prejudice? Ronald asked, bewildered. Ali went to Emilio Estevez for advice. Emilio comes from an acting family and is very respected among those young actors. I heard it from Ali's agent. Nisita quietly revealed the story to Ronald. Emilio Estevez was resentful of Ronald, who was also young, believing Ronald was just lucky and knew nothing about acting, only capable of making shallow, exploitative films. His views influenced Ali City, making her, who aspired to a career in acting, question the casting in Top Gun. A film that required little acting skill and simply involved appearing as a pretty face. More importantly, Emilio Estevez told Ali a fact: Hollywood hadn't made a fighter jet action movie in 40 years, and it was highly likely this film would be a box office flop. Adding to this, Emilio was also jealous of Tom Cruise's meteoric rise to fame and had said many bad things about him, such as that he couldn't read scripts and might be illiterate. Ali City knew that Emilio and Tom Cruise had acted together in The Outcasts, so she didn't doubt his words. She told her agent, nobody's going to watch a big music video with Tom Cruise flying a plane in the sky. I don't want to act in a 120-minute music video with him. If she really wasn't interested, she could have just refused the audition. Why did she even come to the audition, and then say things like that? Even if she had opinions, couldn't she have talked to me about them first? Ronald was furious. This Emilio always liked to gossip about him behind his back. All he did was beat him at ping pong on set and stop him from playing a prank on Diane, right? Was it really necessary? He feels you've taken everything that originally belonged to him: early success, writing your own scripts, directing your own movies, and dating Diane Lane, that teen idol, Nisita observed more accurately. This eldest son of Martin Sheen has very high expectations of himself, SHHH. How could anyone think that? Ronald felt uncomfortable. Then let's try Demi Moore. How, isn't she Emilio's? Nisita hesitated. What about her? She looks great in a uniform. I mean, her figure suits a uniform. I mean, her husky voice is perfect. Demi Moore had come to the studio for her audition without her boyfriend Emilio Estevez's knowledge. Very good. Please face the camera, turn to the side, and turn your back to the camera. Ronald directed Demi to perform 3 poses. This working woman uniform suits you perfectly, Demi, Ronald said, peeking out from behind the camera. Thank you. Is that all right? Is there anything else I can do for you? Demi Moore licked her lips, her husky voice incredibly sexy. Ronald exchanged opinions with the 2 producers. Charlie's identity in our script isn't finalized yet. If it's convenient for you, it would be even better if you could try on this naval uniform. No problem, Demi replied. A moment later, she emerged from the dressing room in a dark blue naval uniform and a white naval cap, which accentuated her excellent figure. She posed for the camera again. With her back to the camera, Demi intentionally or unintentionally arched her hips. Beneath her navel dress was a pair of black stockings with wide heels, the black thread running from her heel down her back and into the skirt, seemingly sending a seductive signal to the audience. "Is this okay?" a husky voice came from Demi. Ronald and the two producers switched legs and crossed one leg over their knees. Clearly, Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer were also satisfied with her. "Very good, Demi. We have results and will inform your agent. We'll have you audition with a male lead to see how the chemistry is." Ronald, having received approval from the two producers, turned to Demi and said, "Thump." Demi seemed overly excited and collapsed to the ground. Demi, Ronald patted her face. "Whoa." Ronald was startled, she was foaming at the mouth. He remembered Demi fainting like this in his apartment before, a hereditary kidney problem causing an allergic reaction. "Call 911, Ronald said to Bruckheimer. Beep beep beep, the ambulance carried Demi Moore to the hospital, and Ronald followed. "I think she seems to be," Don Simpson said to his partner Bruckheimer. "That won't do. If an actor does this on set, we'll have a huge problem." Bruckheimer knew very well that being a producer was one thing, but if a lead actor had this happen, the film would have to be scrapped and reshot, a cost no one could afford. "I remember you promised me you wouldn't touch these harmful things." At the bedside, Ronald scolded the awakened Demi. Demi didn't expect Ronald to speak so coldly. "Isn't that how it is in Hollywood? Remember Don Simpson, the producer of your film? He's just like me, that's why I won't let Simpson be on set and disrupt the rules," Ronald added. "It's the same for everyone." "What?" Demi cried regretfully. "I'm sorry, Ronald. I got addicted while filming in Brazil. I want to change now. Can you give me a chance? I can help you. If you really want to quit, I know a rehabilitation center that can help you quit completely in 3 months." Ronald told Demi Moore about the plan he had discussed with her agent. Ronald admired Demi Moore's appearance, acting skills, and ambition, so he spent several $1,000s to book a 3-month rehabilitation program for her. However, this meant Demi would miss the filming of Top Gun. "Thank you." Demi buried her head in Ronald's shoulder. "I envy your girlfriend. She has someone like you who cares about her." Sigh. "I just don't want to see such a talented actress like you ruined. You have to pay me back the money you spent on rehab when you start earning money." Ronald looked at Demi. "Of course, how do you want me to pay you back?" Demi licked her lips again. "Go to rehab first, and we'll talk about it when you're fully recovered." Seeing that she was completely sober, Ronald turned to leave, gesturing for Demi's agent to come in. As soon as he turned around, Ronald realized that his hand was still being held tightly by Demi. "What's wrong?" "I need to ask you for a favor, Ronald. Don't tell Emilio Estevez about what happened to me." "Then what?" Ronald looked at her lying in the hospital, wearing a hospital gown. "Emilio's a fool. I can easily make him believe any story. That overconfident idiot even tried to persuade Ali City not to act in your movie. But thanks to him, if it weren't for my health issues, wouldn't the role have been mine?" Demi Moore's eyes gleamed as she stared intently at Ronald. "It also depends on your chemistry with Tom Cruise. You're not without competition. Tom wants to recommend his girlfriend." Ronald gently placed Demi's hand under the covers. "But you definitely have a great chance. We need a mature actress." Demi leaned back on the pillow. "I won't give up. Next time, I'll definitely be your leading lady." Chapter 586. The male actor takes his place. "I don't want Emilio Estevez. He's hunchbacked, his acting is rather superficial, and most importantly, he lacks charisma. Pilots are all roles bursting with testosterone. He's not suitable." In Don Simpson's mansion, Ronald was speaking eloquently to the two producers, listing a whole host of reasons for rejecting Estevez. Ronald, Jerry Bruckheimer tried to stop him. "Seriously, the supporting male characters in this movie need to make female audiences scream. Emilio's hunchback is like a giant tortoise, even shirtless, he can't show off his strong upper body. We need to find actors who can grace the pages of women's magazines." "Ronald, you're absolutely right, but Emilio Estevez has already turned down the audition." Don Simpson couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted Ronald's rambling. "We've already brought on Val Kilmer to audition for our most important supporting male role, Iceman. We absolutely will not use anyone from the Estevez family." Ahem. Ronald suddenly stopped, picked up his water glass, and took a sip as if to cover it up. Would Val Kilmer be willing to play this kind of role? This rising star, who had just starred in the comedy Top Secret directed by Ronald's acquaintances Jerry Zach and his trio, was at the height of his career. Ronald was a little sensitive to this kind of mentality among rising actors who want to play meaningful roles. Let's see. If he meets the requirements, we have a way to make him comply. Please face the camera, turn to the side, and then turn your back to the camera to perform the action. A handsome guy is good looking from every angle. Val Kilmer chewed gum, actually striking a self-admiring pose for the camera. Val Kilmer's hormones were indeed overflowing. He was a classic American square-chinned handsome man, clearly an arrogant and utterly incompetent scoundrel. However, what made him better than Estevez was that he looked like a scoundrel, consistent inside and out. This allowed him to play a major supporting role in movies like Top Gun, where acting skills weren't required, giving a believable performance. Val Kilmer's hairstyle was the most popular one recently, with his bangs styled high with mousse, his long hair reaching his collar, and his sideburns cut high, giving him a bit of an Native American warrior vibe. His light blonde hair seemed natural, perfectly complementing his striped shirt and dark blue coat. He was undeniably handsome. At least, that's what his girlfriend, the famous singer and actress Cher, thought. The 38-year-old star seemed remarkably kind to time, with hardly any wrinkles on her face. She wore a black and white checkered skirt, a leather jacket with boots, and a perfectly placed black and white checkered scarf around her neck, waiting outside the audition room for her boyfriend, Val Kilmer. "We have further news and will inform your agent," Ronald said, opening the door to let Kilmer out. "Hi, Cher. Long time no see. Tell my agent," Val Kilmer said, showing little respect for Ronald, treating him like a casting director, wanting Cher to come with him. He certainly didn't want to act in such a large-scale music video film. "I'll talk to Ronald for a bit. We've met before," Cher said, having experienced ups and downs, knowing Ronald was one of the most good-natured directors, but her boyfriend's attitude was undeniably impolite. Van Kilmer turned up his collar, glanced sideways at Ronald, and walked outside. "I'll go get the car first, Ronald. The last time I saw you, you were casting for your debut film, and now you're a big director. I only realized you were a genius director after directing a few films myself." Cherry had a star-like aura, immediately making Ronald feel respected. "I saw your acting in the Silkwood incident. It seems you're first-rate whether you're a singer or an actress. Your Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actress is well-deserved." Ronald respected those who achieved great success in other fields before transitioning to acting. Success in any field is never accidental. Van Kilmer is a talented young man. Ronald stared blankly at Cherry's leather jacket. "He's a bit arrogant." "Oh, well, the producer has the final say. That's it then? Bye." Seeing that Ronald didn't want to talk, Cherry came up and hugged him, then quickly walked out. Val Kilmer was already impatiently honking his horn outside. "Bye, so it really is." Ronald touched his chest, savoring the feeling. "I wasn't wrong. Cherry really wasn't wearing a bra. She went out in a black lace see-through top under her leather jacket. She's truly a unique and unconventional woman." "How is he?" Ronald asked Don Simpson as he entered. "He's great. He's the perfect choice to play the Iceman. He doesn't seem too keen on the role. He has no choice but to accept it. He signed a 2-film contract with Paramount, and the contract stipulates that he has to act. He's not Helen Slater, and his girlfriend Cherry doesn't have any connections in Hollywood." "Okay." Ronald continued looking at the audition schedule in his hand. "Next, Tim Robbins." That evening, Ronald, carrying photos of the male supporting actors shortlisted by the 2 producers, began working in his apartment. He pasted the audition photos one by one onto the whiteboard, writing the character's call sign below each one. In flight school, Tom Cruise's Lone Ranger and Val Kilmer's Iceman were mortal enemies. One character believed in theory and was incredibly calm, thus receiving the Iceman's call sign. The other believed in intuition and acted on instinct, receiving the Lone Ranger's call sign. 2 extremes. Little Bud brought in a pot of black tea and a box of writing biscuits, seeing Ronald still working late into the night, occasionally writing something on the whiteboard. He watched for a long time before finally speaking. "Have some hot tea, Ronnie. Aunt Karen told me not to let you work too hard. I didn't expect filmmaking to be such intense work. It's almost Christmas, and you're still working 7 or 8 hours a day. Bud, come have some tea with me." Ronald pulled out a chair for Bud. Director Kurosawa's encouragement to me was to work hard. Even at his age, when he was preparing for his new film, He would spend 7 or 8 hours a day discussing the script with a writing team. That's how this industry is. When things get busy, they get very busy. After they finished their snacks, Ronald continued working late into the night. The Christmas and New Year holidays passed in a flurry of activity, and Ronald had basically finalized a casting of the supporting male roles. On the second day of the new year, Ronald and the 2 producers led all the male actors to the Miramar Naval Air Station. This is an F-14A Tomcat fighter jet, the new fighter jet you'll be flying in the movie. Because of the need for actual filming, we need to conduct acclimatization training. Everyone will have the opportunity to experience flying it, retired Navy Captain Pettigrew explained to the male actors. Today's just an appetizer. You'll take turns boarding these 3 fighter jets to experience what it's like to be a naval aviator. Afterward, you'll undergo the same training as real pilots until you're as good as those young pilots. The 3 fighter jets were staffed by active-duty naval fighter pilots, who grinned at the group of arrogant Hollywood actors, eagerly waiting for who would be the first to walk into their trap and enjoy the main course. "Lone Ranger, you go first," Don Simpson said, noticing everyone's hesitation. He called on Tom Cruise, who had already flown in a fighter jet and was still learning to fly, giving the remaining actors a challenge. "No problem, keep an eye on things, guys." Tom Cruise, looking smug, put on his flight helmet and boarded one of the fighter jets. "Take it easy, bozo," Pete Pettigrew instructed the nonchalant pilot. "What did you call him?" Ronald, afraid he'd misheard, quickly asked Pettigrew again. "Bozo, that's his call sign." Why that call sign? Ronald wondered, watching Bozo give a thumbs up to Tom Cruise, who was grinning broadly in the backseat, seemingly wanting to demonstrate for the actors. Whoosh, whoosh, the 2 black engine nozzles of the F-14A opened one after the other, spewing flames backward with a huge noise. The flames suddenly intensified, and Bozo's plane took off with a short afterburner. "Oh, that's awesome." Tom Cruise, flying an F-14A Tomcat for the first time, exclaimed from the backseat. "Do you see the vomit bag?" Bozo asked Tom in the backseat. "Yes, it's here." Tom Cruise bent down to pick it up. "Whoa!" Bozo pulled the control stick, and the F-14A pitched up, accelerating with full force. The enormous G-force pressed Tom Cruise firmly to the floor. His head was pressed between his legs, unable to move. "That takeoff was so sudden. Is everything all right?" Ronald looked up at the plane disappearing into the sky and asked Pete Pettigrew. "SHHH," Pete Pettigrew muttered under his breath, "that idiot's up to something again. The pilot isn't exactly friendly to you Hollywood people. Maybe he's trying to intimidate the kid." Boom, the F-14A returned, made a low-altitude flyby, and finally turned around, coming to a steady stop on the tarmac. "Damn it, what are you doing?" "I wasn't ready in the back. My head got pressed between my legs by G-force." Tom Cruise recovered from the uncomfortable position, thankfully without throwing up this time. "I was wondering why you took off so quickly." "You're right, you guys weren't ready," Bozo smugly chimed in from the front. "Don't you think about why they call me Bozo?" SHHH. Tom Cruise paused for a moment, then opened the canopy, grinned at Val Kilmer and the rest of the cast, and said, feigning excitement, "Hey, this is awesome. Why don't you guys come up and have a go?" Ugh. Val Kilmer also boarded Bozo's plane, and after getting off, grabbed a vomit bag and started vomiting uncontrollably on the ground. "You'll get used to it after a while, just fly more," Tom Cruise said from the side. "I can't. Ugh, let that idiot talk to me. I think he'd be perfect as a stunt pilot for a movie." Ronald had seen how this pilot had made the 2 male leads look so pathetic, and his flying style was quite aggressive, so he had an idea. He said he'd only agree if you tried it too, after exchanging a few words. "The idiot," Pete Pettigrew said to Ronald. "Come on." Ronald fastened his seatbelt, put on his oxygen mask, and said to the front. "What did you say?" "I can't hear you." The idiot, Bozo, pretended not to hear. "I said," Ronald took off his mask, and was about to speak when a sudden pushback sensation during takeoff startled him, causing him to swallow his words and prepare himself. A series of somersaults and barrel rolls, and the plane came to a stop on the tarmac. Not bad. Never thought about becoming a pilot. Among these Hollywood trainees, the idiot hadn't made Ronald, who wasn't afraid of being scared, look at him with a good eye. "So, you're willing to be my stunt pilot?" "No problem. It's my wish to show the audience real flying skills." The idiot wasn't actually stupid, he just often did outrageous things. Although his skills were top-notch, he hadn't been promoted. "Alright, the producer will talk to you later. There will be a good subsidy." Ronald pushed open the cockpit door. "One by one, everyone choose your fighter jet. You all have to fly it once today. If you can't handle flying, you can tell me, and we won't schedule any live-action footage of you." Boom. The supporting actors dispersed and lined up in front of the other two F-14s. "Are you really not dizzy or nauseous?" Tom Cruise walked up to Ronald and whispered, "This pilot is really tough." "Luckily, I was quick-witted, it's okay. I wasn't wearing an oxygen mask. I've noticed that fighter pilots don't always follow the manual. Maybe you should wear one either, so the audience can see your face." Ronald gestured to Cruise with a mask. "Besides, if you do vomit, you can vomit in your helmet, not in your oxygen mask." "That's disgusting." Ugh. Van Kilmer, who was resting nearby with a pale face, was disgusted by Ronald's words and started vomiting again with a vomit bag. "Ha ha ha." Ronald and Tom Cruise exchanged a laugh. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 invites Golden Globe Award-winning actress to participate. January 20, 1985, marked the broadcast of President Trump's second inauguration. This time, the president achieved an unprecedented landslide victory for the Elephant Party, while Democratic candidate Robert Mondale only won the electoral votes of Washington, D.C., and his home state of Minnesota. Of the 538 electoral votes, the president secured 525, the Elephant Party's biggest victory in history. 58% of American voters cast their ballots for the president, including 61% of Catholics, and he even garnered 55% of the women's vote. The president's personal charisma attracted many female voters, and coupled with an improved economy, many former staunch Democratic voters also switched their votes to the Elephant Party because of the president. In his second inauguration, the president emphasized the importance of tax cuts, arguing that they were crucial for unleashing the potential of private enterprises, reducing the burden on the middle class, and restoring America's golden age. "My friends, we live in a world illuminated by lightning. So many things are changing, and will change, but so many things endure, transcending time," the president spoke charismatically to the cameras. Ronald listened for a while, then put on sunglasses and a baseball cap, and had Bud Jr. drive the Mercedes to Los Angeles airport to pick someone up. This car wasn't as flashy as his Ferrari, but it came in handy for picking up Brooke Shields at the airport. "Brooke." Ronald saw Brooke Shields getting off the plane and waved excitedly at her. "Ronnie." Brooke was wearing a rather unfashionable denim outfit, with a yellow long-sleeved t-shirt underneath, and an even more unfashionable Southern cowboy plaid shirt underneath. Wearing large sunglasses, her hair was messily tied in a bun on top of her head, attracting no attention from those around her. No one would have guessed that this girl with messy hair, dressed like a college student who had just finished final exams, was the former supermodel and actress, Brooke Shields. The two kissed, got into the Mercedes, and drove towards their apartment in Hollywood's West Side. This year's Golden Globe Awards were being held over the weekend, and Brooke Shields was nominally invited to present the Best Supporting Actor and Best Supporting Actress awards. As the saying goes, to win an Oscar, you need a Golden Globe. The Golden Globes have always been a magnet for stars. As long as a nominated star is willing to attend, the Golden Globes will generally award them the corresponding prize. This is the Golden Globes' sole source of revenue, crucial to their television ratings. With fewer than 100 foreign journalists voting to decide the awards, it relies entirely on star power and viewership. The organizing committee tries to find stars to present the awards, even those who have faded from the spotlight. Brooke Shields' partner was Christopher Atkins, her co-star from The Blue Lagoon several years ago. Atkins had been out of the spotlight for a long time, but the Golden Globes had surprisingly remembered him this time, just to pair him with Brooke Shields as presenters. Brooke had sneaked over a few days early to meet with Ronald. Brooke Shields is enjoying her ordinary college life and doesn't want to attract fans, so she stays home, enjoying the simple meals Ronald cooks. After finishing her sandwich and scrambled eggs, Brooke pulled out her enormous suitcase and started packing her award ceremony gowns. She had brought several and asked Ronald to help her choose. "This is for the second annual Top 100 Celebrities Charity Gala," Brooke said, changing into a black look-out dress. "Does it look good?" "Very elegant," Ronald said, looking at Brooke and having her twirl like a model. "This is for the Golden Globes. Which one do you think I should wear for the awards?" Brooke then pulled out a dark gray evening gown covered in sequins. I prefer the black look-out one, but this one is nice too." "You're an award presenter, don't overshadow the winning actresses." "Hey." Brooke used her modeling skills to quickly change clothes, changing out of the sequined dress in 3 seconds and into a comfortable oversized t-shirt and shorts, before coming over to talk to Ronald. "I came during winter break, and then I'm going to New York for a charity gala. My French grades are good, and I might be on the school's list of students selected to study abroad in France." "That's great," Ronald said, holding a large F-14A model and flipping a switch to open and close the transformable wings, all while talking to Brooke. "You don't do much modeling, photoshoots, or movies anymore." "I finally got rid of all that with great difficulty. Now I'm just a regular college student." Brooke hugged Ronald's shoulder, nuzzling her head against him comfortably. "What about you? What are you up to?" "I'm preparing to shoot an air combat movie, starring Tom Cruise and Val Kilmer. I'm currently at a naval base practicing pilot training. Filming starts at the end of next month, and my biggest worry is that I haven't found the female lead yet." "What kind of actress do you want? How come you can't find one?" Brooke looked at Ronald curiously. "I need a mature and sexy female flight instructor, beautiful but empathetic, someone who understands the stressful life of a pilot," Ronald said, looking at Brooke. "Brooke is a natural clothes hanger. She might even have a dashing air in a uniform." "I don't have time to film, I have to go to school." Brooke tapped Ronald's nose, but said, "I can wear a uniform for you to see." Brooke ran to the box and took out a uniform, a blazer with brass buttons and a knee-length pencil skirt, and quickly put it on. "This is the uniform I made for my study abroad trip to England." Ronald pulled Brooke close and made her sit on his lap. "You look beautiful, Instructor Brooke." Brooke pulled the plastic hairpin out of her hair bun, letting her beautiful hair fall down. Ronald reached into the shirt with a Princeton emblem. "You're gorgeous." Brooke shook her head, her hair swaying, sometimes tossed behind her, sometimes in front. "The winner of Best Supporting Actress is Peggy Ashcroft." Brooke Shields tossed her hair again, letting it fall to her chest, and announced the winner of the 42nd Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actress, the actress who played the old lady in David Lean's A Journey to India. Unable to attend the ceremony, she was represented by Victor Banerjee, an Indian actor from A Trip to India, who accepted the award and delivered his acceptance speech. "Are you nervous?" Ronald asked Noriyuki Morita, the actor from Dragon Boys, who was sitting at the same table. He had also received a Best Supporting Actor nomination for his role as Teacher Miyagi. The Golden Globes don't prioritize supporting roles, as most are not stars. Therefore, the presenters remained the same. Brooke Shields and Atkins had another Best Supporting Actor to announce. "Not at all," Morita replied. He had kept a beard since Dragon Boys, and was now receiving numerous advertisements for Japanese products. His beard look was very popular. "Why? This is a great opportunity for you," Ronald asked, puzzled. Recently, demonstrations demanding a retrial of Vincent Chin's case have intensified in New York and Los Angeles, especially in the industrial Midwest region where Chicago is located. 2 female Chinese-American lawyers in New York's Chinatown have secured a hearing in federal court to decide whether to retry the case on race-related grounds. This action effectively violated the American legal principle that a case cannot be tried twice. However, the original judge's outrageous ruling, which allowed the 2 perpetrators who beat Vincent Chin to death to go unpunished, ignited outrage among the entire Asian community. They were determined to seek justice. Regardless of whether you are Chinese, Japanese, or Korean, as long as you have black hair and yellow skin, you could be beaten to death without being convicted. Hollywood has always been quick to respond to such civil rights movements, so this year's Golden Globe nominations for Best Supporting Actor included 2 Asian actors, who were highly favored. One was Noriyuki Morita, who played Master Miyagi in Dragon Boys, and the other was Dr. Han Yuno, who played a doctor in Killing Ground. Morita Noriyuki said, "I am of Japanese descent, and there is a lot of resentment towards Japan among the American people now. Although they like the high quality and inexpensive products from Japanese companies, they are affected, and many workers have lost their jobs." The Vincent Chin case is a manifestation of this sentiment. He was a Chinese American, and he was mistaken for Japanese American and was beaten to death in the street with a baseball bat. so it was an accident that I was nominated, and I didn't expect to win. The winner of Best Supporting Actor is, sure enough, Brooke Shields announced on stage that the winner was Dr. Wu Hanran. A thin, small Chinese American went on stage to receive the Golden Globe Award trophy. This Wu Hanran is quite remarkable. He was originally an obstetrician and gynecologist in Cambodia. After escaping Cambodia, he eventually came to America and was then selected to participate in the filming of the Cambodian-related film Killing Grounds. As an amateur actor, he eventually won the Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actor. Next up is the Golden Globe Award for Best Actress in a Comedy. After Brooke came down, she deliberately sat at Ronald's table. Weintraub hugged her, said a few words to her, and then handed her back to Ronald. Golden Globe Award for Best Actress in a Comedy Series. Katherine Turner, a charming woman, wearing a deep V-neck backless dress, a long pearl necklace around her snow-white neck, and a captivating face with alluring, seductive eyes, appeared. Katherine Turner's eyes sparkled as she looked at the guests, her voice deep, sexy, and husky. I want to thank Michael Douglas the most for making the Emerald possible, and for his performance. I also want to thank my agent. I told him I would get this. Ha ha ha. Ronald applauded her humor. He suddenly realized that Katherine Turner seemed perfectly suited to play Charlie. The flight instructor in Top Gun, Katherine Turner went on to thank the Foreign Press Association, her husband, and then conveniently forgot to thank director Robert Zemeckis. Ronald was already used to this kind of acceptance speech, thanking actors, agents, family, even hairstylists, but forgetting the director. He glanced over to the table at the Emerald restaurant. Zemeckis adjusted his glasses, awkwardly picked up his soda glass, and, seeing Ronald looking at him, exchanged a smile. At the post-awards reception, Ronald found Katherine Turner chatting with Michael Douglas and Robert Zemeckis. The former erotic film Body Heat still exuded charm. Upon hearing Ronald's invitation, Turner smiled at Michael Douglas. I've already taken on an adventure film, so you'll have to ask the producer if they'll approve of me doing this. She had agreed to act in the sequel to Emerald, produced by Michael Douglas, Treasures of the Nile. After saying this, Turner and her new husband bowed to everyone and took their leave. She's already agreed to act in an adventure film. Ronald remembered that Minahan from Cannonball had mentioned he was making a knockoff version of Indiana Jones and wanted to cast Turner. I'll ask Minahan later. Michael Douglas, standing nearby, waited for Ronald to come over and discuss Turner's schedule, but Ronald only talked about things during the filming of The Emerald, tactfully avoiding mentioning Katherine Turner. He's a polite young man, knowing he shouldn't compete with producers he's already agreed to work with for actors, Michael Douglas thought, impressed with Ronald. Minahan, has your film with Katherine Turner finished filming? I'd like her in my new film. When will yours be finished? 3 days after the Golden Globe Awards, Ronald saw Brooke Shields off at the airport in New York and then called Minahan to ask for her. I've already finished filming, don't you know that? I hired quick directors. Do you want to see the sample? I haven't seen it yet, I'm just about to edit it. Give me your feedback. I just signed 2 contracts with Katherine Turner, and I can transfer the second contract to you. You can have Paramount negotiate. Okay, Ronald thought. He figured Minahan wouldn't let him off the hook without his feedback, and he also wanted to see Katherine Turner's latest performance. The screen showed a sample of Cannonball's new film, King Solomon's Treasure. The male lead was Richard Chamberlain, a talented actor who had starred in the TV series The Thornbirds alongside Rachel Ward. The female lead wasn't Katherine Turner, but an actress he didn't recognize. She was very pretty, but her acting was terrible, childish and ridiculous, the kind of affected acting that made people afraid they wouldn't know she was an actress. Who's this bitch? Who cast her? Didn't I say I wanted Katherine Turner, the lead in Romancing the Stone? Minahan couldn't take it anymore and yelled at director Thompson. Didn't you say you wanted that actress named Stone? Her last name is Stone, right? The director and producer replied, aggrieved. They had indeed found the actress according to Minahan's instructions. Damn it, could you have asked me and confirmed with me? I was talking about the actress in Romancing the Stone. This is troublesome, Ronald. Sorry, these idiots got the wrong person, they got this bitch named Stone. I didn't sign a contract with Katherine Turner. Chapter 588 Taking Pictures of Trains. Minahan, having made a fool of himself, scolded his subordinates. He begged Ronald to watch the sample footage and give him some professional editing feedback. Without Ronald's direction, Breakdance 2 only grossed $15 million at the box office. The salaries of the three main actors had increased more than tenfold, and with the special effects of the Boogaloo shrimp dancing on the wall that Minahan specifically requested, Breakdance 2, with a production cost of less than $3 million, was already a remarkable success at $15 million. However, considering that Ronald's groundbreaking breakdance had grossed $100 million in North America on a budget of only $1 million, Minahan was still very dissatisfied. Ronald patiently watched the sample footage, and an uncomfortable feeling rushed to his head. Minahan said he had invested several million in special effects, but Ronald felt that those special effects probably only cost $2.38. Had he been cheated? Ronald looked at Minahan's honest and simple smile. Thinking about it, it's unlikely. Minahan might be confused about directing and casting actresses, but when it comes to money, he and his cousin Yorm are still very cautious. The female lead is causing Ronald some worry. Finding a flower vase for a commercial film isn't easy, especially with the young men finishing training and filming about to begin. First, the actress needs a certain level of fame so that audiences will recognize her and recognize the character. However, the more famous the actress, the less willing she is to play a flower vase. They always seem to feel they must demonstrate a breakthrough in acting before considering a low-paying script. Secondly, it's best if the actress's personal image matches the character. While playing a flower vase doesn't require high acting skills, it does require a high level of visual appeal. These high-concept stories don't have many plot twists to leave a lasting impression, so it's best if the female lead is exactly as the audience imagines her. Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer are still searching for a suitable candidate, while Tom Cruise's girlfriend, Rebecca De Moni, has gradually become a priority after Catherine Turner rejected her. However, De Moni is currently playing a mechanic on a train speeding through the icy wilderness of Alaska. The journey is long, and it's unrealistic to expect director Konchalovsky to stop filming for a few days and let her return for an audition. For the film's casting, Ronald decided to fly to Alaska himself to audition De Moni on site. I think I need to try that aerial combat scene myself. I believe that with training, I can learn that 360-degree somersault before filming begins. On the flight to Anchorage Airport in Alaska, only Ronald and Tom Cruise were in the business class ahead of them. To see his girlfriend De Moni, Cruise skipped the next 2 days of flight training. He had already taken these basic courses when he enrolled in his flight lessons. On the other seat, there was a large bouquet of red roses, a surprise Tom had prepared for De Moni. That somersault is really difficult, even Bozo might not be able to do it perfectly. Besides, it was filmed from a reconnaissance pod on a fighter jet. Whether you flew it or not, the audience won't even notice. Ronald just wanted to get some sleep, so he explained the purpose of editing to Tom Cruise. But I always feel that movies only feel real when the actors can do the stunts themselves. Tom kept rambling on, hoping he would try it himself. Tom, Ronald reclined his chair and pulled up his eye mask. Even if you could do that, the producers wouldn't allow it. Wait until you're a producer yourself before you think about these things. Tom was a good friend. He was relentlessly persistent in pursuing things he was interested in until he convinced the other person. But is there really no chance this time? I think I have a real talent for flying. Can you let me sleep for a bit? You should get some sleep too. Aren't you going to surprise Rebecca? Ronald began to think that only his girlfriend, De Moni, who was a few years older than him, could tolerate Tom's annoying attitude. The two rented a car at the airport and drove to the railway checkpoint next to Whittier, where the runaway train was being filmed. Tom Cruise waited cheerfully behind the camera. Ronald took off his sunglasses. The Alaska daylight was dim, and it was snowing lightly, causing considerable trouble for filming. Cut. Director Konchalovsky, wearing a Union private's fur hat, shouted as the rumbling train moved out of the camera's view. Rebecca. Tom rushed over to hug his girlfriend when filming was stopped. De Moni, wearing a bulky down jacket and an electrician's hat, turned around and, seeing Tom Cruise, exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?" "I came to visit the set with Ronald," Tom Cruise said, wiping the oil stains from De Moni's face. "Filming here was quite arduous." "Don't move, the makeup artist worked so hard to get it done." De Moni shook off Cruise's hand and took off her hat. "Don't disturb our filming. Train scenes are difficult to shoot. If you messed things up, a whole day might be wasted." "How could I?" "Okay, I'll just watch from over there." Tom Cruise was a bit taken aback, but filming was a priority, so he had no choice but to step back. Ronald looked over in surprise. The atmosphere on set seemed very tense, everyone was on edge. "Bring the second locomotive over here, we'll continue filming." Konchalovsky picked up the microphone and shouted the order. Rebecca De Moni's hair was messy, and she looked disheveled. Ronald admired Konchalovsky's eye for talent in this regard. Indeed, De Moni, dressed like this, didn't look like a beauty at all. He had previously said he wanted an actress who could be both beautiful and ordinary, rejecting Jodie Foster, and now it seemed that wasn't an excuse. They couldn't have achieved the same effect with De Moni. Jon Voight, playing the male lead, got off the locomotive that had already traveled a mile ahead and returned to the filming location. Seeing Ronald visiting the set, he smiled at him. His mouth revealed a mouthful of rotten teeth, seemingly dentures. "Hey," Jon Voight, still immersed in his role as the prison escapee villain, grinned at Ronald before heading to the dressing room. The supporting actor, Eric Roberts, a handsome young man, was also dressed as a grotesque character. He jumped out of a car and said to an assistant-like man, "Trejo, get me something good." The man named Trejo was of Mexican descent, with long hair, a long mustache, and a face covered in acne scars. He clearly didn't look like a good guy. "I almost fell off the locomotive. I'll have a stunt double do all the scenes from now on. I'm never doing a train climbing scene again." Trejo took out a small paper packet and gently handed it to Eric Roberts. "I told you, you actors work harder than us real prisoners. Take a break." Whoosh, a whistle sounded, and the second locomotive slowly pulled into the station. Filming train scenes was extremely dangerous and troublesome. The departing train took a long time to come to a complete stop, and then reversing required the locomotive to uncouple, return to another branch line, hook the carriages at the other end, and pull back. Once back at the starting position, it had to be done all over again. Konchalovsky found 2 locomotives so they could film 2 scenes at once. Cut. Another accident occurred during filming. A stuntman's foot got caught in the machinery outside the locomotive, almost causing a serious accident, forcing filming to stop. "A drink, please." Ronald handed a whiskey jug to the director. This was the first time he had had the chance to speak to Konchalovsky since arriving on set. "Ronald, I'm so glad you're here," Konchalovsky said in a Russian accent, rubbing his red nose, and then hugged Ronald. "This godforsaken place is more troublesome to film in than Siberia. The snow comes down to a foot deep, and you have to clear it every morning. Let me tell you, to film a train scene in America, you have to maintain revolutionary optimism. I don't want to spoil the mood, but I'm here for Rebecca De Moni's audition. I hope you can give me some time. After filming, I need to borrow your makeup artist. The role is an instructor, the complete opposite of a mechanic." "No problem, my friend. Anyway, it gets dark early here, and we don't have much time left, so you can have her." Konchalovsky felt the actors on set were too tense, so he thought it would be a good opportunity to rest before starting new filming after the weekend. "Thank you." Ronald was delighted. Now De Moni had plenty of time to prepare for her audition. Jon Voight grinned, showing his rotten teeth, and ran out of the lounge, pretending to threaten Rebecca De Moni. "We'll come back to torment you next week." "See you next Monday." De Moni patted Jon Voight's chest. The two exchanged a quick glance, seemingly in perfect sync. Tom Cruise, watching all this from behind, quickly grabbed the roses he had prepared to give her at the hotel from his car and rushed forward to present them to his girlfriend. "Rebecca, I brought these from California." De Moni smiled and touched Tom's newly shaved head. "We've become very good friends in this godforsaken place in Alaska. It's so boring every day." Eric Roberts, playing a supporting role, noticed something amiss and stepped in to smooth things over between Tom and Rebecca. "Please face the camera directly, or sideways, okay? You and Tom will audition together. This is a scene where the two are in Charlie's house, attracting and flirting with each other. If you don't mind, I'd like to take a shower first. I'm all sweaty." Tom Cruise read his lines. "I do mind, I'm really hungry," Rebecca De Moni teased Tom. "Okay, that's enough for now." Ronald gestured to the couple, indicating that the audition was over. De Moni was still immersed in her role as the electrician in Runaway Train, and playing the confident instructor Charlie was a bit of a departure from her usual image. However, if the producers were willing, De Moni had a good chance. Real-life couples playing couples would have better chemistry. Ronald knew Tom had wanted to be alone with his girlfriend for a long time, so he let her go to reunite with Tom Cruise. Actors often spend little time together, and on set they also had to act in ambiguous scenes with other actors of the opposite sex. Ronald understood their struggles. Eric, where are you from? Ronald went to a bar and had a drink with Eric Roberts, who played a prison boxer. I was born in Mississippi. Both my parents were actors. But after they divorced, I lived with my father in Atlanta. My sister lives with my mother, she's also an actress. There's an acting gene in our family. When I first saw you, did you do the stunts yourself? Ronald looked at Eric. He was easy to get along with. I'm actually a member of the Stunt Guild, which is why I offered to do it myself. But climbing a train in Alaska in winter is no joke. I was drenched in sweat just now. If I had been the one with the foot caught, I might have been thrown off. Do you think Rebecca will get the lead role? Eric raised his glass and took another sip. Don't get me wrong, we have to find our own fun here. Rebecca is a great actress, we're friends. I hope she gets the lead role in a big production, that's the producer's decision, but she looks great. Rebecca is very versatile, I didn't expect her to be so convincing as a worker, she's very good. After finishing his drink, Ronald returned to the hotel. He opened his room door, wanting to take a bath in the snowy winter. The hotel room had walls made of natural wood, giving it a warm feel. Tom Cruise had booked a large room next door to reunite with his girlfriend. I'm an actress, not a housewife, and you'd better understand that. Rebecca's loud voice came from the poorly soundproofed room. I'm not stopping you from being an actress. Rebecca, then mind your own business. It's my freedom to choose what roles I take. I'm just saying you should act in one of Ronald's movies with me. Big productions, big distribution companies. Successful commercial films will get you better and better scripts. You should focus on commercial films first. Tom, you're really annoying. The voice grew louder, and Ronald wondered if he should go out and check. Bang! The sound of shattering glass rang out. I'm currently filming a movie with very rare actors, one that has a chance of being nominated for an Oscar. You really want to work with Jon Voight? You? Never mind, you can sleep on the sofa. A series of footsteps followed by the sound of a door closing. Rebecca, never mind. Tom seemed to actually be sleeping on the sofa in the living room. Never mind. Ronald wrapped himself in his pillow and forced himself to sleep. I just wanted to make this movie with her. Ronald, on the return flight, Tom Cruise kept trying to discuss his relationship with Rebecca with Ronald. You two, she said we should both calm down. Cruise slapped the back of the seat in front of him. Damn it, he forgot the mammoth fossil he bought at the airport. Ronald told the flight attendant who came to check. The flight attendant seemed to recognize Cruise as the handsome guy from Crazy Boys, but seeing Ronald's gesture to stop her, she had no choice but to step back. It's good that you two calm down. You can have a good talk after filming is over. Ronald thought to himself that it was troublesome that this couple both had such strong ideas about acting, they might even start arguing about how to act. However, Rebecca De Mornay's chances of getting the role this time are slim, Ronald said, pulling his baseball cap down over his face. The protagonist, the Lone Ranger, and his instructor, Charlie, have a romantic storyline. The unspoken attraction and flirtatious banter between them is something Tom and Rebecca, currently arguing, can hardly portray. Rebecca and Tom have some chemistry issues. Put her on hold for now, until we finalize the terms with Paramount, Don Simpson told Ronald after watching Rebecca De Mornay's audition. We have 2 other candidates, also with contracts with Paramount. We'll hear from them. Chapter 589 Material Girl. This is Ms. Sean Young, Don Simpson said, putting his arm around a strikingly beautiful woman. This is Director Ronald. Hello, Ronald. Sean Young's voice trailed off with a tense undertone, as if she were about to break down hysterically. Hello, Ronald replied, a question forming in his mind. Wasn't this the mutant who acted alongside Harrison Ford in Blade Runner? Was she one of the 2 candidates Don Simpson had mentioned? I'm much better at serious dramas than comedies. I think I can handle the role of Charlie. What do you think, director? What do you think of me? Does this uniform suit the character's temperament? Tang said I should wear these stockings with a center seam, saying it was your suggestion. Director Ronald, everyone in the industry says you're good at filming actresses' legs. Could you make me look better in the shot? Oh, Ronald made a pause gesture. Let's film some audition scenes for reference first. Do I look good like this? Wait, director, I want to do it again. I was too nervous just now. Wait, this doesn't count. I'm not ready. Oh dear, I didn't mean to film it like this. Can we do it again? That's fine. We'll contact your agent if there's any progress. After finally getting rid of this woman with a neurotic temperament, Ronald snapped, this is the leading lady you found? This is a materialistic girl. She'll become hysterical if the world doesn't revolve around her. How can I dare to use an actress like this? Relax, Ronald. Dawn Simpson was clearly still under the influence of some kind of drug. If you don't want her to play the role, we can reconsider. I just thought her image in Blade Runner was mysterious and sexy, which is why I invited her. Sean Young in Blade Runner was really good. I wonder how Ridley Scott managed to train her. Ronald wiped his sweat. If someone like Sean Young were to play the lead role, he wasn't confident he could handle her. You need to watch your pants, Don. Jerry Bruckheimer was also still shaken. Such a boisterous actress was a rare sight. Since you don't like it, let's change it. Another actress is currently promoting her new film The Witness, also co-starring with Harrison Ford. Harrison is a litmus test for actresses. Anyone who sparks with him will do well in commercial films. Okay, contact me when she gets back. Ronald was determined that even if she performed well on screen, he would still call the director of The Witness privately to inquire about the actress's performance on set. He couldn't let another lunatic like Sean Young show up. While waiting for the actress to return from her promotional tour, Ronald took 3 days off to shoot the music video for Madonna's new song, Material Girl. He had only agreed to this for Diane, hoping to get her a role and some screen time. Now, Diane had made enough money from the Japanese and was in the UK doing marketing for Cotton Club, but he still had to keep his promise, and fortunately, the music video wasn't complicated to shoot. Madonna had always wanted to be an actress. Her ideal had always been to be an actress, not a singer. This song was inspired by Madonna watching Marilyn Monroe's classic film, Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. Monroe sang "Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend" in the 1950s, and there was a scene in a live performance where she wore a pink dress and danced a dreamy, incredibly sexy dance. Madonna wanted to replicate that. Ronald had already noticed that Madonna, filmed from a certain angle, somewhat resembled Monroe. He simply copied Monroe's stage outfit and the dress she wore while singing on stage, having Madonna learn to portray Monroe's sexiness. The entire song describes a material girl, and Madonna poured her own ideas into the lyrics. To seduce her and sleep with her, you had to offer real money. However, Ronald felt this approach was too boring, so he slightly altered the script, giving Madonna a director's lever and making the plot critique the material girl lyrics and Madonna herself. Although the lyrics say, "I'm a materialistic girl, you have to buy me jewelry if you want to go on a date," in Ronald's revised storyline, Madonna still walks with her director lover for love, ignoring the men who give her diamond necklaces. "Darling, I'll always go for it if you ask me out." Madonna, wearing a pink low-cut dress, a dazzling diamond necklace and bracelet, and with her flowing blonde hair, bears a striking resemblance to Marilyn Monroe. She speaks to Ronald with deep affection. She is indeed willing to sleep with Ronald as many times as she wants for her dream of becoming an actress. "Very good, I find your Monroe imitation quite good." Ronald walks behind the camera, glancing at the image in the viewfinder. Like Monroe's stills, the peach pink dress exudes a mysterious and sexy charm. It makes Madonna seem somewhat enigmatic, creating a psychological distance between her and the public. Monroe's captivating allure is actually related to this psychological distance. Everyone saw her as their dream girl, but the image of Marilyn Monroe herself was somewhat unreal. In many people's eyes, she was merely a sex symbol. Music, camera, action. The pre-recorded track Material Girl began to play, Madonna's voice possessing a refreshing, sweet quality, a different flavor compared to her biggest rival Cyndi Lauper's husky rock vocals. The stage and steps were painted red, a spotlight following Madonna, illuminating the sparkling diamonds in her jewelry. Behind her, suited men of various hair and eye colors surrounded Madonna, wooing her only to be ruthlessly rejected. Cut. How is my acting, Ronald? Very good. As long as you're surrounded by your favorite things, like diamonds and handsome men, your acting is quite good. During the break, Madonna was still subtly criticizing the female lead in Ronald's new film. "You're better suited to singing." Ronald didn't want to discuss these things with her. "Pamela." Madonna, knowing she had no chance, waved her arms at a beautiful woman who had just entered the studio. "Pamela?" "Sean." Ronald looked at the newcomer. It was Pamela, the sister of rock singer Bruce Springsteen, and next to her was his acquaintance, Sean Penn. The two had even dated together back in the day on Fast and Furious. "Ronald, I heard you were here, so I came to see you." Sean Penn came over and hugged him. "And this is..." Sean looked Madonna up and down, clearly attracted by her Marilyn Monroe-esque attire. "I'm Madonna." Madonna, seeing Sean Penn's raw, untamed energy, couldn't help but introduce herself. "Hello." Sean Penn politely kissed Madonna's hand, and the two quickly struck up a conversation. "Pamela, please thank your brother for me," Ronald thanked Pamela Springsteen. Originally, a supporting role in Bruce's latest music video, Dancing in the Dark, where a female fan is pulled onto the stage by Springsteen to dance with him for half a minute, was reserved for Diane. "It's okay, he found another pretty girl, Courtney Cox." Ronald gave Pamela a few shots back then, and this time Pamela was returning the favor. "By the way, what's your brother up to these days?" Ronald asked about her blue-collar singer brother. "He's singing a song with MJ for the year of world peace and famine-stricken children in Africa." MJ, Lionel Richie, Quincy Jones, and a lot of other famous singers have gathered to sing it. As she spoke, Pamela glanced at Madonna, who was chatting enthusiastically with Sean Penn. "Aren't you going to sing it?" Ronald asked Madonna. "No way, MJ got Cyndi Lauper from the same label," Madonna replied, then continued chatting with Sean Penn about acting. "Oh," Ronald chuckled, realizing he'd forgotten they were evenly matched competitors. If one went, the other certainly wouldn't. That's normal. MJ also invited his biggest rival, Prince, but Prince probably won't go either. Going would just be a waste of face. Pamela was quite familiar with these things in the music industry. "Alright, you guys are rested, let's continue," Ronald interrupted Sean Penn and Madonna's lively conversation, calling over the makeup artist to touch up Madonna's makeup. The music video shoot went smoothly. Madonna suddenly seemed to be in great form, her eyes blazing with desire, perfectly matching the song title Material Girl. Finishing filming a day early made Ronald quite happy. Columbia Records, befitting Ronald's status, promptly paid the director. This effectively soothed Ronald's anxiety about not having a lead actress. The Witnesses special screening. See the lead actress's performance on the big screen for yourself. Bruckheimer got Ronald a ticket for the Witnesses critics screening. Ronald took his ticket and went to see the film starring Harrison Ford. The film depicted the story of a unique group of Swiss immigrants, the Amish. These people, after immigrating to America from the German-speaking part of Switzerland, adhered to the Mennonite faith, refusing to use any modern appliances such as televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines, following only their ancient way of life, farming, milking, and traveling by horse-drawn carriage. The female lead, Rachel, is an Amish widow with a son who accidentally gets caught up in the internal struggles of the NYPD. Harrison Ford plays an NYPD officer who arrives in the Amish community, recuperates at Rachel's home, gets along well with Rachel and her son, and ultimately defeats the pursuing villains. The Amish women's traditional dresses and white caps are quite comical. The actress playing Rachel is very beautiful, but her sex appeal is somewhat suppressed by the ancient costume. However, she perfectly portrayed the widow's infatuation with Harrison Ford, her traditional constraints, her inner conflict and fear of violating religious rules, a complex and subtly turbulent emotion. Ronald paid no attention to the performances of the other actors, all his attention was focused on the actress's performance. It just so happened that Charlie in Top Gun, as a flight instructor, was bound by an unspoken rule against dating pilots. She portrayed this repressed, almost brooding, emotion very well, at least on screen, which convinced Ronald. "Do you know director Peter Weir? I'd like to ask him about this actress, Kelly McGillis, on set," Ronald said after watching the film, asking his agent for the director's phone number. Chapter 590 Script Reading. "Could I get that plate of tortilla chips? I can't reach it," a female star in a red shirt and black trousers asked Tom Cruise across from her, sitting with one leg crossed under her hips. "Here you go, Kelly." Tom Cruise handed her the tortilla chips. "I heard you graduated from the drama department at Juilliard College?" A proper student, he had recovered from the heartbreak of his breakup with Rebecca DeMoni and was back to being the energetic, sunny young man he always was. "That's right," Kelly McGillis said, popping a chip into her mouth. "But don't think I'm luckier than other actors. I did go to Juilliard, but I worked as a waitress in a restaurant. My first film came about because one of my customers was a screenwriter." "Ha ha ha," Kelly McGillis patted Tom's arm, laughing as she recounted her history. "Oh yeah? I also went to the drama department at Juilliard." "I've never seen you before." Val Kilmer raised an eyebrow and joined the conversation. "I've been acting on Broadway since I was in 3rd grade, and the rest of the time I worked as a waitress to earn money." McGillis leaned over and nudged Val Kilmer's arm. I was studying the whole time, I was so young back then. I was Julia's youngest drama student, breaking the school's record, ha ha ha. I've heard so much about you, all the female students back then wanted to be your girlfriend. McGillis's slightly husky voice ignited the atmosphere in the mostly young male cast, and everyone laughed. Is everyone got something to eat and drink? Let's start the script reading. Ronald handed each actor a first draft of the script. Thank you for choosing me, Ronald. McGillis took the script. Her 2 large metal earrings were very eye-catching, making her look very mature. Her beautiful eyes looked over the faces of each male actor at the table, and everyone couldn't help but think that Kelly had a crush on them. Don't underestimate Kelly McGillis. She's incredibly professional. I saw her performance in her debut film and relentlessly pursued her until she agreed to give up Broadway to make movies. Ronald couldn't help but recall what Peter Weir, the director of the film The Witness, had told him a few days earlier when Ronald privately inquired about McGillis's acting skills. To prepare for the role of an Amish widow, Kelly went to an Amish community in Pennsylvania and lived with a real Amish widow for a month, observing her every move. Let's start with the scene where everyone arrives, the scene where Charlie teaches the students. Ronald prompted everyone to turn to the scene where McGillis plays Charlie, and begin the script reading for the scene where the 2 pilots, Lone Ranger and Iceman, are giving their flight lesson. My lines. McGillis turned to the page, shifted her posture, cleared her throat, and began to read. Hello everyone, our main opponents are the F-5S and A-4S, who'll simulate the flight patterns of MiG aircraft. A script reading is when all the actors sit together and read through each person's lines in the script. No makeup, no real filming locations, just acting through lines, getting to know each other, and understanding the emotional responses each person should have when reading their lines. So, she's very good at capturing the essence of a character. Of course, she's classically trained, her acting is excellent. In fact, I'm worried about whether your male lead can keep up with Kelly's pace. Ronald recalled his conversation with director Peter Weir a couple of days ago. Oh, Tom Cruise feigned annoyance. The Lone Ranger had discovered that the girl he flirted with at the bar yesterday was actually his flight instructor, Charlie. As you may already know, the F-5S doesn't have the thrust-to-weight ratio of the MiG-28, nor can it reach the MiG-28's top speed. However, the MiG-28 isn't without its weaknesses. It can't perform a rapid dive pull-up under negative high G loads. Tom Cruise chuckled at Anthony Edwards, who played his radar operator, the goofy guy. Are you going to tell her? Anthony Edwards, a handsome blonde man, also picked up the script and started reading. He was actually a testosterone-fueled actor, but to emphasize Tom Cruise's leading role, the producers and Ronald asked him to dye his hair brown and style it conservatively, so as not to overshadow the main character. What, Lieutenant, do you have any objections? McGillis read the flight instructor's technical lines very easily, showing no sign that she was an actress who knew nothing about aerodynamics. Kelly McGillis is an expert. She can be very relaxed, and your male actors, unless they are experienced or have drama training, can easily be overshadowed by her. Ronald recalled Peter Weir's advice. Considering everything, and given the tight schedule, the 2 producers ultimately signed Kelly McGillis. Her costume fitting was very convincing, and her audition with Tom Cruise had great chemistry. Tom Cruise, who had just experienced an emotional shock, was brought out in her sunny, boyish charm. This was Ronald's ultimate reason for signing McGillis. She was a stunning beauty who could make Tom's performance even better. Yes, instructor. The data you gave about MiG is inaccurate, Tom Cruise corrected, feigning innocence. How so? McGillis, during the reading, accurately grasped the flight expert Charlie's disdain for the pilot's theoretical knowledge and his helplessness at having to communicate with him. Actually, we just saw MiG-28 do a dive of at least 4G. Really? Where did you see it? McGillis's tone was full of disbelief. That's classified. I have top secret Navy clearance. Okay, actually I was right above the MiG-28. I was. Anthony Edwards, playing the goofy guy, reminded Lone Ranger that they were a team. You were above the MiG, so how did you see it? Instructor Charlie didn't believe him. Because I was flying backwards? That's impossible. You can't fly backwards while following a MiG-28 in a 4G dive. The F-14A Tomcat can't do that, Van Kilmer interjected at this point. His character, Iceman, was a rational person. The Tomcat's manual didn't say anything about maneuvering the fighter jet like that. Actually, I even took a picture. Anthony Edwards read the goofy guy's lines. Very good chemistry. Don Simpson, who had listened to the entire script reading, praised the actors' performances to Ronald. I'm a little worried their chemistry is too real. Ronald observed Tom Cruise and Anthony Edwards paired together, with Val Kilmer, who played Iceman, and Tim Robbins, who played the radar officer, across from them. The competition between them was palpable, much like the rivalry between the Lone Ranger and Iceman in the script. That was really good. Your line just now, Kelly McGillis praised Tom Cruise, taking a sip of coffee. On the other side, Val Kilmer adjusted his posture, his eyes clearly showing a desire to join the competition. Isn't this better? Head-to-head competition, Don Simpson said, giving 2 thumbs up and making a bending motion towards each other. I'm just worried their competition is too obvious and intense, to the point that it spills over into everyday life on set. Ronald had experienced the stunts on the set of The Outsiders where a few hormone-fueled young men would do many foolish things because of jealousy. They are the 2 biggest stars in this movie, we can't replace them, Jerry Bruckheimer whispered a reminder. Anyway, we need to figure out a way to separate Tom and Val Kilmer after filming. Ronald looked at Kelly McGillis, who effortlessly made the 2 big-name male stars scramble for her attention. Kelly's acting is very relaxed, you have to be careful of her. Sometimes even Harrison Ford gets carried away by her, Ronald recalled Peter Weir's advice. It seemed that signing McGillis was a mixed blessing. This time, his management skills on set would be put to the test. Ronald ate a cookie and gestured for everyone to continue the script reading. My stinky, sweaty husband, if you don't come and carry me back to the room within a minute, you can forget about getting into my bed. Yes, wife. Anthony Edwards, playing the goofy goose, was flirting with a young actress playing his wife while reading his lines. The goose's wife was a girl from a small town in the South, and they had a son together. The young actor perfectly captured the pure, simple, and spirited charm of a country girl. Coincidentally, this supporting actress, found by Don Simpson, had some connection to Ronald. After Lee Thompson took on several films and stopped filming Burger King commercials, Burger King held a new audition to replace her, continuing the waitress duo with Elizabeth Shue in several commercials. Don Simpson loved using this free exposure and fame. After auditioning the actress named Meg Ryan, he immediately signed her. Let's go grab a drink. After a day of script readings, Kelly McGillis put on her coat and called to the lads around her for a beer at the bar. Ronald, aren't you coming with us? Tom Cruise, seeing Kelly McGillis and Val Kilmer chatting and laughing about their time at Juilliard College, couldn't wait to join them. However, seeing Ronald pick up the script, seemingly not joining their group, his friendship prompted him to come and invite Ronald over. You go first, I still need to talk to Don and Jerry about filming, then I'll go first. Find some fun for yourself, okay? Tom confirmed Ronald couldn't go, then turned and quickly ran towards McGillis's direction. Hey, when is The Witness coming out? I heard from Ronald that your portrayal of the Amish was excellent. Sigh. Ronald sighed deeply. It seemed this filming wouldn't be easy. This kind of testosterone-fueled crew was prone to trouble. God bless Paramount and the Navy, hoping they didn't see anything bad when they came to the set. Something came up today, only one update. Chapter 591 Metamorphosis Widescreen. Jeffrey L. Kimball, a middle-aged photographer with messy hair, a small mustache, and large transparent plastic glasses, spoke with great clarity and logic. Anamorphic widescreen has a unique quality. I'm watching some old films to learn the shooting techniques for this film format. Is there anything you can teach me? Ronald asked him. Anamorphic widescreen has something that audiences call cinematic, but that's just a misunderstanding among filmmakers. The so-called cinematic quality is actually just some flaws in anamorphic lenses. The optical technology of the time caused severe distortion with anamorphic lenses, so directors and cinematographers often use techniques to conceal it. Over time, audiences became familiar with and accustomed to the 2.35:1 aspect ratio of large-format films, developing a certain feeling, so they assumed that's how commercial blockbusters would be shot. The so-called cinematic quality, very good. I understand everything you're saying. I didn't quite understand what the previous candidates were saying. Ronald smiled at Kimball. This technically skilled cinematographer candidate seemed to be the most compatible with him. We'll find some time later, and you can tell me all the taboos of using anamorphic widescreen. Actually, lens distortion is much better now. It's just that when choreographing, actors need to be careful not to step into the distorted corners of the lens when entering or leaving the frame. Also, when the camera is panning, zooming, or tilting, don't do it too fast. Anamorphic widescreen lenses have a more pronounced lateral stretching effect on actors, so don't shoot close-ups of faces if the actors aren't very thin. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Ronald shook hands with Kimball and saw off this expert who was very willing to share his knowledge. This spirit of sharing impressed Ronald. Kimball's temperament was similar to that of his mentor, Walter Murch, both dominated by a kind of old-school hippie spirit. "What do you think?" One of the producers, Bruckheimer, came over and asked Ronald about the choice of director of photography. "Kimball," Ronald nodded, agreeing to choose Kimball as director of photography. The main reason for choosing this middle-aged man, who didn't have much experience as a cinematographer for theatrical films, was for Ronald's benefit. This was Ronald's first time shooting a film in a 2.35:1 anamorphic widescreen format, requiring the cooperation of a seasoned expert cinematographer. Kimball had previously worked as a film processing technician, film editor, still photographer, and second-unit cinematographer, among other roles, possessing a thorough understanding of the entire anamorphic widescreen process, from shooting to processing and editing. Regarding artistic merit, the two producers were very confident in the quality of Ronald's Saab commercials, believing they couldn't find anyone in Hollywood better at filming fighter jets. Anamorphic widescreen technology was a new technology widely adopted by Hollywood in the 1950s to compete with television. While Hollywood had tried 3D films to attract audiences, the results were poor, and audiences didn't respond favorably. Panavicens, however, took a different approach, pioneering a 2.35:1 aspect ratio widescreen. Audiences were clearly more receptive to this spectacle that didn't require glasses. They could see a wider image on the screen than with older films. This is more acceptable to audiences than the 1.37:1 aspect ratio of Hollywood's golden age, and the 1.85:1 ratio that was widely used afterward. Because the technology is relatively expensive, this format is generally only used for blockbusters. "Where's Don?" Ronald asked Bruckheimer, inquiring about his partner's whereabouts. "He went to negotiate with Paramount's new CEO. Frank Mancuso doesn't quite trust Ned Tannen's judgment, so he summoned Don to report on the progress of the production." "All right, then it's settled on Kimball. If Don doesn't object, I also want to go see a David Lean film, or go to Spielberg's. Yes, his collection is the most complete." Steven agreed to lend me his studio's screening room. Spielberg had started his vacation. He was usually very busy and rarely had the opportunity to go on a foreign vacation with his fiancée. Ronald asked him for help, and Steven readily agreed to lend him all the David Lean film prints from his collection. Spielberg is a fan of David Lean, who consistently shoots anamorphic widescreen films in 2.35:1 aspect ratio. Watching the master's work would allow Ronald to learn many anamorphic widescreen techniques. Christopher Columbus was waiting for Ronald in a studio next to Spielberg's Universal Studios. He was responsible for the security of the film prints and also acted as a projectionist for Ronald. "You're busy with a new film again," Ronald pulled Columbus, who was heading to the back projection room, to go with him. The two were good friends, and it wasn't appropriate for him to do the projectionist work, so they simply went to the projection room together to chat and watch the film. "Yes, my last screenplay for Amberton is already in production." Columbus was pleased with Ronald's friendly gesture and poured out a lot of his troubles to him. After completing the screenplays for Gremlins and Young Sherlock Holmes, Columbus failed to gain the appreciation of Kathleen Kennedy, the manager at Amberlin Entertainments. He was then assigned to write another film, The Goonies, which was in production at the time. This was yet another children's adventure story, and Columbus racked his brains to come up with many different elements from Gremlins, making the film very entertaining. However, he didn't get the opportunity to direct. Amberlin Entertainments was still giving him screenwriting work. This made Columbus dissatisfied, and coupled with his unpleasant experience in Los Angeles, he considered returning to his hometown of New York. "You know, Amberton is a small studio. They can't afford to take risks. Since you've shown such great talent in screenwriting, their safest course of action is to let you continue as a screenwriter. But your talent will be recognized. I think some of the big 7 studios are already eyeing you, offering you the opportunity to independently direct low-budget films." Ronald admired Columbus. "It's very difficult to write a good screenplay for children's films, which is perhaps why Amberton has been hesitant to let him direct. Unfortunately, all my screenplays are for children's films. My agent told me that the big 7 in Hollywood now consider children's films Spielberg's specialty, and there's little chance for others to make them. Besides, I don't have many friends here, and the parties are all noisy and chaotic. I want to go back to New York and find a quiet job. Plus my wife wants to go back to New York too." Ronald could only pat Columbus on the shoulder, and David Lean's masterpiece, Lawrence of Arabia, appeared on the screen. "Do you like David Lean's films?" Ronald asked. "It's alright, Stephen really likes it. He said it's the movie that inspired him to become a director. You should go to the screening room. I'll sit here later." Stephen upgraded the automatic projector. "We can watch it until intermission before changing." "I like it too, but I don't know how to film a masterpiece that inserts its own thoughts into a historical story." Ronald started looking at the screen. Lawrence of Arabia is a large-scale film that imitates classical drama, with a 5-minute intermission. I borrowed these movies mainly because Lean has made a lot of anamorphic widescreen films, and I'm here to learn from them. After intermission, Ronald chatted with Columbus, who had sat down in the front. "Oh, I see. I've seen it many times too. Ambulance is the latest Goonies, and they've only just started using anamorphic widescreen. The previous E.T. and the Goonies were 1.85. You see, the framing is actually quite interesting. This shot has 3 close-ups of characters in a row." Columbus pointed to the shot on the screen. "Normally, a 1.85 widescreen would be quite full with just 3 close-ups, but the 2.35 anamorphic widescreen still has more than a third of blank space." Ronald nodded, noting this down. Since anamorphic widescreen is supposedly developed specifically for cinematic spectacle, it should remember to give the audience enough spectacle. In his notebook, he sketched the rear half of a fighter jet, then added a much longer flame behind the engine. The composition here could actually be expanded. "Actually, I've seen you before," Kimball said after signing on as director of photography for Top Gun, following Ronald to Naval Base Miramar to inspect the camera lenses that Grumman had modified for the Tomcat fighter jet. "Oh, how so?" Ronald didn't recall ever meeting him before. "My last job was as director of photography on the Billy King Legend. I was behind the camera watching the whole thing when you scared Christian Slater away." "Ha ha ha." Ronald laughed a little awkwardly, realizing Kimball had seen his jealousy. "Helen is a girl perfectly suited for filmmaking. Her looks and face shape don't look big even when filmed with a 2.35 anamorphic lens. She's a natural screen beauty." "Yes, what do you think of McGillis's performance in front of the anamorphic lens?" Fortunately, Kimball was a tech enthusiast, and the conversation always revolved around technology. "She's great, but not all angles are suitable. Her right profile is more photogenic, and a slightly angled shot suits the anamorphic widescreen format. Tom Cruise's left profile is more photogenic, so they're perfect for a romantic scene. They won't overshadow each other and it will be harmonious. If you find 2 stars with the same photogenic face facing the same direction, that would be terrible." The two discussed these technical details all the way to the tarmac. Grumman's engineers were waiting for Ronald to inspect the modifications. Kimball climbed under the landing gear, carefully inspected the external pods, and even tried to pry them open, but the lenses didn't budge. He gave Ronald a thumbs up, indicating excellent work. Then he climbed into the cockpit and sat in the radar officer's seat in the back, the same spot where the actors would sit during filming. "Ronald, there's a serious problem here," Kimball called from above. Ronald and the Grumman engineer quickly climbed the ladder and asked Kimball in the cockpit, "What's going on?" "Look," Kimball twisted his body from side to side, "the cockpit space is too small. Your camera won't fit here. We probably can't film the pilot's subjective perspective during that air combat scene you mentioned." "No, I specifically chose a new model of air camera for modification. Their cameras are a size smaller than Panavision's, and I've tested it. It works." The engineer took out a modification blueprints and explained to the two men, pointing to the space behind the cockpit. "We're using anamorphic widescreen lenses," Ronald said grimly. He lacked a strong technical background and had forgotten the enormous size of anamorphic widescreen lenses. The film for anamorphic widescreen lenses was still 35mm standard color film. To create a 2.35:1 super widescreen effect on the film, the camera lens would create a distorted image. A normal scene was intentionally distorted by the anamorphic lens and stored on the film at a 35mm aspect ratio. During theatrical screening, a restorative anamorphic lens was added in front of the projector to restore the distorted image to the normal 2.35:1 ratio. Therefore, anamorphic lenses consisted entirely of aspherical lens elements, making them much larger than a standard 1.85mm widescreen spherical lens, too big to fit in the cockpit. "What should we do?" Maybe we can shoot this air combat scene with a normal lens and then enlarge it to 2.35 millimeters during printing, the engineer suggested. That won't work. The distortion of an anamorphic lens is very unique, and its focus is different from that of a normal spherical lens. The audience can immediately see the difference, and it will break the immersion here. Ronald slammed his hand on the cockpit chair. The engineer was just modifying according to Ronald's ideas, while the director of photography was the one with the deepest understanding of photography from an overall perspective. Ronald looked at Kimball. If he had joined earlier and started managing the technical issues of photography during the preparation stage, perhaps there would have been a solution. I have a way. There is a new technology called Super 35. It can use a spherical lens to shoot and store a 2.35 aspect ratio shot on 35mm film. That's impossible, isn't it? Ronald looked at Kimball. There is a synchronized audio track next to 35mm film. The width that can actually be used to store the image is narrower than the film. It can't fit a 2.35 image unless you remove the audio track. Super 35 uses this method. You can first use the small volume of the Super 35 spherical lens to shoot this set of subjective shots of the pilot. During post-processing, we can also use an optical printer with an anamorphic lens, employing an optical blowing method, to print onto 35 film with audio tracks. Really, Ronald was overjoyed. Having a technical expert was truly beneficial. Take me to see it, let's try it out. Chapter 592. This movie needs rock music. Grumman engineers modified the F-14A Tomcat cockpit for the second time using the Super 35 camera. Ronald, in the radar officer's seat behind the cockpit, turned left and right, and tapped a small clapperboard in front of the Super 35 lens. The test results were ideal. The actor could manually turn the camera on and off, capturing subjective perspective shots. Ronald opened the cockpit canopy. He was just the right height to sit in. Anyone taller wouldn't be suitable for flying the American fighter jet. He'd heard that Soviet fighter jets were particularly compact, only suitable for shorter pilots. If the movie were made in the Eastern Bloc, then the actors would have to be of Tom Cruise's height. Cinematographer Kimball was left behind at Naval Air Station Miramar to continue testing the camera's high-altitude performance, including on the F-14A and an F-5 fighter jet masquerading as a Soviet MiG-28. Ronald drove back to Hollywood himself. Navy liaison Pete Pettigrew relayed the Pentagon's comments to the production team. They didn't want any official call signs of Soviet fighter jets to appear in the film. So, the MiG-21 originally written in the script was changed to MiG-28. Ronald thoughtfully chose an even-numbered designation. As is well known, Soviet MiG fighters all ended in odd numbers, such as Mi-19 and MiG-25. Even if the Soviet Union develops an unknown new fighter jet in the future, it won't occupy this fictional MiG-28 designation. The actors will begin their first non-stop script reading this afternoon. After separate scene readings over the past 2 days, the actors basically understand what each scene entails. The next step is a non-stop script reading to ensure a comprehensive understanding of the intensity of each scene's performance, maintaining emotional consistency throughout so the audience doesn't feel pulled out of the story by unbalanced emotions. Especially for Top Gun, the method of filming according to the script sequence, similar to Ronald's previous film Dragon Boys, requires the actors to have a deeper understanding of each scene. Jerry, where's Don? Ronald looked at producer Bruckheimer. He was there today to discuss the film's score with the two producers. Ronald had actually suggested to them that they use a sequential shooting method, which would make the actors' performances more realistic. But Bruckheimer had done the math for him. The Navy had given Paramount a discounted price, mainly because Ronald had the Vice Admiral call the Secretary of the Navy, a fixed fee of $1.8 million to rent 4 F-14A Tomcats and 4 F-5S fighter jets for the filming of air combat scenes. Secretary of the Navy John Raymond, seeing that Ronald was the director, thoughtfully added a special note to the application for 2 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles, allowing the crew to film the missile launches and the impact on the target drones. Make sure the lads make it exciting, show the Navy's style, were the Secretary's exact words. Of course, this was just a fixed cost. Renting fighter jets meant also renting fighter pilots for the filming. Otherwise the crew wouldn't be able to find civilian pilots who could fly F-14s. The Navy offered $7,800 per hour for pilots, including fuel and maintenance. If they wanted to film scenes of fighter jets taking off and landing on the carrier, they would need to hire an entire crew. The Navy offered a friendly price of $25,000 per hour. Furthermore, the contract stipulated that the crew must not interfere with the carrier's operations, actors and crew must obey the orders of naval officers, and they must not film any classified parts of the carrier. Filming must be conducted under the highest authority, the captain's orders. Considering the flight scenes were scattered throughout the script, even doubling the $15 million budget wouldn't be enough if filmed sequentially. Therefore, they decided to film different parts of the scenes location-wise. Ronald had decided to concentrate the air combat and carrier-related scenes within 1 or 2 weeks, placing them after the actors' other scenes. He should be here by now. Bruckheimer glanced at his watch. Let's not wait for him. Let me introduce you to George Mortal, our composer. The Navy's initial draft of the script still had many questions that needed finalization. For example, the opening air battle, where Ronald had the Lone Ranger scare off 2 Cuban pilots, and the final air battle where he shot down 3 North Korean planes. The Navy considered these highly provocative elements, and further research was needed on whether specific country names could appear in the film. However, the basic structure was complete, so Ronald suggested bringing in the music first. Since the film was being described as a music video, it should have some good music. The story was very simple anyway, and the audience was there for the adrenaline-pumping scenes. Ronald, an Oscar winner for Best Original Song, knew that with the right music, the audience's adrenaline could be amplified exponentially by the combined effect of music and visuals. Hi, George. Ronald shook hands with the Italian-American composer and record producer, George Mortal. Actually, I've seen you before, George Mortal said in an Italian accent. Oh, Ronald thought to himself that he had indeed gained some fame in Hollywood. Now everyone was starting to connect with him as an opening line. Joe Esposito's last album was a collaboration with me. I happened to see you when he was recording the theme song for Top Gun. Oh, how is Joe? Ronald felt half relieved seeing that this was someone from his network of acquaintances. Seems like a talent for a film scoring. George Mortal had collaborated with the Simpson-Bruckheimer duo on Beverly Hills Cop, but the soundtrack requirements for that comedy cop film were completely different from Top Gun. Our film needs a lot of testosterone, so we need rock music, Ronald suggested. Specifically, you need a pop-rock album, George Mortal said, immediately understanding Ronald's needs. Pop rock is rock music incorporating a lot of pop melodies and formats to make it more appealing to a wider audience. Do you have any songs in mind that you could use as background music for the film? After I read the script, I can contact your favorites first, and then we can create new songs to complement them. George Mortal had no prejudices and didn't intend to compose the entire film score himself. Ronald was overjoyed. This kind of composer truly cared about the overall effect of the film. It seemed Bruckheimer had a good eye. Bruckheimer gave him a reassuring look. Ronald pondered for a moment. I think Bruce Springsteen's music is good. He remembered Dancing in the Dark, originally intended for the music video featuring Diane. The melody and rhythm were perfect. Born in the USA? That's perfect. I understand what you mean. George Mortal nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this patriotic song was very suitable for the theme of your film. Well, that one's not bad either. I think we also need a romantic love song, to be used when the male and female leads fall in love. And the aerial combat song needs to be tense and exciting, something to get everyone's adrenaline pumping. Don't worry, George will take care of it. Let me look at the script first. George Mortal seemed confident. He said goodbye to Ronald and the others and went back to work. Where's Don? Why isn't he here yet? Ronald saw that the music composer had also left. Don Simpson rarely attended these crucial meetings. It wouldn't be good if he missed some good ideas. Don Simpson often had some whimsical yet reasonable suggestions. I had my assistant look for him. Did he go to Paramount and get delayed again? Ronald shook his head and walked into the large conference room. All the actors with lines were already in place, and the non-stop script reading was about to begin. Lone Ranger, this isn't about your flying skills, it's about your attitude. The enemy in the sky is dangerous, but you are more dangerous than the enemy. Val Kilmer stared at Tom Cruise and read this line. This is a sharp exchange between the two during their competition for the Top Gun flight school. On one side is the ever-calm, theoretical Iceman, and on the other is the instinctive, impulsive Lone Ranger. However, the actors seemed a bit too emotional when reading their lines. Ronald marked this part in the script, indicating that the intensity of the emotions needed to be adjusted later. Yet, I'm very dangerous, Tom Cruise said, leaning forward from his chair, flashing Val Kilmer a mischievous smile. and then baring his teeth in a provocative gesture. Hey, Val Kilmer was enraged by this action. Instead of following the script, he leaned forward, raised his head, and jabbed his chin at Tom Cruise in a defiant manner. How? Kelly McGillis chuckled silently beside him. This kind of film crew is interesting. Even before filming began, the two actors were already in character. Ahem. Ronald cleared his throat, took a sip of tea with feigned nonchalance, and didn't want the two male leads to continue pushing their hormone levels, but he also didn't want to interrupt the script reading, so he had to speak up to remind them. The two male leads smiled dismissively and leaned back in their chairs. Val Kilmer clearly hadn't had enough fun yet, putting down his script and about to improvise a line. Tom Cruise was eager to try, wondering what brilliant lines the other could come up with. Kelly McGillis looked at the two young men, smiled slightly, and tucked her long blonde hair behind her ear, revealing a sexy neck. Ronald frowned, about to stop her from adding fuel to the fire. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash came from outside the window. Then came a softer rustling sound. What happened? Ronald seized the opportunity to break the tense atmosphere of the reading and went outside to see what was going on. Standing at the exit of the porch, Ronald saw a Porsche 911 sports car in the parking space outside, completely wrecked. Parts, a shattered hood, broken glass, and other debris were scattered across the ground by the impact. The man in the driver's seat had been thrown headfirst into a large white airbag, still restrained by a seatbelt. There was obvious blood on the airbag, and Ronald felt something was wrong. Although a law passed last year included airbags in automotive safety regulations, the force of the impact and the man's speed must have been terrifying. And why didn't he brake when he tried to stop? Oh, SHXT, Jerry Bruckheimer rushed out after hearing the noise. He recognized the blood-covered driver as his partner, Don Simpson. Don, how are you? Ronald was shocked. This driver was Don Simpson? Had he died? Call 911 immediately and get an ambulance. Ronald went over and pulled Bruckheimer away from Simpson, who was trying to move him. I've learned first aid. Don't move him now. Let's get a professional emergency doctor to handle it. Chapter 593. Quick, tell Ronald. Car accident, unconscious, Bruckheimer anxiously explained to the uniformed paramedics as the ambulance arrived. Beep, 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 heart rate and breathing are normal. Loss of consciousness is likely due to a brain injury. Take him to UCLA-affiliated hospital, their emergency services are excellent. Ronald and Bruckheimer jumped into the ambulance and escorted Don Simpson to the hospital. Patient's name, age, details of the accident. This is my friend, Don Simpson, 42 years old. He was in a car accident while parking. His head was smashed and his face was covered in blood. We didn't witness the specific events. Bruckheimer answered the paramedics' questions. Did he hit his car while parking? Was he under the influence of alcohol? No. Various monitoring devices on Don Simpson were connected to a monitor on his hospital bed. Ronald, seeing that his heart rate was relatively stable, breathed a sigh of relief. Where are you? What happened to me? Don Simpson seemed to have regained consciousness, but his mouth was swollen from the impact, his nose appeared to be broken and bleeding profusely, making his speech somewhat slurred. Doctor, the patient seems to be awake. Ronald quickly called for the emergency room doctor. Does he have a history of drug abuse? The doctor shone a flashlight into Don Simpson's pupils and then checked his emergency medications. A patient who had just been in a car accident shouldn't be this agitated. I can only say that he may have been affected by drugs, Ronald reluctantly admitted ambiguously. Don't worry, we're doctors, we don't deal with LAPD matters. But after 48 hours of observation here, you'd better have him go to a rehabilitation center. In my experience, he's used a lot of drugs. Don is a Hollywood producer, his job doesn't allow him to go to a rehabilitation center now, Bruckheimer replied. Okay, that's his personal choice. I'm going to move him to the emergency room now. He'll be hospitalized here for 48 hours of observation. G. Rui, Luo Nada, Wo. Palamangyaho. Why? Don Simpson's mouth was swollen like two sausages, but he still tried his best to say something to Bruckheimer and Ronald. Don't worry, the paramedics said it's just a minor injury, and you'll be fine after treatment, Bruckheimer reassured him. Don, you'll be fine soon, Ronald cheered him on. Don Simpson thrashed about on the hospital bed, ignoring the oxygen mask the doctor had put on him, and still trying to talk to Ronald. A drug addict, Another paramedic asked. The doctor shrugged. Since the president raised the minimum drinking age, now, car accident patients are almost as many as drunk drivers. Stop yelling, I'll let you get some sleep, the paramedic said, pulling out a sedative and injecting it into Don Simpson's buttocks. Quick, tell Jerry, tell Ronald. Paramount CEO Frank Mancuso is sending people. Tom. Kilmer. McGillis, be careful. Don Simpson's struggles stopped weakly, then his head lolled to the side, and he fell asleep. I say, can Don still work in this condition? Ronald called Bud, who then drove them to a famous French restaurant in West Hollywood. Don had originally booked a dinner for composer George Mortal. It seems the situation is really bad now. We'll see what the doctor says. If it doesn't work, I can sign the papers to send him to a rehabilitation center. I know one. A friend of mine is there, almost out. I heard it's run by doctors at Sinai Medical Center, and it's quite effective. Hi, George. Ronald saw the Italian-American composer George Mortal approaching and stood up to hug him. This is my partner, Harold Faltermeyer. We've started composing for a movie together. I have to say, after reading the script, I couldn't sleep at night. It's so exciting. I haven't seen a Hollywood script with a lone hero in a long time. The group ate and discussed their understanding of the script. After the 3 main courses, while waiting for dessert, Ronald picked up a wine glass and chatted with Harold Faltermeyer. Harold Faltermeyer, a German composer, was assigned the task of composing the theme song, which had no lyrics. My idea for the theme song is to immediately immerse the audience in the atmosphere. Ideally, there should be a melody at the beginning that instantly transports them to the Western cowboy mood, like the whistling Morricone provided for Eastwood in A Fistful of Dollars. Ronald began, explaining his understanding. Actually, I've already written the theme song, Harold Faltermeyer said, wiping his mouth with a napkin, his voice thick with German accent. Really? When can I hear it? You guys are really efficient. Ronald eagerly awaited, the melody of the bells ringing in the smoke of his dream still vividly etched in his memory. I've only written a melody. I haven't had time to get a demo recorded yet. When would you like to hear it? Harold Faltermeyer replied. Normally, filming is completed before editing begins, so why was this director in such a hurry? I want to hear it right after I finish eating, Ronald said eagerly, wanting to know if the other person had written the piece from his dream. The opening melody of chiming bells quickly draws the audience into the story, a powerful tool for stimulating their hormones, no less effective than the film's other trump card, the live-action fighter jet combat scenes filmed with the Navy's cooperation. Well, okay, I'll find someone to record a demo later. It should be finished by tonight, and I can give it to you tomorrow morning. No, tomorrow morning. I have a meeting with a Navy advisor tomorrow morning. Call me whenever you've finished recording, anytime. I'll go now, Harold Faltermeyer said, abandoning his dessert and immediately getting up to return to his studio. The next morning, Ronald was in his office, waiting for the Navy advisor and his messenger, Pete Pettigrew, to come and discuss the Pentagon's latest comments on the script. He was wearing headphones from a Sony Walkman, playing the demo of the theme song that Harold Faltermeyer had frantically found a guitarist, Stephen Stevens, to play guitar while he played the piano at 2 a.m. last night. Dong, dong. Dong, the chimes Harold simulated on the piano, though not as perfect as in his dream, were still incredibly powerful. Everyone who heard them said they were invigorating. Ronald, the Navy's main concerns about the script are these points, said Pete Pettigrew, a former Top Gun instructor, flipping to several controversial sections of the script. First, the ending where Dumbbell is hit by machine gun fire in mid-air during a conflict with the enemy is problematic. It makes the public think that the Navy's fighters are incompetent, inferior to our Civil Alliance fighters. But at this point in the story, Dumbbell has to die, only then can the Lone Ranger's transformation be promoted. Ronald was anxious. It's not that he can't die, just that the way he dies has to be different, so that Dumbbell's death doesn't remind people of the Tomcat's quality issues. For example, we could have him die in an accident, then think of an accident for me. I don't know what kind of accident would make people not doubt the power of the fighter jet. Okay, Pete Pettigrew began to jot it down. He had a wide circle of friends in the Navy, and his apprentices were all elite pilots. He knew almost all the F-14A accidents. Then, Instructor Charlie can't be a military officer. The Pentagon made it clear that she must be a civilian expert, employed by the Navy. We can't tolerate 2 officers falling in love. Good, that's settled. Ronald also made a note, and quickly told the hairstylist, stylist, and makeup artist to focus their efforts on giving McGillis the image of a working woman. Anything else? Ronald looked up at him. Also, in the initial battle on the carrier, Jaguar can't suffer from aerial dizziness due to cowardice in engaging the enemy. We need to think of someone braver for him, someone who can handle psychological problems. A naval pilot can't be a coward. I've got it. You can help me think of something later. Ronald closed his notebook, took off his headphones, and handed them to P. Pettigrew. Listen to our theme song. What do you think? Pettigrew listened for a while, then his eyes lit up. This melody is perfect for the Navy. Great. I'll have all the actors listen to it every day during filming. This music is truly exhilarating. Tom Cruise also came to the office. After listening to the theme song recording Ronald had prepared for him, he was very happy. He had Paula put away the tape he had been carrying on his Walkman and continued to listen to the theme song, nodding his head. The tape contained the script's dialogue. Because of his dyslexia, Tom Cruise had to memorize the lines for the scenes every day. During the last script reading, he barely managed to avoid embarrassment by rote memorization and trying hard to decipher the text. Knock knock, Bruckheimer knocked on the door. That's settled then, Tom. Get ready. We're starting filming next week. Ronald stood up and went with Bruckheimer to the hospital to see Don Simpson. This is his blood test report. Look at these three numbers. His levels are all very high. Your friend is on the verge of sudden death at any moment. The doctor showed them something. Don Simpson appeared to be taking various medications in combination. I think, for his life's sake, you should send him to a rehabilitation center for a while. Bruckheimer and Ronald exchanged a glance. It seemed Don needed to go in for treatment to recover. Don Simpson woke up in his hospital bed to find several burly men, rehabilitation center staff who had come to pick him up. Don, not knowing what was happening, started shouting, crying, and screaming. Don't worry, it's your friends Bruckheimer and Ronald. They helped you contact the rehabilitation center. You'll be fine after staying there for a while. I need to call Jerry and Ronald. I have something important to discuss with them. Have them bring the script and costume photos. The doctor at the rehabilitation center gave Don another sedative in his buttocks. Script, costume photo, what's that? A code name for a new drug, the doctor asked several staff members moving uncooperative patients. I don't know, shall we start moving him? They pointed to Don Simpson, who was beginning to drowsily lie on the bed. Move him, they're all very good actors, don't be fooled by them. I'm not. Quick, tell Ronald, tell Jerry, you'd better call them yourself when you get to the rehabilitation center. Two burly men carried the nearly asleep Don Simpson into the ambulance. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594 The Height of the Startup Photo. No, this isn't the Charlie I want. You've dressed her up like a... Ronald looked at the image Kelly McGillis had been created by the three expensive hairstylists, costume designers, and makeup artists who had spent 2 hours creating it, and repeatedly rejected it. A what? This is the latest trend, isn't it good? The hairstylist had come from New York. He had once done the hair of Molly Linward, the lead actress in 16 Candles, and a single red short hairstyle could earn him over $2,000. Like a streetwalker, Ronald couldn't help but say, I want an intellectual woman, a lecturer who can teach fighter pilots with various doctorates and master's degrees. Okay, let's change it again. The costume designer pulled over a clothes rack and began selecting an intellectual style outfit. Also, how many inches are these heels? Too high, lower them. Intellectual women can also love beauty, McGillis protested, twirling around twice in her red high heels. Fine, try it again. Tom Cruise and Val Kilmer, the two male leads, walked in, dressed in naval aviator uniforms. The photographer sent by Paramount to take stills of the film, upon seeing them, snapped dozens of photos of the three leads. Soon, a news article announcing the start of filming for Top Gun appeared on page 7 of The Hollywood Reporter, accompanied by a photo of the three leads. On Monday, the crew moved to Miramar Naval Base, where they would film the main ground scenes. The first scene, arranged by Ronald, was a classroom scene. On his first day at Top Gun flight school, the Maverick, along with Iceman and other fellow students, Listen to a lecture from an instructor whose call sign was the Joker. The Joker was played by Michael Ironside, who naturally possessed a villainous face. Even as an instructor, he exuded a wicked charm. Our Navy's exchange ratio in Korea was 12-1. We shot down 12 of our opponents for every one we lost. In Vietnam, it became 3-1. Many pilots relied too much on missiles. They forgot the skills of dogfighting. At Top Gun School, you're here to learn advanced aerial combat skills, commonly known as dogfighting. You are all in the top 1% of the Navy's elite. The one with the highest score here will receive the Top Gun trophy. Cut. Ronald smiled. For the first shot, he deliberately chose an easy one, just a camera on the Joker. Among the trainees below were Tom Cruise's Lone Ranger and his partner, the Dumb Goose. Over there was Val Kilmer as the Iceman, and two other main supporting actors, Barry Tabb as the Werewolf, and Rick Rossovich as the Slider. This kind of shot allowed everyone to quickly warm up and get into character without being too difficult and affecting the actor's confidence. The crew began preparing for the next shot, the Joker introducing the school's director, Viper, and the trainees' reactions to the Joker's words. The curtains were drawn back, and the setting sun slanted through the blinds. Each group quickly made arrangements. During a break, Ronald observed the actor's condition. Tom Cruise, wearing headphones, was still memorizing his lines. Val Kilmer looked at Tom with disdain. The two were now officially facing off on set. The top 1% elite, the one with the highest score here, will receive the Top Gun trophy. The Joker, whose head was already half bald, recited his lines again with his back to the camera. This time, the camera captured the trainees' reactions. Barry Tabb, playing the Werewolf, was a handsome, baby-faced man. He spoke lewdly to the camera with a childlike innocence that appealed to women. "Don't flirt with me," said Rick Rossovich, playing the Slider, next to him. He was the other extreme, of Eastern European descent. He appeared very wooden, but his muscular physique was also a favorite among some female viewers. Cut. Ronald's camera moved in methodically. This kind of high-concept film didn't require much acting skill, and these actors weren't novices. This level of filming was a piece of cake. He deliberately chose to shoot in the evening, when the magical lighting made the room look beautiful. The first day of shooting ended quickly. Tom Cruise came over to say hello. He and the rest of the crew weren't staying together, so Paula picked him up, handed him the recording tapes for the next day's lines, and the two drove to a better hotel. Val Kilmer, another star staying in a separate hotel, didn't choose Tom Cruise's, but instead went with his manager to a hotel in a small town in another direction. "Okay, guys, we can go to the bar for a beer. Wednesday and Saturday are the base pilot's nights, but we can go to the bar any other time." Ronald clapped his hands twice, shooing the group of hormone-fueled actors to the bar. Rather than letting them drink excessively in the hotel, it was better to have some controlled beer. Ronald didn't join the beer party. He went back to the hotel, took a magazine featuring Bruce Weber from his room, and started reading it in the hotel lobby bar. Ronald ordered a cocktail and slowly sipped it while reading. This Bruce Weber magazine was full of photos of shirtless men, from various angles and in various poses, a favorite of women confined to their homes. In this issue, there was a group photo of three men, one resembling Tom Cruise, another Val Kilmer, all posing by a poolside, their bare torsos reflecting the sunlight, highlighting their well-defined muscles. How was this taken? Why are the muscles so defined? Ronald muttered to himself, taking a sip of his drink. He was working on how to make male celebrities look sexy and appealing to female viewers. They've all smeared olive oil on them. Some of Julia's classmates have had these kinds of photos taken. Kelly McGillis, the female lead, walked over in high heels, a smile playing on her lips as she saw Ronald looking at the magazine photos. "Do you usually relax by reading these magazines?" No, I'm thinking about the beach volleyball scene later." Ronald quickly closed the magazine, the beautiful male bodies now enclosed inside, and set it aside. "Why don't you go to the bar with the guys?" Ronald asked McGillis. "I'm not interested in those young punks. I like men with substance." McGillis glanced at the magazine beside Ronald, ordered a cocktail, and sat down next to him. "You don't mind, do you?" "Of course not. Please sit down." Ronald invited her to sit down. "Actually, our main actors are all very talented, not just pretty faces. You'll see once you spend more time with them. Besides, you have to film the scene where you get attacked by the Lone Ranger in the bar, so you can familiarize yourself with the place first." To be honest, These scenes aren't challenging for me. I only agreed to Paramount because of the contract. McGillis crossed her legs, her trousers emphasizing her ample hips, and deliberately swayed them a few times. Besides, Val Kilmer is kind of pretty face you're talking about. He can't even tell if my object is I or me. PFFT, Ronald almost spat out his cocktail. Ha ha ha, Val Kilmer was indeed rather pretentious and not very well educated. Although he had spent 4 years at Juilliard College, he had spent most of his time chasing women who could help his acting career. Anyway, I like your directing style. McGillis clinked glasses with him. Good luck directing, good luck acting too. Meanwhile, in a well-equipped rehab center outside Los Angeles, Don Simpson picked up the latest issue of The Hollywood Reporter. Damn it, he flipped to the page about the start of filming for Top Gun, the photos of the 3 main actors catching his eye. I knew they hadn't noticed. Sigh. I need to make a call. Listen, I need to make a call. I need to call Hollywood director Ronald Lee. It's business, Don Simpson started shouting. A tall, burly black nurse approached. Mr. Simpson, you've already made your call this week. At our rehab center, we allow you to provide 1 number per week for 1 call. Don Simpson sat down helplessly. On his very first day at the rehab center, he had called his female companion, wanting her to come in and keep him company. But after his female companion refused, the caregiver wouldn't let him make the second call. This was a rule at the rehabilitation center. They were afraid wealthy clients might call to have someone come and take them away. Don Simpson was a little annoyed. After meeting with Paramount CEO Frank Mancuso, he knew the man was rigid-minded, still living in 1950s Hollywood. After Mancuso checked on the progress of Top Gun and looked at the casting, his first question was about Tom Cruise's height. In his mind, Hollywood men had to be over 6 feet tall, preferably like Jimmy Stewart or Gary Cooper, so that when kissing a beautiful woman, there would be a height difference in the composition. Tom Cruise's height was a major weakness. He looked shorter than Kelly McGillis, and Frank Mancuso had even praised Kilmer, believing his height was sufficient for a lead role. Don Simpson had already wanted to remind Ronald to find a way to avoid showing McGillis being taller than Cruise in the stills and shots of the two appearing together. Neither Bruckheimer nor Ronald had considered this yet. In the photos, Tom Cruise looked about the same height as McGillis, and both were noticeably shorter than Frank Kilmer. When Frank Mancuso's men checked the set, they would definitely report this to him, and with his conservative mind, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? Mr. Simpson, do you remember me? A beautiful woman with a husky voice spoke to Don Simpson beside him. Aren't you Ronald's, Demi Moore? Demi said in a hospital gown. I can be discharged today. If you have any messages for Ronald, I can do it for you. Don Simpson carefully avoided the nurse's gaze. Tell him not to make Tom look shorter than McGillis, and not to make Frank Kilmer look too much taller than Tom. That's all, Demi asked in surprise. That's all. Also, if you have any connections, bring me some. In, Mr. Ronald, your phone call. A waiter came to inform Ronald from the hotel bar. Excuse me, Ronald said, getting up to answer the phone. McGillis was a good conversationalist, and the two chatted happily. Ronnie, it's me, Demi. Demi? It's you? Your treatment at the rehab center is over. Yes, listen to me first. I'm in a phone booth, and I don't have much change on me. Mr. Don Simpson asked me to pass on a message to you. Demi relayed Simpson's message. Thank you. I don't know how to thank you enough, Ronald thanked Demi. This information was important. It seemed tomorrow's scene needed to be revised. You can do it now. I'm out of money and stuck at the public transport station. Could you send someone to pick me up? Demi gave him her address. Wait here, I'll send someone to pick you up. Ronald then dialed Bud, instructing him to pick up Demi outside the rehab center. She didn't want her boyfriend Emilio to know about her predicament and used the excuse of going on vacation abroad. Do you have any change? Give Demi $200 and find her a clean hotel to stay in. We can talk about the rest over the weekend. Ronald returned to the table. McGillis paid the bill, stood up, and ran her hand through the back of her trousers, smoothing out the wrinkles from sitting for so long. Ronald stared at her beautiful legs, accentuated by high heels. What, Emma dressed sophisticated enough? McGillis smiled. I've heard you're quite good at photographing women's legs. I'd rather see you barefoot, without heels. Ha ha ha, McGillis grinned. Then come to my room. Chapter 595 Barefoot. McGillis's smile was warm, her walk graceful, and her figure was stunning from behind. After Ronald followed her into the room, he closed the door. "Could you take off your heels so I can see? It seems the rumors about you are true." McGillis leaned closer to Ronald, her masculine breath warm against her face. The weary spirits of the filming location, dulled by the overly bright lights, seemed to be washed clean by hot water, regaining their sparkle. McGillis hooked her arms around Ronald's neck and looked up at him. "Do you like me barefoot?" She lifted her left leg and rubbed it against the back of her right. Thud, the 3-inch heel landed. Thud, another, the other heel also fell to the ground. Ronald felt as if McGillis had suddenly shrunk, but after a quick mental check, he realized they were about the same height. He reached out and supported McGillis's waist, gently pulling her up slightly, then lowered her again. She was still a little too high. McGillis moved closer and closer, the warmth from Ronald's hand on her waist making her entire upper body feel hot. "We seem to be at the perfect height like this," McGillis said, tiptoeing to make herself a little taller, but it still felt a bit short. She placed both feet on Ronald's toes, then tiptoed again, which felt much more comfortable. Hooking her arms around Ronald's neck, McGillis could see his deep eyes when she looked up, and happily lifted one foot, slowly rubbing it against Ronald's leg. Their bodies were almost touching. Kelly, let me see what you look like first." Ronald felt a little overwhelmed by McGillis's enthusiasm and quickly pulled her away from his waist. "You don't need to tiptoe, just stand naturally." "What?" McGillis asked, confused, and spun around barefoot on the spot. "Can I go any lower?" Ronald stroked his chin, still comparing in his mind. "Is that so?" McGillis thought to herself that this director really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. She turned her back to the table, braced herself with her hands behind her back, and leaned back slightly, looking like she was waiting to be picked. "Now the height difference is about right." Ronald stepped in front of her, using one hand to measure his chin, then stretched it forward to McGillis's head, confident in his assessment. "What are you doing?" McGillis saw this gesture, her face changed, and she shoved Ronald away. "Are you measuring my height? Are you doing this for Tom? Making me act barefoot with him? If you could lean back a little more, with your waist tilted a bit more, it would be even better." "Get out of here." McGillis's eyebrows shot up, telling the oblivious Ronald to get lost. "Listen to me, Paramount executives are coming to the set tomorrow. They're paying attention to the height difference between Tom and you. We need to satisfy them so the later filming can go smoothly. Get out." McGillis pointed to the door. "I'm leaving right now. Remember to keep this pose tomorrow. When you're filming Tom singing karaoke, remember to lower the camera a little." With a slight upward angle, Ronald pulled cinematographer Kimball aside and quietly gave him instructions. The next morning, the crew arrived at the bar at Miramar Air Force Base and, taking advantage of the morning light, filmed the scene where the Lone Ranger flirts with Charlie. No one was supervising Ronald on this project, so he used a lot of backlighting during magical moments, indulging his passion for artistic photography. Last night, Ronald confirmed that McGillis could portray the feeling of being slightly shorter than Tom Cruise. He immediately convened a meeting with Bruckheimer, Tom Cruise, and Paula Wagner. The initial consensus was that Charlie could appear slightly taller than the Lone Ranger on screen. Top Gun is an ensemble piece, with many very tall actors, such as Tim Robbins, who plays Merlin, the Lone Ranger's second rear seat radar officer. He's so tall that he has difficulty even sitting in the cockpit of an F-14, so Tom Cruise's height disadvantage is undeniable. There will always be people in the same frame as him. Paula initially agreed to make McGillis appear slightly taller than Cruise in the film. This wouldn't affect Cruise's screen image. However, Paramount's president's old-fashioned ideas were discovered by Don Simpson, and everyone decided that night to overturn the previous plan and try every means to make the Lone Ranger appear taller in the scene where he talks to Charlie alone. "Understood," said cinematographer Kimball, who was very familiar with these shooting tricks. Tom Cruise was closer to the camera than McGillis in this scene, and shooting at a slightly upward angle would create a perspective illusion, making Cruise appear even taller in Don's presence. "But what's karaoke?" It means the Lone Ranger picks up the microphone and sings. "Is it Japanese?" "Japanese, action." Tom Cruise picked up the microphone in the bar and started singing an old Elvis song. "When I kissed your lips, you never closed your eyes again, and you weren't as gentle with me as before." Gradually, the actors in the bar, and the extras behind them, joined Tom Cruise in singing the old song, giving him a boost in his pursuit of the girl. McGillis, playing Charlie, couldn't help but smile and let the Lone Ranger sit down next to her. "I have an appointment," Charlie laughed. "Oh, an appointment," the Lone Ranger said knowingly. The two chatted while Charlie's date hadn't arrived. From the camera's angle, Ronald saw the Lone Ranger next to Charlie, half a head taller than her. He nodded, everything under control. "Oh, my date is here, Perry, I'll be right there." McGillis stood up, letting out a sigh of relief. Maintaining that hunched posture throughout filming wasn't easy. Cut. Ronald saw Kimball's OK sign and announced, "Develop this shot, let's prepare for the next scene." "Great." McGillis led the applause off camera. She was barefoot on the floor, and upon hearing Ronald's approval, she immediately found a pair of flat shoes and put them on. Acting with a short male lead is always a hassle. Congratulations, the filming was excellent. An executive sent by Paramount CEO Frank Mancuso to inspect the set was very satisfied with everything. Mr. Mancuso respects Hollywood traditions, and he will certainly be pleased with this method of highlighting the male lead. "Hello." Ronald, seeing the main figure arrive, took the opportunity to let the crew rest and accompanied him on a tour of the base bar, the main location for today's filming. "I will report back to Mr. Mancuso truthfully, everything is satisfactory." Ronald saw him out, and at the bar entrance, the executive looked at a red Ferrari and asked Ronald, "Is this the car the Lone Ranger will be driving?" "Yes, a Ferrari GTO 288, Ronald introduced, pointing to his car. "Why not a convertible?" "A convertible, exactly. In classic Hollywood, the main characters always drive convertibles to show off their good looks. Besides, Ferrari isn't willing to pay sponsorship fees, but Japanese motorcycle manufacturers are very willing to cooperate with us. Why don't you change your motorcycle?" Ronald was speechless for a moment. He wasn't making a racing movie. In the scene originally intended to showcase the lone hero's heroic spirit, he was flying a plane. "We'll revise that part of the script. It would be even better if Paramount could provide a list of manufacturers you're willing to cooperate with." Bruckheimer stepped in from the side to take over. "Is this guy just going to boss people around like this?" Ronald asked Bruckheimer angrily. "Why should he give in to his demands? These executive producers sitting in offices know very little about filmmaking, so they make some strange requests. If you don't agree to them, they'll become suspicious and interfere even more with the production. Let's just change the minor details according to their wishes." "Okay." Ronald thought about it and agreed, so he didn't dwell on the details and went into the bar to continue filming. "Pete, you just sit here and chat with McGillis about anything. Our microphones won't use your live recordings," Ronald instructed Pete Pettigrew, the Navy advisor sitting next to McGillis. This was a little incentive for Pete. The crew still had many things to discuss with the Navy, and having him make a cameo appearance as instructor Charlie's date would help him lean more towards Hollywood when faced with a choice between the Navy and Hollywood. Just talking like that, Pete was indeed very happy, sitting upright at the bar table, very classy. "Yes, just chat, as long as you don't look at the camera." McGillis was finally free from slouching and going barefoot, and she happily shared her experience of cooperating with filming with Pete. Action. The camera panned across the scene, revealing a smile on Tom Cruise's face. His character, the Lone Ranger, was secretly watching Pete on her date with Charlie. They were clearly not on a romantic date, but rather discussing some professional matters. This meant the Lone Ranger still had a good chance with Charlie. Cut. "How was it?" Ronald asked the cinematographer quietly. "No problem, I shot it from the agreed angles. The Lone Ranger definitely looks taller than Charlie." Ronald patted Kimball and ordered another take. HMPH, the cold snort from the corner came from Val Kilmer. He'd heard that Paramount executives were coming to inspect, so he'd come out of the dressing room early to look cool. Sure enough, he received a compliment, saying his physique was more like a Hollywood Golden Age star than the lead actor, Cruise. Having spent years on the stage and in film, Kilmer was well aware of the cinematographer's tricks. It seemed Tom Cruise was quite bothered by his height. McGillis might only be an inch or two taller than Tom, but he was 6 feet tall. When they appeared side by side, he wouldn't let Tom outshine him. So what if the script, director, cinematographer, and producers all want to highlight Cruise? Watch how I clearly steal the spotlight, he thought smugly, plotting a mischievous scheme. Chapter 596 Stealing the Show. The cinema at Miramar Flight Center was rented by the film crew to watch pilot shots every night. Ronald disliked having the entire crew watch pilot shots. Without synchronized audio and video or post-production editing, many people were unaware of the director's intentions. Offering opinions and suggestions was not only unhelpful but also disruptive to the director's train of thought and the next day's shooting. Besides Ronald, Bruckheimer, director of photography Kimball, and Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, Kelly McGillis, and others whose contracts stipulated the right to watch pilot shots, only consultant Pete Pettigrew was watching yesterday's footage. Ronald, why does Top Gun school have a trophy? We're a flight school, not the Olympics, and we don't encourage this kind of individual heroism. Air combat is mainly about women cooperation, Pettigrew complained to Ronald after seeing yesterday's footage. Jerry, Ronald asked Bruckheimer to explain to Pete, while he focused on discussing Val Kilmer's agent's opinion on his client's on-screen appearance time. Pete, imagine a couple in Oklahoma who run a small family-run department store. They have 3 kids. For them, a competition needs a champion. Flight school is like a competition. Since it's scored, there has to be a first place, and with a first place, there has to be a trophy. Bruckheimer tried to explain simply, using analogies the other person could understand. Kilmer's screen time, both in terms of duration and number of seconds, is significantly less than Tom Cruise's. Paramount's top producers praised Kilmer's performance. I think if you continue to favor Cruise like this, I'll have to speak to CEO Frank Mancuso. Ronald knew the other person was largely bluffing. Agents are very concerned about their client's screen time. The talk of speaking to Mancuso was pure bragging. If Val Kilmer could get direct access to Mancuso, he wouldn't have taken on this movie he initially didn't want to act in. I think you've misunderstood. Yesterday's scenes mainly focused on the Lone Ranger. Tomorrow, there will be a lot of scenes featuring your client's character, the Iceman, as well as his scenes with a Lone Ranger. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Val Kilmer's agent was stubborn. Kilmer's role in this film was forced upon him by Paramount through a contract. But every advantage has its disadvantages. The contract also contained many guarantee clauses for Val Kilmer, and the agent's ability to intervene in the production was a drawback. Whatever. I treat all actors equally, and I film according to their needs. Besides, Tom is the lead actor, and his salary is higher than Kilmer's. Higher pay comes with higher responsibility. Val Kilmer didn't participate in the discussion. After his agent finished arguing, he walked out of the theater with him and returned to his hotel. Only McGillis and Cruise remained in the theater. Tom Cruise had heard the entire argument and sat quietly in his seat. Paula was beside him, whispering something. "Aren't you going to the bar with them?" McGillis asked Cruise, preparing to leave for the other actors' beer time. "I'm not going." Tom Cruise didn't want to be with the other actors. He had clearly heard Ronald and Val Kilmer's disagreement over screen time and camera time, as well as the pressure from Paramount executives. He knew Ronald was under immense pressure regarding the film's box office success, and he was in the same boat. Paramount had a total budget of $15 million, after deducting the Navy's share and pre-production costs. He himself received the highest salary of $1 million, nearly 10% of the total investment, or more than a third of the total actor salaries. Other supporting actors, including McGillis, could take a more relaxed approach to filming, but Tom Cruise, with his highest salary, bore the greatest responsibility. The success or failure of the box office was inextricably linked to his career. With $1 million, he had to shoulder the responsibility of a box office hit. He had a lot of preparation to do, to be in top form on set every day. You should still memorize your lines for tomorrow today. But having some fun with a supporting cast over the weekend is a good way to show goodwill. I can book a bar for you and treat everyone to drinks. Paula, like an older sister, took care of everything for her younger brother, Cruise. McGillis smiled. This little boy mentality was still quite childish. The crew was full of young boys. He had thought the director would be different. "Kelly, wait a minute, I need to talk to you later," Ronald called out to McGillis, who was about to leave. "Oh, okay, I'll wait for you at the door." Ronald went back to continue his discussion with Pete Pettigrew. "I don't understand why the classroom has to be moved to the Navy's runway. Why is the class on the runway when it's not in the classroom? And for this scene, the base doesn't have public bathrooms or locker rooms. This isn't a professional football team." After getting off the plane, the pilots go back to their dorms to shower. Pete was again expressing his dissatisfaction with tomorrow's scene. "Think about Oklahoma's parents," Bruckheimer said, trying to persuade Pete, the consultant who had seen tomorrow's script and storyboard. "Pete," Ronald gestured for Pete Pettigrew to look at him. "We paid Tom Cruise $1 million, Val Kilmer not much more, and I put up with agents micromanaging my filming. watching footage with them every day, all for them to wear pilot suits and go home to shower, but, damn it, $1 million, you understand? Just like the F-14 Tomcat isn't for Cessna flight demonstrations, it's for the battlefield. We have to show them some muscle. Seeing Pete Pettigrew's astonished expression, Ronald continued, this is actually a sports movie, not a war movie. The audience is watching a sport, only this sport is called fight or dog fighting. Since it's a sport, there are locker rooms, conflicts between teammates. It's a metaphor, it can guide the audience's subconscious, it's a game. Pete thought for a moment and accepted Ronald's explanation, but don't go any further and artisticize it. I don't want my old colleagues at the base saying I'm making a musical or a kung fu movie for you. Ha ha ha. Ronald was amused by him. Pete had clearly seen his first 2 films. No, I promise. Ronald approached McGillis. I'll buy you a drink, McGillis, and he went to the hotel lobby bar. Ronald apologized for his rudeness that day. As the director, he had to oversee everything on set, and time was tight that day. I understand, McGillis smiled. Then Ronald smiled too, wanting to continue what he hadn't finished. No, McGillis waved her hand. She felt nothing. McGillis was an actress, she could be professional in her acting, following Ronald's instructions to highlight crews, that was fine. But as a woman, putting her aside to talk about work was an offense to her charm, and a man who thought about the film crew every day was boring and not romantic at all. Okay, let's talk here. You graduated from Julia? I saw your first 2 movies were box office hits. If we're lucky this time, you'll have a triple win, haha. Actually, I didn't have high expectations for this movie. I'm just an actor who's interested in theater. I don't act in music videos. Ronald understood. McGillis was implying that his movie didn't have much drama and had too many superficial, music video-like plots. You're a very good actor. Who did you learn from? You might not believe it, but I honed my acting skills when I was a waiter. McGillis finished his cocktail, got up to pay the bill, parted ways with Ronald, and went to the base bar to have fun with the boys. Early the next morning, the props team set up the classroom at the airport before sunrise. Several rows of tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and an F-14A fighter jet and an F-5 fighter jet were parked on the runway behind them. The Joker began to formally introduce Instructor Charlie. She's a civilian, so you don't have to salute her. But she can grade your theory and flight lessons, so you'd better show her some respect. Tap, tap, tap. At the most beautiful moment of sunrise, Kelly McGillis donned the outfit Ronald had dreamed of. Her beautiful legs, encased in black stockings with huge heels, led Charlie step by step from behind the students towards the blackboard in front of the F-14A. Kimball directed the camera, taking a low position on its track. Several camera crew members slowly pushed the camera, equipped with a huge anamorphic widescreen, closely following the black vertical line down McGillis's stockings, moving forward gently. Oh, Tom Cruise, playing the Lone Ranger, saw Charlie and recognized her as the beautiful woman he'd picked up at the bar yesterday. He hadn't expected her to look even more sexy and glamorous today than yesterday. Afraid of being recognized, both the Lone Ranger and the Dumb Goose put on Ray-Ban gold-rimmed sunglasses, the large lenses obscuring most of their faces. Cut, Ronald shouted into the megaphone. Great, let's change the angle and do another take. McGillis glanced over with her bright eyes. He's only charismatic when he's giving instructions. Kimball directed the camera crew, quickly changing the angle to a high position at the front of the classroom. The sun had just risen, and the colors were captivating. Action, capturing the magic of the light, Ronald immediately ordered to continue. Ronald stepped back and looked around. He immediately spotted Barry Tabb, playing the radar officer Werewolf, wearing a light yellow cowboy hat that he'd somehow acquired. Ronald wasn't bothered by this level of attention-grabbing. Everyone was wearing naval pilot uniforms and Ray-Ban sunglasses. They all looked pretty much the same. Barry Tabb's cowboy hat, bathed in the morning sun, actually provided a visual stimulus for the audience. This was great for keeping the audience's attention in a commercial film. Ronald didn't call for a stop. The only sound on set was the soft hum of the camera motors. Captain, do you think I'm wrong? Charlie, played by McGillis, mentioned that the MiG-28's aerodynamic characteristics prevented high-G dives, and seeing the lone pilot grinning and talking to the clueless guy below, couldn't help but ask. I've seen a MiG-28 dive with -4G acceleration, so your data is wrong, Tom Cruise said, wearing sunglasses and sporting his signature mischievous grin. Can you tell me where you saw it? Charlie persisted. A professional cannot tolerate having their expertise questioned. I can't tell you, it's classified. If I tell you, I'll have to kill you. I have the highest authority in the Navy, you can tell me. Charlie implied that he'd seen plenty of pilots like this who made exaggerated claims. Okay, I was right above him. I saw it with my own eyes. You were above him? How far away were you? McGillis, playing Charlie, gave a knowing smirk, as if she'd caught you off guard. Ronald praised McGillis's acting. It was very natural. That smirk carried a touch of professional womanly intelligence, yet also a hint of mischief. Her bold red lips, light blonde hair, and sharply angled eyebrows exuded a sexy, American woman vibe. I was about 2 meters away from him, Lone Ranger and Radar Officer Dumb Goose confirmed. 1.5 meters. I even took a picture, Dumb Goose said, feigning recollection. How, you were in the cockpit of an F-14, only 2 meters below the MiG-28. How did you see it through the cockpit and wing? Charlie seized on the flaw in Lone Ranger's boasting and gently exposed it. This kind of kid is really hard to believe. He always wants to brag the moment he sees you. Because I fly upside down, Tom Cruise, playing Lone Ranger, had been waiting for this moment, and triumphantly revealed the secret. Before coming to Top Gun flight school, he used this trick to fly upside down, landing face first on top of a MiG-28 pilot's head, scaring him away. So far, everything has been going smoothly. Ronald looked at Val Kilmer. Next should be his lines. The Iceman is a calm, technical expert. He would question Lone Ranger's claim. Flying upside down, especially with an enemy aircraft accelerating at 4G, would be difficult even for an ace fighter pilot to maintain a stable attitude, let alone take a Polaroid snapshot of the enemy pilot. Bullshit, bullshit. Ronald's heart skipped a beat. Val Kilmer had stolen a show. This actor. And he stole the show professionally, not randomly. Val Kilmer hadn't said any lines from the script, but his swear word had the same questionable effect as the scripted lines. No, it was even better than the scripted lines. The supporting actors playing pilots in the audience couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ronald didn't call for a stop. From an acting point of view, this improvised line was very effective, and he didn't want to ruin it. Instead, he raised his hand to the director of photography, Kimball, to keep the camera running. He really did it. I saw it from the back seat. Anthony Edwards, who played the Goofy Goose, reacted quickly and stepped in to save the day, also improvising his line. So, you flew backwards and caught up with an enemy plane maneuvering at -4G, McGillis, playing Charlie, looked confused and asked the camera. She was classically trained and had caught up with a chaotic rhythm led by Val Kilmer. Yes, absolutely right, Tom Cruise, suppressing his annoyance, chimed in. Cut, Ronald called a halt, offering no comment on Val Kilmer's performance. Hey, wasn't my improvisation pretty good? Val Kilmer boasted, chin raised, to the supporting actors around him. Really good, everyone replied, genuinely praising him. My treat to the bar tonight. Val Kilmer said, seizing the opportunity to win over the supporting actors. Let's continue developing this, Ronald ordered calmly, wearing sunglasses. As the director, he couldn't be too biased towards Tom Cruise. A brilliant performance was a brilliant performance, and favoritism in professional matters would create problems on set. Right now, everyone was at least contributing to the performance. After a day of filming, everyone went to the bar with Val Kilmer, except for Tom Cruise. Ronald, I have something to tell you. Tom Cruise approached the director privately. Tom, Kilmer did a great job. I believe you can handle his challenge. In the film, you're competing for the Top Gun trophy, and I'm sure you can beat him too. It's not about that. I'm not worried about his moves. He played exceptionally well today, but I still have the most screen time. I'll steal the spotlight tomorrow. Great attitude. So what do you need? Ronald patted Cruise on the shoulder. I can't ride a motorcycle. Could you teach me? You can't ride a motorcycle. Ronald was taken aback. Okay, then come with me. Your prop car has arrived. A powerful motorcycle stopped on the track. Ronald took the key from the props and started the motorcycle. A Kawasaki Ninja 900, currently the fastest motorcycle in the world. Like my GTO 288, it's also the fastest, perfect for the lone wolf role. Ronald taught Cruise a few key points, then let him get on the bike and try it out. Half an hour later, Ronald saw that Cruise's balance and mechanical aptitude were quite good, so he let him try it himself. Whoosh, Cruise rode back and forth on the track, Everything went smoothly. Great, you'll ride like this for that chase scene with the F-14A Tomcat. Ronald watched Cruz stop, flip up his helmet, and instructed, but remember, you can't ride on the street yet. I'll find an instructor to teach you systematically later, a piece of cake. Tom Cruise liked the look of the motorcycle and rode back and forth on the track a few more times. I want to buy one to ride someday. Chapter 597 The Unspoken Rules of Celebrities. At Miramar Air Base, which didn't originally have a public bathroom, the crew quickly constructed a replica of a public bathroom changing room using wood. There were two halls, one large and one small, connected by a fake door. The larger hall served as the rest area near the bathroom entrance, where pilots changed and groomed themselves in front of the mirror. The smaller hall was longer and narrower, with metal lockers on either side and a long wooden bench in the middle. One side of each hall was meticulously prepared, while the other side was left open, allowing the camera crew to set up their large cameras and lighting equipment. Base staff visiting from behind the security cordon were puzzled as to why the bathroom was only half built. The first scene of the day was the initial verbal exchange between two top pilots, Lone Ranger and Iceman. Instructor Joker, experienced in dogfights, finished the exchange in 5 minutes, humiliating Hollywood and his radar officer Werewolf over the radio. However, Joker also suffered 2 defeats that day. Iceman, following the tactics in the flight manual, defeated Instructor Joker. The Lone Ranger used a dangerous but effective strategy. When followed by the Joker, he suddenly pulled up, slowed down, and landed behind the Joker's plane, locking onto the Joker with a missile. Hollywood and Werewolf lay on the long bench in the middle, mocking each other, while Iceman and Radar Slider casually revealed that they had defeated Instructor Joker. Werewolf pointed to the Lone Ranger and Dumb Goose on the other side. They won too. No, that's not what we got. They fouled, they went below the designated altitude. Iceman dismissed Lone Ranger's achievement with contempt. Designated altitude, what a load of rubbish. Lone Ranger cursed, a win is a win. We locked onto the Joker. Cut. Kilmer, you didn't reach the designated spot, you're out of frame. Ronald called out to Val Kilmer. This was his 3rd mistake today. My problem, sorry, I'm not used to entering the frame from this side. Val Kilmer chewed his gum, still raising his chin, and explained to Ronald. Let's take a 15-minute break. Ronald noticed everyone on set was a bit tired, and Val Kilmer's mistake wasn't unintentional. They needed to pause and figure out a solution. Director, Kilmer's better side of his face is the left, and he's used to entering from the right. Having him enter from the left side of the frame isn't ideal for his performance. Seeing everyone disperse for the break, Val Kilmer's manager quickly approached Ronald and said what Kilmer couldn't say. You don't need to say more, I understand. The matter was simple, it was an unspoken rule in filming. Val Kilmer wanted more close-ups to show off his more handsome side of his face. However, Tom Cruise, who was paid more and had a higher status, also had his more attractive side of his face on the same side. Ronald naturally prioritized Tom's interests. Knowing he wouldn't look good on camera, Val Kilmer resorted to tricks, creating various minor mishaps to avoid filming his less attractive side. Kilmer is tired. He stayed out late last night with a beer party. I'll go and get him back to work, as long as you can make things easier for him. The manager gave Ronald a hint. As long as he could accommodate Val Kilmer's needs, at least their screen time and shots would be equal, and Kilmer would be fully cooperative. Ronald, I don't need to say much. Tom has always been very cooperative with your work. Putting aside your personal relationship, he's the star of the crew. His name appears in the credits after the movie title. It's perfectly reasonable for me to want his scenes to look better. Paula Wagner also came over, using their personal relationship as an excuse. I understand, there's no right or wrong in this situation. The key issue Ronald faces now is getting the 2 stars to cooperate and continue filming. Val Kilmer is slick, he's using various excuses to slack off, and the producers can't do anything to him. If he doesn't get his way, there's no hope of any progress today. As for Tom Cruise, he's always been dedicated, and Ronald can't possibly ask him to give up his lead role for a supporting actor. Besides, even if he made that request, given Cruise's current status, it would probably be his turn to make a mistake. At times like this, I especially miss Don, Bruckheimer said from the side. Don Simpson had a fiery temper and was outspoken. If you were on set at a time like this, he'd definitely give Val Kilmer a good dressing down. Yet, Ronald knew Bruckheimer wanted to play the good cop, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to step in, since the director's role required collaboration with the actors. At times like this, they were missing a bad cop. How about I try? Bruckheimer scratched his head, preparing to step in himself. I have another idea, let's try it again. Ronald stopped him, trying to look convincing wouldn't work. Set up the camera here, Ronald said, taking out his storyboard and crossing out a camera's original spot on the side of the stool. Then, opposite the Iceman's locker, he drew a new X so, you shoot a close-up of his face, have him turn around from facing the locker, and your camera will capture the better side of his face, and then we do the same for the Lone Ranger. Kimball took the pencil and started revising the next frame on the storyboard. Yes, to show dialogue, you don't necessarily need a main shot, just establish the spatial relationship between the two. Ronald removed the standard Hollywood technique of one main shot and two over-the-shoulder shots from the image and then drew several consecutive close-up shots. As long as we ensure their close-up shots maintain the correct eye contact, the audience shouldn't have any difficulty understanding the logical relationship between their dialogue. You're really something. How did you come up with that? I've only heard of this method from an older cinematographer. It was used in Hollywood during the Golden Age. It's a method of avoiding main shots to prevent studio bosses from haphazardly editing the story. It's an anti-interference shooting technique invented by directors back then. Walter Murch taught me about it. Ronald smiled. In Hollywood during the Golden Age, studios prioritized speed over artistic merit, often using completely unrelated people to edit the director's footage, resulting in finished films that were drastically different from the original intent. Some directors at that time invented this method of avoiding main shots and only filming close-ups of dialogue. Without main shots, the audience cannot see the logical relationship between the characters in the dialogue, and the editing must strictly adhere to the director's design, leaving no room for secondary creation to change a tragic ending into a happy one. That was because they didn't use live sound recording back then, and they had to change the lines during post-production dubbing, Kimball said knowledgeably. I never thought you could use it to prevent celebrities from stealing the spotlight. Your method might become popular in the future. Action. After preparing the new shot, Ronald called for action. You two are really cowboys. Val Kilmer, playing the Iceman, turned around and angrily berated the duo after hearing the Lone Ranger swear words. From behind the camera, Ronald saw that the half of Val Kilmer's face that looked better was very handsome in front of the camera, while the other half looked a bit fierce, like a villain. No wonder he was so concerned about which side of his face was on camera. Cut. Print this take. Ronald told Val Kilmer to move on to the next take. What's wrong with you, Kaczynski? Tom Cruise said his line to Val Kilmer off camera. That's because you're everyone's problem, Lone Ranger. You make everyone else feel unsafe. Val Kilmer, facing the camera alone, chin raised, chewed gum as he spoke, exuding arrogance. Then, he snapped his teeth in midair, making a snapping sound, like a predatory cat. Cut. This dialogue was full of tension. Val Kilmer's words were somewhat ambiguous, representing both Iceman's complaint about Lone Ranger and, more accurately, his complaint about Tom Cruise. The advantage of using close-ups to depict the dialogue was that Iceman's disliked expression would resonate with the audience, and if Lone Ranger retaliated, the audience would applaud. The downside was that while Iceman's acting was superb, his gaze towards Tom Cruise posed a significant challenge for Cruise. Tom's eyes were fixed on Val Kilmer, his brow slightly furrowed, like a hawk eyeing its prey. Won't this cause a major conflict? Ronald had a bad feeling. Actors are very sensitive to the camera, and Tom Cruise couldn't have missed the impressive performance of Val Kilmer. He needed to devise a plan to overshadow Kilmer. Ronald, I'd like to use an over-the-shoulder shot. Can you make me look less? Cruise gestured towards Ronald's chin height while waiting for the lighting to be reset. Are you sure? Ronald knew this was a close-up. If he used an over-the-shoulder shot, Cruise's face and the back of Kilmer's shoulders would both be in the frame, revealing the height difference. I need him standing in the frame, Tom Cruise said firmly. What do you think? Ronald asked the cinematographer, Kimball. It's okay, I can use a slightly downward angle. Close-ups lack reference points, so the audience will perceive little difference in their height. Kimball offered a variety of clever tricks. Thanks, Kimball. Cruise thanked the cinematographer and gave Paula a wink. You're ready to talk to me? Ronald nodded to Tom Cruise. Action. The camera passed behind Val Kilmer's shoulder, framing Tom Cruise's handsome half-face. The slightly downward angle made the two appear to be only an inch apart in height. What's wrong with you, Kaczynski? Tom Cruise gritted his teeth. I don't like you. You make everyone feel insecure, Val Kilmer repeated the line. That's right, Tom Cruise improvised, patting Val Kilmer's shoulder as if brushing him off, and giving him a wicked smile. I am very dangerous, like another big cat teasing its prey. Cut. Tom Cruise's line also had a double meaning. If you want to steal the spotlight, be prepared for competition. This time, it's not just a competition of acting skills. I'm very dangerous. Ronald was very satisfied with this scene. The two were tense, like two high school students fighting over a beautiful girl, or two roosters inspecting their hens. All right, Ronald called to the two stars who were still kicking each other after separating them. We still have to clear the set for the shirtless scenes later. You guys go and rest for a bit. HMPH. Val Kilmer turned and went into the dressing room. I'm treating everyone to drinks at the bar tonight. I brought in some craft beer from Los Angeles. Tom Cruise invited everyone. Yay, all the supporting actors cheered. Clear the set now, please leave the filming area. In the large hall of the set, the assistant director called out 3 times in a row. Many female technicians from the crew, female soldiers from Miramar Air Force Base who had come to see what was going on, bar hostesses, and so on, all looked back several times and slowly left the dressing room area with reluctance. Wasn't there supposed to be a scene of Tom Cruise and Val Kilmer emerging from the bath? Why aren't they out yet, director? It's cleared. Ronald slowly stood up. Camera crew, get ready. The focus puller, also a woman, happily picked up a tape measure, walked to the row of benches in the dressing room, taped a cross mark to the spot, and waited gleefully for the main actors to emerge from the dressing room. Action. Besides the camera crew, sound engineer, and lighting crew, only Ronald and the female lead, McGillis, who had come specifically to watch the men's group bathing performance, were on set. Lone Ranger, you flew very well today. Until I shoot you down, never, ever leave your wingman. The actor playing the Joker entered and scolded Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise's character, the Lone Ranger, was sulking. In order to shoot down his instructor Viper, he had left his wingman pilot Hollywood and radar operator Werewolf without permission, and was ultimately shot down by the ambushing instructor Joker. The camera was pushed out on its fixed track, tracing an arc to capture a panoramic view. After the camera reached its endpoint, Ronald silently pointed to the bathroom door, and Val Kilmer emerged, wearing only a towel around his waist. Kilmer's muscular physique was bulging and exposed, a dog tag bearing his pilot's name dangling from his chest. Lone Ranger, this isn't about your flying skills, it's about your attitude. The enemy is dangerous, but with your attitude, making you a wingman would be more dangerous than the enemy. The camera panned back to capture the Lone Ranger's figure. Tom Cruise smoothed his hair, a few beads of sweat dripping down. He was also shirtless, 1 foot on a stool, the white towel tied around his waist stretched to its limit. Cut. Ronald glanced at McGillis beside him. Female viewers would probably love this kind of shot. McGillis, holding an ice cream cone, took a lick. Is this what you learned from that men's magazine? She gave him a look reminiscent of someone looking at a best friend, as if to say, so this is the real Ronald. No wonder you weren't in a hurry last time. Hey, Ronald quickly announced that filming should continue. This woman really does have eyes that can talk. After filming wrapped up for the day, the costume assistant started collecting the actors' towels one by one in a laundry basket. Want to come to the bar with us? I specially brought in some good beer today. Tom Cruise walked up to McGillis and invited her. This woman was currently the only beautiful actress in the crew, and the actors all had a kind of masculine instinct, wanting to date McGillis. Sure, let me try it. McGillis glanced at Ronald and accepted the invitation. Let's go. Val Kilmer won the camera, but lost to Tom Cruise in flirting. He and his manager went out. Have you noticed that either Kilmer drinks beer with everyone, or Cruise drinks beer with everyone, but the two of them never drink beer together? The director of photography, Kimball, came over to report his observation to Ronald. After packing up his equipment, he went to a bar with the photography crew. Maintaining a moderate level of competitiveness is beneficial, Ronald said, satisfied with the shots taken today. As long as you handle it well and don't go overboard, it's fine. Chapter 598 Overexposed Film. Tom's beer is really good, he even brought it all the way from Los Angeles, plus the barbecue made on site, and everyone got a bag of small cakes. My guys are really in high spirits now. The director of photography, Kimball, arrived on set the next day and loudly praised Cruise's generosity to Ronald. Unlike Val Kilmer, who only treated the actors to beer, Tom Cruise was much more thoughtful. He brought food from Los Angeles, booked the base bar, and treated all the crew members who wanted to come, even opening it up to the base's pilots. He didn't drink too much, did he? Ronald glanced at the camera crew. No, Tom kept his to limit. Ronald nodded in satisfaction. Paula Wagner always did things perfectly. On the beach, a beach volleyball court was marked off with ropes. Under the still glaring afternoon sun, Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, and the actors playing radar officers, Anthony Edwards and Rick Rossovich, all shirtless, wearing dog tags and breathable capri pants, came onto the stage barefoot. Give them some oil, Ronald instructed the 4 actors. Several makeup artists took olive oil and applied it to their bare bodies. Under the sunlight, their skin, enhanced by the olive oil, resembled ancient Greek statues, showcasing the allure of the human form. This time, Cruise and Kilmer were positioned on opposite sides of the net, so they wouldn't bump into each other again. Action. All 4 actors were volleyball players, possessing excellent physical abilities. Years of muscle training meant that playing beach volleyball, with its high net height, was no problem for them. Even the shortest, Tom Cruise, could spike the ball. Ronald let them improvise, while the cinematographer, Kimball, filmed the shots, choosing the best ones later. The competition was fierce. Val Kilmer, with his height, slammed in several powerful spikes, leaving Tom and Anthony's team helpless. Yet, Rick Rossovich, playing the radar slider for Iceman, was overjoyed and struck a muscle-flexing pose for the camera. Did you get it? Ronald asked Kimball as the cameraman stopped to change film. I got it all, Kimball indicated, showing that he had captured the bodybuilder's move. The camera assistant had already quickly packed a new roll of film into a black bag. Ronald nodded. Let's continue. Yeah, Tom finally managed a jump and slammed in a spike, high-fiving Anthony Edwards in celebration. Cut. Ronald called for a stop. Kimball nodded to him, indicating the shot was well done. That's how filmmaking works. The director wants someone to be more impressive, so they keep more of their shots. Although Val Kilmer dominated Tom Cruise on set, as long as the smash shot was kept and some of Kilmer's scenes were cut, the Mavericks would still be a formidable competitor to the Iceman. Kilmer was happy. He had given the camera a lot of great performances that day. He showed off his muscles, struck poses, and there were close-ups of his muscular upper body, demonstrating the power of his spikes. He was most pleased with the numerous close-ups of his handsome face, exceeding Cruise's. Satisfied, he was more attentive to the director. Director, how was my performance today? Ronald gave him a thumbs up. Under the setting sun, several muscular men played beach volleyball. Ronald felt that the film's male beauty quota was almost full. What remained was some sexy female scenes. We're done for today. Tomorrow we'll shoot the scene where the Mavericks goes on a date with Charlie. The assistant director, having received Ronald's permission, began distributing tomorrow's call sheet. It's my treat today. I'm treating everyone to Japanese food. Val Kilmer seemed to be competing with Tom Cruise, and the level of their meals was escalating. Sure enough, both avoided each other's parties. Ronald saw Tom Cruise and Paula packing their things and whispering with cinematographer Kimball. It seemed everyone wanted to capture more of the masculine charm in the shots. Ronald grinned. He didn't object to this kind of thing, as long as it didn't go too far. It actually helped the atmosphere of the performance. The next day, except for Val Kilmer who didn't have any scenes, Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis went to the beach to film the scene of the Lone Ranger and Charlie's date. Action. They chose to film at sunset again. Charlie's house was a seaside house the crew had borrowed. The white colonnades in the Southern colonial style, the blinds with white curtains, exuded an ambiguous charm. McGillis lay on a white chaise lounge, picked up a grape, put it in her mouth, and bit into it, the juice bursting out. Cut. The assistant hurriedly handed over napkins and touched up McGillis's red lips. Looks like you know how to make women look sexy too, McGillis said to Ronald with a smile. Let's continue. Ronald ignored her. The shooting schedule was tight, and he didn't have time for flirting. McGillis glanced at Ronald and lay back down. Action. The camera panned across the screen window, revealing the Lone Ranger, wearing a flight jacket, walking smartly past and peeking inside. He had missed his date because of playing volleyball. Captain, Charlie popped another grape into his mouth and called the Lone Ranger in. Handsome man, beautiful woman, white curtains fluttering like a wedding dress in the wind, sunlight streaming in. Ronald thought male viewers might drool at this scene. The Lone Ranger used Charlie's bathroom, took a shower to wash away the sweat from volleyball, and leaned against the white wall in a white t-shirt. The setting sun shone on his face, highlighting his deep-set eyes and high nose bridge, making him look incredibly sexy. McGillis lay on a chaise lounge, admiring the Lone Ranger's handsome face, and ate another grape. The radio played a song his mother often listened to after his father's death in the line of duty when he was a child, bringing back painful memories. The Lone Ranger's father had disappeared while serving as a pilot in Vietnam. The Navy hadn't granted him an honorary death citation, and there were rumors of his defection. Therefore, joining the Navy as a pilot was fraught with difficulties for the Lone Ranger. Hearing that Charlie had only invited him to gather more information about the MiG-28, he lost interest in flirting with Charlie, apologized, jumped on his motorcycle, and sped away into the sunset. Cut. Great, let's quickly film the next scene, Charlie chasing after the Lone Ranger. This was another scene, which also happened to take place near Charlie's house by the sea, so they filmed it together today. This was from the Lone Ranger's flight log, which Charlie had singled out to criticize in class, causing the Lone Ranger to storm off. Charlie called him back after class, wanting to explain. The Lone Ranger ignored her explanation, repeatedly throttled his motorcycle, indicating he couldn't hear her, and sped away. Charlie chased after him in his red Ferrari. "Watch out, Tom, this car is fast. Don't use too much throttle, just keep the speed you used to start, a little faster," Ronald repeatedly warned Cruz. Beginners often think they can do anything for a while, which is when they're most likely to make mistakes. "Don't worry," Tom said confidently. Action, the Kawasaki Ninja 900 roared. Tom Cruise felt good, he forgot the warning and accelerated. Whoosh, the motorcycle sped onto the temporarily closed road, where many cars, hired as extras, made way for the Kawasaki. Near Charlie's house by the sea, there was an uphill section. Tom Cruise accelerated, and after passing the crest, he was airborne. "SHHH," Ronald exclaimed in surprise. Hadn't he told him not to accelerate? Before he could stop, he sped onto the road, the motorcycle soaring into the air, flying across the intersection, and crashing heavily onto the opposite side of the road, continuing on its way. The camera faithfully captured the motorcycle silhouette. Ronald looked around and saw only his Ferrari still there. He jumped in, started the engine, and gave chase. 2 blocks away, Ronald found Tom Cruise. His motorcycle was stopped at the end of the road. He sat on it, 1 foot on the ground, his hand gripping the brake tightly. "Tom, are you alright?" Ronald rushed over and hugged him, checking him over. He seemed unharmed. "I'm fine." "How did I get here?" Cruise seemed to have amnesia. He had no recollection of the motorcycle stunt he had just performed. "Damn, you almost scared me to death, Tom." Paula Wagner's car caught up from behind. She quickly jumped off, nearly wetting herself in fright. I'm fine. "How is my footage?" Tom Cruise, regaining his senses, first asked about the footage. "You fucking obsessed with the camera? But your jump was brilliant. Hopefully the cameraman captured it." "Definitely, I'll come see the footage tomorrow," Tom replied, regaining his composure. He wasn't ready to ride a motorcycle anytime soon. He hopped onto Ronald's Ferrari, and the two returned to the starting point. "It's all filmed," Kimball whispered to Ronald. "Okay, let's jump to the scene with Charlie and the Lone Ranger." Ronald thought the crew were crazy, such a terrifying thing, and all they cared about was the camera. Since they were all crazy, he'd continue using this emotion to film the scene of the male and female leads falling in love. Action, the camera focused on McGillis, who played Charlie, driving the Ferrari. At the intersection where Cruise had jumped, she ran a red light, dodged 2 cars, and caught up with a Lone Ranger who had stopped ahead. "Christ Jesus, I thought I was the reckless one." The Lone Ranger got off his motorcycle, came to Charlie's sports car, and shouted hoarsely. Charlie had almost caused an accident by running the red light. The Lone Ranger was worried about her. He wondered how much of it was a reaction to the shock she'd just experienced. Ronald thought to himself, the intensity of her emotion was quite good. "I wasn't finished, Captain." McGillis, spurred on by Cruise's emotions, was also filled with that helpless exasperation towards her immature boyfriend. She got out of the car and slammed the sports car door shut. The force was so great that the door made a loud bang, heard by everyone present, and even shook Ronald's Ferrari GTO from side to side. "Ouch!" Ronald winced, his heart aching. He dared not make a sound, lest he disrupt this perfect moment. The chemistry between the two was so good, it was like a real couple arguing. My assessment of your flying was correct, Lone Ranger, McGillis said to the camera in one breath, but I can't say it in the classroom. I'm afraid that if I reveal my true feelings about your flying, the people there will see right through me. Is that so? Tom Cruise paused, as if he'd forgotten his lines. The shock from earlier had clearly not subsided. Cruise was still caught up in the excitement, even though he had delivered a great performance with McGillis. Ronald grimaced, such a good shot, what a waste. It's like this. McGillis was also anxious, her performance this time was truly excellent. Tom Cruise was extremely annoyed, he had forgotten his lines at a crucial moment. Seeing the regret in McGillis's eyes, he had a sudden inspiration. He kissed her. McGillis was a skilled actress, she knew this was improvisation. At this moment, a kiss spoke volumes, better than any lines, so she kissed him back. Cut. Ronald called a halt after the two had kissed passionately. Tom looked at Ronald, a little embarrassed that he had forgotten his lines. McGillis also stopped, smiling at Ronald. This improvisation was much better than the original lines. Red lips and blonde hair, paired with a Ferrari beside them. Ronald secretly swallowed. Tom got lucky. Great, this is a good print. He breathed a sigh of relief. Having finished packing up for today's shooting, Kimball directed the camera assistant to unload the film and put it into a steel safe. Ronald personally locked it, and the film runner picked up the film, got into the car, and would deliver it to Paramount's processing plant at night. The next day, they would see the successful sample footage. Everyone returned to the cinema, and the film runner came back with yesterday's sample footage. Val Kilmer was already waiting for them on set. Yesterday's footage was the best he'd seen since joining the crew. The projectionist turned off the projector and began showing the beach volleyball sample. The muscles of the lead actors gleamed, and the female staff Ronald had specially invited to watch were delighted, applauding and celebrating. This was both to gauge their reactions and a small treat for the hard-working makeup artists, costume designers, and hairstylists. Several supporting actors discussed how great their muscles and physiques were and came over to congratulate Ronald. Only Val Kilmer had a gloomy face. Where are my close-ups? Not a single one. Ronald also thought of this problem and turned to look at the director of photography, Kimball. The film processing plant called and said Kilmer's part of the film was overexposed. Nothing was visible, just a white mess. My part, overexposed? Val Kilmer uttered the words through gritted teeth. Yes, I'm sorry, but these kinds of unfortunate things sometimes happen. Sometimes the film processing plant makes mistakes. Everyone else's close-ups are fine, only mine are overexposed. Kilmer, nobody wants this to happen. Your medium shots and spiking shots are still there, just as good. Ronald stepped in to comfort him. Bullshit. How can my close-ups be the same? Val Kilmer angrily threw his baseball cap on the ground. I want a reshoot. That's impossible. Our shooting schedule is very tight. There's no chance for a reshoot. Besides, a reshoot would require renting a beach again and choosing the same sunlight conditions as the original, which is almost impossible. HMPH. Val Kilmer walked away. There couldn't be such a coincidence. It must be Tom Cruise's doing, and maybe the director was in cahoots with him. This isn't going to end here. I'll be talking to Mr. Frank Mancuso at Paramount, Val Kilmer's manager declared, then went after his client. I've had my share of printing accidents. That's it. We have other scenes to shoot tomorrow. Everyone go get your call sheets from the assistant director, Ronald said to the remaining supporting actors who were looking at each other blankly. He turned to look at Kimball, whose director of photography shrugged. Then he looked at Tom Cruise, his handsome face showing no sign of innocence. Finally, he saw his agent, Paula Wagner. Ronald gestured for her to come over. I attended your wedding, Paula. Nisida and I are good friends and colleagues. Ronald pulled her aside. I don't want to see this happen again on set, okay? Printing accidents happen all the time, conflicts between male leads. Paula began to explain. Didn't you understand what I said? Ronald's eyes suddenly flashed, startling Paula Wagner. Ronald rarely showed his angry side. I said, I don't want to see this kind of thing happen on set again, as you wish. Chapter 599 Undercurrents. Why did you have the cinematographer, Kimball, tamper with the film? While it protected Tom's interests, it was incredibly disrespectful to Ronald, Nisida said, puffing on his cigar to his wife, Paula, sitting opposite him. Ronald had called him earlier, his words harsh, implying he should control his wife. This tactic was unconventional and highly disruptive to the atmosphere on set. Next, Val Kilmer wouldn't adhere to the unspoken rules either, and competition would extend to areas Ronald didn't want to be involved in. I know. I wanted to keep things between Kimball and me, so Ronald wouldn't find out and it wouldn't affect our relationship. Who knew he'd guess so quickly? He tricked me into telling the truth, Paula said with a wry smile. Ronald hadn't actually been sure who did it, he'd just tricked her to see her reaction. She'd been intimidated by his aura, and her response had inadvertently revealed that she was the one who orchestrated the overexposure. I'll apologize to him in person, Paula. I don't understand. Ronald is one of us, he'll appropriately reduce Val Kilmer's screen time. We have that understanding. What's your reason for doing this? I know you're a smart woman. This isn't good for Tom, because Kilmer's side will also resort to underhanded tactics, which isn't good for Ronald either, and it's even worse for us. Paula sat in Nisita's lap, hugging her husband's neck. They had gone through many hardships and paid a great price to become husband and wife. Their love was genuine. Of course I wouldn't be that stupid. You're hoping Ronald will favor Tom in the editing. That's great, if Ronald really gets the editing power. What do you mean? Paula felt her husband's body stiffen slightly. Ronald was currently his most profitable director, driving the careers of many actors. Was she implying that Ronald didn't think he could handle the editing? I have my sources, Rick. Paramount CEO Frank Mancuso is a fan of Kilmer. He personally praised Kilmer at a high-level meeting and suggested signing him to multiple film contracts. Nisita, recalling his wife's Jewish heritage, thought the information was highly reliable. And at the high-level meeting, he didn't mention Tom at all. Most importantly, he praised Kilmer's height, saying it conformed to the traditional physique of male stars since Hollywood's golden age. He even said he would promote him the same way he promoted Cary Grant. Nisita put down his cigar and remained silent for a long time. It seemed Mancuso really wanted to interfere in the filming and editing process. Frank Mancuso was a fool who became CEO without realizing it, overconfident in his judgment of Hollywood, wanting to interfere in production, which inevitably led to a series of disasters. Rumors were circulating from various sources that Mancuso wanted to revive the old practices at Paramount, signing male stars to big productions, building scripts around them, and then having everyone from directors to script supervisors treated like assembly line workers. This approach, going against the tide of history, was bound to fail. This wasn't the era of studios churning out 50 films a year, where technicians could operate like an assembly line, and if a director was disobedient, the editor would re-edit and the director replaced. Modern Hollywood studios are more like venture capital funds, investing in projects led by producers, directors, or stars that promise box office success. The competition is about vision and control over key figures, not about bypassing them and taking matters into one's own hands. Paula's approach did protect Tom Cruise's interests to the greatest extent possible, but Ronald's interests were harmed. If Ronald and Tom hadn't been friends since their early days, they might have fallen out. However, Paula was still her husband, and Nisita thought for a moment, then slowly raised her head and said to Paula in her arms, "Withdraw from the contract renewal negotiations with Ronald. In the next contract, you won't be his agent." Ronald didn't work on Sunday as he usually did as a director, but instead took a rare day off during filming. He and Bruckheimer went to the rehabilitation center to see Don Simpson. "You look good," Ronald said, noticing Don wearing sunglasses and comfortably sunbathing by the pool. "There are so many actresses here, I've met quite a few." "Ha ha ha, Don, we didn't come here to chat." Bruckheimer recounted the events on set to Simpson in detail. Don Simpson listened to their explanation of Val Kilmer's attention-grabbing. "It's all that old fox Frank Mancuso is doing. You continue filming. I reckon Kilmer will only make his move after we've finished filming the scenes without the fighter jets. Then I can recover and go back to playing the villainous cop." "Why? The scenes at the base and studio still have a month to go." Don Simpson shook his head. He had witnessed firsthand a ruthless attacks between lead actors on set, and it would be a very ugly sight. Van Kilmer doesn't have solid evidence that anyone's sabotaging things, and he's not exactly clean himself. Besides, he doesn't have many scenes coming up. I think he'll only start vying for those really memorable scenes in the cockpit of fighter jets after the non-fighter jet scenes are over. Ronald felt relieved after hearing Don Simpson's explanation. With this bad cop involved, things would be smoother around the crew. It was his first time casting a star, and the feeling of them interfering with the creative process was definitely unpleasant. "That girl of yours, Demi, is pretty good. She's got guts, she saw the opportunity, and she dared to take the plunge. To be honest, she'd be perfect for Hollywood. Oh, SHXT, Ronald suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about Demi Moore at a motel for several days. He quickly said goodbye to the two producers and went to get her. Do you think Ronald can withstand Mancuso's pressure when the crew switches to filming fighter jet scenes? Will Mancuso try to interfere with the subsequent fighter jet scenes? He's not very skilled, but he's a master at power struggles. He even ousted Eisner to Disney. After Ronald left, Bruckheimer expressed his concerns to his partner. The main reason we hired Ronald was his aesthetic ability to film fighter jets. If Mancuso tries to use the Van Kilmer incident to cause trouble and demand a replacement, we have to protect Ronald. Don't worry, I don't need to get involved. Don Simpson looked quite good. After recovering at the rehabilitation center, he seemed to have truly overcome his addiction. The Navy's cooperation is due to Ronald's very strong connections. If Mancuso tries to interfere with the crew and fire Ronald, he'll be in big trouble. Do you think the Navy will still give the crew any favors then? Demi, are you alright? Ronald arrived at the hotel Little Bud had booked. Demi had been waiting for him there for 3 days. Little Bud strictly followed Ronald's instructions, booking a cheap hotel for Demi, giving her $200 in cash, and watching over her at the hotel. Demi was quite well behaved these past few days, not going home to reunite with Emilio, but waiting for Ronald at the hotel. Don't worry, I won't touch that stuff anymore. I want to be a star. I saw the big star Farrah Fawcett in it, but she probably won't be acting anymore. Demi took out the cash, intending to return the remaining $100-odd to Ronald. Take this, I owe you a favor this time. Ronald pushed her hand back. I suppose you're not short of money right now. I'll remember and recommend you when the opportunity arises. Demi Moore, seeing she had achieved her goal, picked up her small bag from the bedside. Thank you, Ronald, but you still need to lend me some money. I didn't bring any clothes on this trip. I lied to Emilio that I went on a trip to Europe, so I need to buy some clothes to take back. Ronald took out his credit card and handed it to Bud. Take Demi to a clothing store in West Hollywood. $5,000, no, under $10,000. Don't call me, thank you. Demi rushed over and happily hugged and kissed Ronald. As expected, just as Don Simpson and Nisida had predicted, Val Kilmer didn't cause a scene during the remaining filming time. Aside from his usual little tricks to steal the spotlight and his attempts to outdo Tom Cruise by treating the actors to meals each, he was relatively cooperative. Tom Cruise, on the other hand, specifically sought out Ronald with Paula to apologize to him in person. Cruise repeatedly assured Paula that he was unaware of her underhanded tactics, confident that he could defeat Val Kilmer without them, given Ronald's friendship with him. Paula generously apologized, stating she would focus on being Tom's agent and withdraw from Ronald's management business. Ronald, who had previously met with Nisida, also forgave Paula, requesting that she refrain from any further underhanded tactics until Top Gun was completed. Tom Cruise's confidence was not unfounded. His good looks and ability to evoke emotions in the audience were slightly superior to Val Kilmer's. If Ronald had been responsible for filming and final editing and music, Tom would undoubtedly have attracted more fans than Kilmer. Filming at Miramar Air Force Base was nearing its end. The crew only had one shot left to film, a fighter jet flying over the control tower. This was the only fighter jet shot to be filmed before the concentrated filming of the aerial combat scenes, as it required the Miramar Air Force Base control tower to appear on screen. Ronald consulted with advisor Pete Pettigrew. Before entering the conference room, he was arguing with several former colleagues from the real Top Gun flight school outside the door. You guys don't know what Hollywood is like. If I hadn't stopped them, they would have turned the movie into a musical or a fighting film, Pete said excitedly to his colleagues, his voice carrying inside. Pete's caught in the middle. The instructors have a lot of complaints about him, thinking the footage we shot is ridiculous. Real fighter pilots would never fly like that. Speaking to Ronald was Lloyd Abel, the F-14A pilot nicknamed Bozo. He would also serve as the crew's flight consultant for the upcoming air combat scenes, helping to design the aerial combat sequences. What? Why, your shot today had an F-14 Tomcat flying at high speed over the control tower. If we actually filmed that at high speed, it would shatter all the windows on and off the tower. And any fighter pilot who dared to do that would be disciplined and forced into dishonorable retirement, Bozo laughed. We're making a movie, we need some hype. Actually, I'd love to do something like that. I'm retiring from active duty in the second half of the year to fly commercial airliners, Bozo said wistfully about his future plans. When you get to commercial airliners, don't pull up at high G's, or you'll make the passengers throw up. Ronald recalled his glorious feat of making Tom Cruise vomit. Ha ha ha, I'm not really an idiot. I've never asked you before. You seem fearless. As a naval aviator, isn't there anything that scares you? Ronald asked. There is, the idiot blurted out without hesitation. What we fear most is landing on an aircraft carrier at night. Every time, my heart feels like it's going to explode. Oh, just as Ronald was about to ask further, Pete Pettigrew, after persuading his old colleague to leave, pushed open the door and came in. You're here too, great. Let's talk about this maneuver. Low altitude, low speed, force the wings to retract, just in case we actually shatter the control tower glass. That's what I was thinking too, the idiot chimed in. A low speed during the jump will also make it easier for you to film. Ronald nodded. He should listen to the consensus reached by the experts. Okay, I'll go find the pilots at the base and see who's willing to fly. Pete turned to find a pilot. Up, the idiot raised his hand and then lowered it again. Never mind, I won't argue with the young guys. I'm retiring soon anyway. Chapter 600 Intimidating the high-ranking officials. A dozen or so elite pilots from the real Top Gun Flight Academy looked at each other, none of them willing to speak. Fighter pilots were members of the disciplined forces, unwilling to openly admit their desire to fly. But who hadn't dreamed of flying over the control tower and giving the old men inside a fright? They were unwilling to accept this disciplinary violation, yet also unwilling to give up the opportunity, losing a perfect story to boast about to their sons and grandsons. Same old rule, draw lots. Pete Pettigrew grabbed a handful of straws from the refrigerator, picked up a pair of scissors from the table, cut one in half, then held them in his hand, letting all the pilots draw lots. Bozo, you come too, you're a pilot too, Pete specifically called out to Bozo. Oh, Bozo looked at the shorter straw in his hand, everyone looking at him with envy. This low-speed flyover over the control tower, a maneuver that would shake the people inside, was something any qualified F-14 pilot could do. Everyone looked at Bozo with envy, one by one coming up and placing their straws in his hand. After hugging him one by one, everyone pinned their hopes of venting their anger on the idiot high up in the control tower. Roger, it's great to have you here. While the crew was setting up the camera, Ronald happily hugged Roger Coleman, his mentor in the film industry. Hey, you asked me to play a naval officer in a cameo role, how could I refuse? You're really kind, always asking me to play these interesting roles. Roger Coleman was delighted. He was now producing low-budget exploitation films and handling domestic distribution, living a comfortable life, but after more than 30 years of this job, it was starting to feel monotonous. His happiest moments were when the young men he'd graduated from university invited him to make cameo appearances in films. Here's your uniform. Ronald handed him an officer's uniform, and this is coffee. I had them cool it down. Coleman put on the naval uniform, looked at himself in the mirror, and felt quite proud. We've only prepared one opportunity. The F-14A will be operational once, and they'll charge $7,800. Then there are the cameras and radio systems. If we do it again, I'll go over budget. Don't worry, Jack Nicholson and I were classmates in acting school. Roger Coleman was confident. He was quite adept at playing ordinary people. Ronald handed Coleman another cup of hot coffee, and the two chatted about industry matters. The Gods Must Be Crazy had finished its long run of multiple screenings, going state by state, and achieved great success, grossing over $30 million in America. Although Coleman's new company, Concord Pictures, didn't get a large cut from these screenings, it still gave him a piece of the pie. Because the legal team that acquired New World had manipulated the distribution of Coleman's new film, failing to fulfill the terms of the acquisition contract, Coleman was suing his own New World company. On the other hand, unable to find a suitable distributor for his low-budget films, Coleman, restless, started getting Concord Pictures involved in distribution again. The Gods Must Be Crazy gave him enough income and resources to rebuild and maintain a low-cost national distribution network. We need to import more foreign films in the future. American audiences still crave these kinds of exciting foreign commercial films, but they must be in English. Young people these days can't stand subtitles anymore, Coleman said, always enthusiastic when talking about movies. Okay, the assistant director will tell you the timing of your performance. He'll count down to remind you beforehand. Seeing the assistant director's hand gesture, Ronald knew the pilot Bozo was ready and quickly left the control tower. A camera was set up inside the tower, pointing at Roger Coleman standing by the window, filming the blue sky outside the large glass window behind him. Ronald walked to another tower next to the control tower, which used to be the Navy's combat center. All departments, prepare for live filming. Ronald's shot this time covered a large area, so he picked up the radio and gave the order. The combat center's radio connected to the headsets of various camera crews, and then to Bozo's microphone in the fighter jet cockpit. Order received. The idiot heard the initial command. My orientation is 090, requesting return flight, fly over control tower. You sub, you've been waiting for this day, haven't you? Advisor Pete Pettigrew mocked him over the radio. Granted, cameras ready, Ronald ordered. Cameras in various locations started their film. Advanced motors, opened the clapperboards, and aimed at the direction where the F-14s would appear. Boom, a deep engine sound came through. These F-14s had been upgraded with General Electric's new engines. The exhaust nozzles were no longer the black of Pratt & Whitney engines, but General Electric's white, and the sound conveyed a sense of powerful performance. In the distance, the idiot's F-14A, with its computer-controlled variable slip wings, had been switched to the forced folding position at low speed, transforming into a delta wing shape. The F-14A transformed from a high-altitude predator into a low-altitude nimble swallow, folding its wings and slowly returning to the airfield, flying towards the control tower. Ronald looked down from the large window. The idiot had flown the F-14A Tomcat very low. From the high-rise combat center, the behemoth swept past Ronald. It was a strange experience. The rumbling engine shook the floor of the room where Ronald was. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the assistant director counted down in the control tower. Action. Roger Coleman picked up the communicator and said his line, tower traffic is high, flyby request denied. Then he picked up his cold coffee, pretending to drink it. Boom, the F-14A swept past a window behind him, rounded a bend, revealing two engines beneath its belly. Startled by the rumbling engines and the ground shaking, Roger Coleman's hand trembled, spilling the coffee all over himself. This sob, Roger Coleman chuckled, shaking his coffee-covered hand. Cut. Ronald confirmed the shot was going smoothly over the radio and called a halt to the scene. With that, all the scenes without fighter jets were filmed. Next, the crew would contact the Navy to film a week's worth of scenes featuring the aircraft carrier on the mission. From now on, we'll hold meetings here every weekend to discuss the progress of each Paramount production. Paramount's chairman and CEO, Frank Mancuso, convened the weekly meeting. This was his new rule. Every vice president in charge of production had to attend this meeting to check on the progress of each pre-production and filming crew, ensuring everything was under control. Ronnie Mancuso is indeed going to discuss the filming progress of Top Gun. I'll wait for his call outside the meeting room. We'll argue our case. Many producers from various productions were gathering outside the executive conference room on the top floor of the Paramount building, including Bruckheimer and Don Simpson. Bruckheimer found a phone to inform Ronald. There were several payphones in the hallway in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, opposite the high-level executives of the building, who indeed worked on the top floors. How is the filming progress of Top Gun? Has Val Kilmer been treated unfairly on set again? More than an hour later, Frank Mancuso finally addressed the issue of Top Gun's filming schedule. He immediately tried to demonstrate his thorough knowledge of the production, recounting details of Val Kilmer's experience on set. There's been no unfair treatment. Ronald's filming schedule and budget are both on track. The production is progressing smoothly. We're currently negotiating with representatives from the Navy, and will be heading to the Indian Ocean next week for location shooting. The person answering him was Ned Tannen, the vice president in charge of the Top Gun project. He had learned about this from Ronald and had mentioned Ronald's commendable commitment to quality, deadlines, and budget adherence. But I heard Ronald did some unfair things on set. He's so young, can he really film such complex aerial combat scenes well? We at Paramount have some veteran directors who worked with John Ford on a newsreel about the Battle of Midway during World War II. Wouldn't having them oversee the filming better capture the grandeur of the Navy? Frank Mancuso started finding fault with Ronald's inexperience again. His ability to film modern jet fighters is recognized by Don Simpson and Bruckheimer. They've made two blockbusters, but one was a musical and the other a comedy action film. For a special kind of drama like aerial combat, Experience should be respected, Mancuso offered another reason. Ned Tannen cursed inwardly. Mancuso was very good at seizing power. By interfering in the filming, he wanted to gradually take control of the production. If that was the case, what was the point of having him as producer? This guy is boring. He's afraid of his own producing abilities being lacking, yet he doesn't delegate authority to the producers. He's always wavering between giving them power and losing control, and taking back control and failing to make a good film. It's utterly tiresome. This isn't just a consensus between the two producers, but also between the Navy and the Navy, Ned Tannen retorted, neither too forceful nor too yielding. The Navy, Mancuso lowered his head, his gaze shifting from above his glasses to Tannen. His brow furrowed, as if questioning the credibility of Tannen's words. The Navy's liaison officer, Matthew, is here. We're about to discuss the details of filming in the Indian Ocean. Perhaps we could ask him to share the Navy's thoughts, Tannen said, deftly pushing the issue to the Navy. All right, please have that gentleman from the Navy come here. Mancuso pressed the intercom, instructing his secretary to bring Matthew in. Matthew, hello. I'm Mancuso, the CEO of Paramount. Could you tell me about the Navy's opinion on Director Ronald? Is he qualified to film Navy fighter jets? Is his experience sufficient? Matthew, dressed in a white formal suit, sat upright at the far end of the conference table. Sir, Secretary of the Navy John Lyman and the generals at the Pentagon have unanimously agreed to accept Ronald to film the fighter jets and aircraft carriers. He is the only candidate unanimously approved by the Navy and the Pentagon. Only he can produce fighter jet flight effects that satisfy the Navy. If you want to replace him, we will reconsider and evaluate this collaborative project. Mancuso took a sip of coffee. Ha. It seems the Navy has a lot of confidence in Ronald. This is also our hope that Paramount and the Navy can reach a long-term cooperative relationship. Sir, I am only responsible for liaison between the Navy and the production team and explaining the Navy's position to outsiders. As for the long-term cooperation you mentioned, it is not within my jurisdiction. I will report to my superiors. Okay. Thank you, Matthew. Please go out and rest for a bit. We will need to take a little longer. Mancuso was in a bad mood and quickly finished the remaining project evaluation. He picked up the phone to call his friends in the political world to inquire about the situation. Frank, don't even think about Ronald. The Secretary of the Navy only supported this film project because he got a hint from the Vice President. Vice President? Mancuso was taken aback. The Vice President of America was actually involved in this? It seemed that interfering in Top Gun would be very difficult this time. However, in the American system, the Vice President didn't have any real power. He was just a symbolic backup, responsible for some ceremonial visits. The real power lay with the President. Mancuso thought for a moment, then picked up the phone and called Frank Sinatra, the leader of the Red Gang. He was both Italian-American like himself and one of the President's close friends in Hollywood. Hello. Frank, this is Mancuso. Hello, it's me, Ned. Ned Tannen called Ronald as soon as he returned to his office after the meeting. Just letting you know, get ready to go to the Indian Ocean. Tannen poured himself a glass of brandy. Ronald gave himself the perfect opportunity. Mancuso's attempts to interfere in the production were officially thwarted. If his intervention failed this time, and his own projects were box office hits, he could gradually gain control over the future of Paramount, deciding on all film production decisions. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.